IPL due to restart tomorrow afternoon, it gives us an opportunity to bring you some county cricket. And we're at the home of the defending champions as they take on their great historic rivals Yorkshire, the two most successful sides in county championship history. It's a beautiful day in South London. Welcome to the Kia Oval. It's round 6. Good morning to you, to Adam Collins and to former Surrey captain Mark Butcher. Surrey have won the toss and have decided to bowl, and when you see the pitch you'll understand why. We'll get onto that in due course. They've made one change, Surrey.
Yes, they certainly have. They've got the Australian New South Welshman, averages 144 in Test match cricket, coming in to bat at number 3, Curtis Patterson. No spin on show apart from Dan Lawrence, obviously, and again you'll see why when we get a look at the pitch later on. And this is kind of Surrey's modus operandi, or exactly the way that they would want it. Win the toss, bowl first, green pitch, hope to put the opposition under pressure that way. And the way that things have gone for Surrey over the course of the summer so far has been that they've encountered very, very flat pitches away from home. So they see these home games as being absolutely essential if they're going to try and win 4 from 4, win your home games, and that's what they'll be looking to do.
No Dan Worrell, though. He's got a foot injury, and I imagine he bowled pretty nicely on this. But let's deal with the visitors from your point of view. A few more changes.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Both the spinners are gone, so no Dan Moriarty on his return here to the Kia Oval, no Dom Bess either, in favour of the two Jordans, Buckingham, more a bowling all-rounder, and Jordan Thompson as well, who has had a couple of good years, was rotated out of the side last week. So they're very seam-heavy Yorkshire on a ground where they've only won once since 1978. 2007 was their last win here, Yorkshire.
Looking forward to seeing George Hill. Yeah,
swings it both ways and has taken 22 wickets at 15 this season. 9-wicket match last week at Chelmsford. They nearly stuck the landing there. They had 13 overs to bowl at Essex at the very end with 9 down to win the match. Couldn't quite clinch it, but Hill leading the Yorkshire attack nicely this season.
Jason Roy is in the side again. Now, what did you make of his comeback to first-class cricket after a long time away just playing white ball?
Yep, 2019, I think, last time he played championship cricket. I'd absolutely welcome it. Look, it's very, very attractive, I think, for players, whether they're at the beginning of their careers like Will Smeed or guys who have perhaps been around a bit longer, and Jason Roy, to sort of chase after the dollars and go off and play franchise-only cricket around the world. But there's a big problem with that, and that comes with not having the volume of batting, the volume of cricket under your belt in order to sustain being able to play such high-risk, high-octane cricket, particularly for the batters. Very, very difficult. And so I think Jason's made absolutely the right decision. I think he made the wrong decision in the first place, but he's rectified it. And Gareth Batty is very, very keen to see himself, the likes of Sam Curran, these guys getting back and playing more championship cricket, and really sort of making sure that their skills are up to scratch. Yes, they'll go off and do the other things. Jason now finds himself outside of a lot of these big white ball tournaments now, and that is because the sharpness leaves you. So I think it's wonderful that he's back.
Talking about chasing the dollar, Johnny Bairstow made Yorkshire captain. Rumours are that he's going to replace Will Jacks at Mumbai Indians. What's your take on that, and how unsettling do you think that could be in the dressing room with the former captain?
It'd be a fairly stunning turn of events when you consider the way that global affairs have played out in the last couple of weeks, that Johnny could be vaulted from Leeds to the other side of the world to play in the IPL. But such as it is with these NOCs, these precious no objection certificates, the ECB have been strident. They want their white ball squad back in situ next week to play against the West Indies, which will prohibit the guys who are out there at the moment. So it does create an opportunity. Johnny Tattersall led this Yorkshire team to Division 1 last year, did a terrific job as keeper, as wicket keeper, and as batting often in the top 6. He's only found room for himself once this season. So it's not as though they don't have a ready-made replacement in Tattersall to replace Bairstow next week for the last game of the 4-day run before we move into the Vitality Blast. But strange turn of events.
Surrey are chasing 4 in a row, which is quite remarkable. They're obviously doing a hell of a lot of things right on and off the field. What they have come across this summer, it would seem, away from home, is it their kryptonite? Very flat pitches. If sides are going to throw that at the defending champions as they go away, what's the answer?
Well, I mean, the answer might very well be in the transfer market. Obviously we have a the gap in the season, don't we, where the blast sort of begins and the championship holds, and then for the second half of the season in the championship, presumably the weather will continue to be like this. Pitches will get drier and perhaps even flatter when they go away from home. They are going to need a cutting edge in terms of spin. At the beginning of the year, you kind of looked at them squad wise and thought, well, they're still favourites perhaps to win 4 out of 4, as extraordinary as that might be. However, the one Achilles heel was going to be that it gives the makeup of Surrey's squad and their strength in seam bowling gives an opposition, when they're playing at home, a real opportunity to say, okay, well, we can negate that, and we're not too worried about them hitting us with spin and winning the game that way round. So it's something that they will, I'm sure, look at and probably make moves to rectify in the second half of the season.
Notts lead the way at the moment, though.
Yeah.
What have they done well? What's impressed you? Has it surprised you?
It has to an extent, but when you bring in someone as capable as Fergus O'Neill, who is basically next cab off the rank in the Aussie team at the moment as far as fast bowlers are concerned, he had a terrific start, helped them win a couple of games inside the month of April. Now they replace him with Mohammed Abbas, who, at Hampshire over the last 5 or 6 seasons with Kyle Abbott, they've been the most dynamic pair in the country. So it's about taking 20 wickets as efficiently as possible at Trent Bridge on a test ground. And look, they've given themselves a chance for the first time in, the better part of a decade. They've spent some time in the wilderness, and now they've got an opportunity. Now, of course, Surrey are only 20 points behind them. And you're right about the formula, Butch. They love to bowl on day one here. Yep, no Dan Worrell this week, but they've been able to routinely take 10 wickets on day one. It's exactly what they did to Somerset here 3 weeks ago, and then they go to work as the pitch improves. Not quite so much a story about spin as much as it is a story about their seamers being as good as any going around the country, probably along with Notts and Hampshire. So looking forward to watching Matt Fisher bowl today against his old county. Gets the chance to lead the attack, and of course a guy who's played Test cricket a couple of years ago as well.
Just going back a step, you Aussies are only allowed in the country for 30 days a year. Well, not you, you've got a special dispensation. That's causing a problem, though, for counties and players.
I mean, I personally think that Fergus O'Neill should have overstayed his visa, crashed at my place in London, and look, quietly, everybody overstays their visa when they come out from Australia. And we could have had him warm and ready to go for the World Test Championship final if Mitch Starc steps on a cricket ball. That would have been the outside-the-box thinking, but sadly, he's gone back home, and I'm sure he'll return, though. They would be mad not to get him back year after year, because he's going to be a serious cricketer. At age 24, he's taking his first class wickets at 19.
Just looking at the wider point, when you and I played here, we wanted to win things for Surrey. In the end, we did that, which was a fantastic achievement, and we were very proud to do it. We also always had the eye on the next step, which is going on to play for England. And the way England have selected of late, it seems that county performances have gone, well, it doesn't really matter, it's a very different game. Are we seeing a slight tweak to that now? You've seen Cook into the Test squad against Zimbabwe, James Rew, albeit a call-up as a replacement, who has been on the Lions, but not really in that sort of bracket of a Bazball, if you want to call it like that. Are they starting to tweak it and have a little more of a look at what happens in county cricket?
There is always, in any setup, there's a finite amount of real talent. And so eventually, as sort of your more senior players or the older guys sort of move on, you have to replace them from somewhere. You're going to have to look at the facts and figures of the way people play. Of course, you're looking at mentality, you're looking at all these other things. But if you've got guys out there like Sam Cook, whose numbers are absolutely phenomenal, I think he averages to overlook him. He's been a sort of ready-made replacement for James Anderson for quite some time now, and I know a lot of Essex fans have been very frustrated that he hasn't had his chance as yet. But as yet, there wasn't that position open for him. If you're looking to slot it into a four-man bowling attack, he now has that opportunity, and I'm sure he'll take it with both hands. James Rew, very, very talented young player, and has the numbers and also, I think, the mentality to back it up. The one question over him, I suppose, is that he made all his runs batting at 6 for Somerset. Hasn't really been up there in the top 4, slightly different against the newer ball, but it's great to see these guys. It gives a bit of hope. Adam Lyth has been scoring runs for fun for Yorkshire, and I bumped into him out here this morning. The first thing he said to me, I said to him, "You're playing real well, knocking them all over the place." He said, "Yeah, but I won't get picked though." I said, "Well, you never know. You never think things may change."
Well, Adam Lyth is facing up now. Surrey have won the toss. They've decided to bowl. Phil Walker and Dan Norcross are waiting upstairs for you.
So, welcome to day one here at the Kia Oval. I'm Daniel Norcross, alongside me, editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Phil Walker, and I'm also delighted to say Andrew Sampson has made it through the heavy animal traffic I heard today. Trying to get in here on his train. We'll hear from you shortly. It's Adam Lyth on strike. Nathan Smith, Surrey's Kiwi all-rounder, still hunting for his first wicket for Surrey in first-class cricket. He had his debut last week at Edgbaston on one of the most unforgiving surfaces known to mankind. Surrey nearly pulled off their highest ever 10th wicket partnership. Matt Fisher and Ben Folkes in a drawing cause. But as these two sides play today, it's going to be on, you'd think, a little bit more spicy surface.
Well, Surrey will hope that it is, because they've played 3 away games on 3 feather beds.
Chelmsford.
Yeah, Chelmsford, then Hove, and then last week as well, gave up 580, 430 and 660 in their first innings.
It's not much fun looking at their season's bowling figures at the moment if you're Surrey-minded.
No, indeed. It could be a coincidence that they've played on 3 flat ones, or it could be a plan to try and nullify and neuter this juggernaut of a cricket team. They are broadly unbeatable here.
No ball. And if you're unfamiliar with County Championship cricket, that's 2 runs for a no ball. Well, they are. And the other thing you might be slightly puzzled by is that it's a beautiful sunny day. It's a cloudless sky. And Surrey won the toss and elected to bowl, but this is not unusual. This is the 16th consecutive County Championship match in which the toss winner has chosen to bowl. It's the 19th first-class match in total if you count 3 test matches in that period. First runs of the day, nicely tucked away, just a little fine glance by Lyth, gets him underway. Adam Lyth, who's having a stupendous season, averaging over 60. He's in with an outside chance of 1,000 runs before the end of May. It is very much an outside chance. A man who's got a pretty decent chance, we see that again, just straying onto the pads and easily worked away. There is a long leg, but he needed to be a bit finer to cut that off. Is a new Lancashire captain, Marcus Harris, who's stepped in after Keaton Jennings stepped down.
Yeah, Lyth, 37 years old now, in the form of his life really. He's been, well, the key man at the top of the order for Yorkshire for a decade and more. Probably slightly hard done by really as an international cricketer. Made that sparkling maiden 100 on his home ground in his second test match, and then endured a tricky Australian summer, and that was that. But there have been plenty of players inferior to him who have got more of a go for England, and he just keeps on churning them out. As you say, Daniel, 615 runs already this year now.
End of the over, 6 without loss. I mean, it's been one of the interesting storylines of this summer, hasn't it? That we've been looking at the resurgence of former England openers. Hasib Hamid at Nottinghamshire's had a great season. Dominic Sibley here at Surrey, twin hundreds in one match. Adam Lyth. The summer has been the story of openers. I don't know whether that's because a lot of people are constantly gazing at Zach Crawley. He's somewhat under the microscope. Now, a man who's had contrasting fortunes is Finlay Bean, and the bowler bowling to him, Matt Fisher. Well, his figures would not suggest that he's been bowling well, but I assure you, I've seen plenty of him this season, and he has been one of the more luckless bowlers on the circuit. He's bowled really, really well on some very exacting surfaces, and he's bowling now against his former team. With 3 slips in. If you'd arrived here at about 9:30, as some people do, BBC's Mark Church is usually here by about 7, you would have seen a much greener pitch than the one we've got on your monitors there. It looks pretty green, but I assure you it's a slightly browner tinge to it in real life, and I think a little bit has been taken off this morning. you can be fairly sure that there were some despairing bowlers who took the trip back from Birmingham on Monday and went straight to the head groundsman Lee Fortis's office and said, got down on their knees and begged for some life.
Yeah, well, it's a signature oval pitch, this. We've seen it now, the last 3 years at least. As we know, Surrey are going for four in a row, and much of their success is down to the surfaces that they've perfected their game on.
A little bit of shape back in to Bingley Bean, who's underway with that single.
And it is, from a bowling side, it is a day one pitch. We've seen more nip, bounce, carry, energy in the surface through the first couple of sessions of these 4 days. This is why it's now de rigueur, really, to bowl first when you win the toss. The away sides are adopting the same policy as well, and for Surrey it's worked out perfectly up until now.
Often the action can happen not immediately. The lacquer tends to need to come off. Often the afternoon session, after 1 o'clock, well, 1:40 it'll be, can be particularly spicy. Andrew Sampson is here, so we'll ask him to look at these numbers. Well, what is an average day one close at the Oval in the last 3 seasons? I'll get you the answer to that shortly.
Yeah, you're right though, Daniel, and we've seen away sides come here this year and in preceding years as well, and they've tried to consolidate, play safe cricket, play slow heartbeat cricket up to lunch, old-fashioned cricket if you like, and they've had some degree of success doing that. Somerset and Hampshire have got off to decent starts batting first in this fixture this year, but then because Surrey are so relentless with their lines, they never get away from you.
Again, just straying onto the pads, easily worked away by Adam Lyth. What will count in Yorkshire's favour, though, is a key component of Surrey's championship winning sides over the last 3 years. Dan Worrell, who is part of what is normally a 4-pronged, sometimes 5-pronged seam attack here at the Oval, is unavailable. He's nursing a little injury at the moment. Surrey have Tom Laws as well as Jordan Clark, their most successful bowler this season. And I wondered if we were going to see Jordan Clark actually open the bowling. His preferred end is the pavilion end here, end of the over, 8 without loss. But they've opted to go with Fisher, and he's getting a bit of movement straight away.
It's an important spell for Matt Fisher, given the new one for the first time this year. As you say, his figures belie how he's gone. He bowled very well in the previous fixture here, lucklessly. And it's a big moment for him against his former club. He'd have bowled countless times, of course, to these two left-handers in the nets, who know their games pretty well. It's a huge moment in his nascent Surrey career.
Andrew Sampson has got the answer to my question, I believe.
Average runs in the day, runs per wicket in the day on day one. The last 3 years is 29.4 on day one.
And the number of wickets on average on day one be about 11?
Yeah, just over 10, yeah.
Just over 10. So yes, it's a fairly normal rule of thumb is the side batting first gets bowled out.
What we have seen, these are result pitches.
Now Smith, as I say, is hunting his first wicket for Surrey, but he had a successful stint with Worcestershire. Bowls at some pace. He's recently broken into the New Zealand side. It's a sort of cricketer that Surrey do like to get their hands on. A bowling all-rounder, genuine all-rounder. Jordan Clark could be one of those. Tom Laws, formerly Ricky Clark. So ideally suited to the Oval. Get a little bit of shape back in. He can safely negotiate it. We've got a forward short leg in place. And one of the ploys Surrey have used quite often this season is the leg slip, but I guess without Dan Worrell. Worrell would tend to swing the ball right back into the pads. And you'll see here at the Oval, leg slips being deployed a fair bit. Not yet so far. leg is pretty square. It's almost a deep backward square leg. And a decent carry through to Ben Folkes. I mean, that was, I think, as much as anything else, what was so dispiriting about the pitch at Edgbaston last week. Flat pitches are perfectly legitimate. It was just a lack of carry, the ball going through so low to Folkes. There were periods last week where Jordan Clark was bowling with Folkes standing up. It's 15 wickets fell across nearly 4 days in that fixture.
Yeah, there is a school of thought, Dan, that when Surrey turn up for these away fixtures, that teams are deliberately preparing pitches which are as flat as possible to try and nullify them. But when I put that to John Simpson, skipper at Sussex, against whom Surrey played in the second away fixture that Surrey had, he was keen to make the point that they were just as disappointed by the flat one as the visitors. Well, exactly, and that was the point he made, that for 2 or 3 years Sussex have been playing very well at home.
There'll be a sky break at the end of this over, gents, if we could finish with a score and a pause.
Well, indeed. I mean, there have been some very high scores at home. You've only got to talk to Stephen Finn about his experiences of playing down at Hove recently before his retirement, and he'll tell you they were very flat decks. And similarly at Edgbaston, they say that side of the square that they played on, they have had trouble getting life into those pitches. So whether it's deliberate or not, the effect is still some pretty dull cricket. Oh, is he edged that? No, says the umpire, shaking her head. It must have just flicked perhaps off the thigh. So Beaton survives, end of the third over. Yorkshire in line without loss.
Sky have gone.
So that was a bit tight, that. There was certainly a noise, but I think that may have come off maybe back pocket or back thigh. I'll take a look again shortly.
Break here, Dave.
Beaten the bat, certainly.
Yeah, he was just slightly inconvenienced by that, Finn Bean. Betwixt in between, indeterminate foot movement, and perhaps slightly beaten for pace as well. The in-ducker against the left-hander is Nathan Smith's standard delivery, hence why there's a short leg
Here we
at
go.
Boot Hill as well.
We'll see this again. I think it's a very good decision from the umpire, that. Well, sorry, that was a previous ball. We'll dig you out. Appeal shortly. That's a genuine edge, but played softly, so it goes along the ground. Second sit, but we are seeing movement from both these bowlers back into the left-handers. Here we go. This was the appeal off the last ball of the previous over. There's a definite noise, but that's hit the back thigh. You can tell Nathan Smith's nothing like as excited as Ben Folkes. Ben Folkes is a very dramatic appealer. Been Andrew?
Yeah, just talking about all the flat pitches that Surrey have been playing on the. If you look at the bowling averages for Surrey for the season, Dan Worrell's got 10 wickets at 26.5, which is quite decent. Jordan Clark 15 at 29.13. The rest of the bowlers combined have 30 wickets at 64.7 between them.
Yes, that does speak to a lot of toil, doesn't it?
It does, rather.
Now, the other thing that you'll notice often on the first day at the Oval is keep a little eye out for the bowler's foot marks. You don't see any darker discoloration, which hints at a bit of moisture in the pitch. Rory Burns already looks like he's angry to get a ball change, haven't we? In record quick time, we've only had 3.4 overs and the no ball.
huge couple of weeks for Surrey. They've had 3 away games, as discussed, but they have this game against a fellow powerhouse, if you like. And then Essex next week, and we'll get a much clearer sense, I think, of whether Surrey can pull off this unprecedented 4 in a row or not. Well, the end of next week.
You would say, wouldn't you, since 2017, between 2017 and the present day, the 2 most consistent sides in the county championship have been Surrey and Essex. Essex have won 2 titles in that time, Surrey 4. End of the over 10 without loss. And between them, Andrew, how many county championships have they got? I'm only counting from 1890. I'm not counting any of those ones that Yorkshire claim at Headingley before 1890.
The official championship started in 1890. Yes, there used to be lists in Wisden, as you know, going back to 1864, but those were very much unofficial. So I'll tell you now what those full current numbers are.
Smith's going to continue his last ball. There's a little bit of excitement. His ball of his previous over. He has to dig the inside edge. That's nicely played. There's a big gap through mid-off. Place is bad on it. Won't make it to the boundary. Skipper Rory Burns running back to field.
So Yorkshire won, and these including where they've shared them, Yorkshire 33, Surrey 23, and you drop down to Middlesex 13, the third on that list of most county championship winners.
Surrey have a winning record at home and a strongly losing record away to Yorkshire. Of course, it wasn't that long ago, before the sort of Essex-Surrey duopoly, that Yorkshire were dominating. They won 2 in a row. They nearly won the hat-trick in 2016, the famous day at Lords. Middlesex pipped them, winning the title with a hat-trick. Gloriously sunny September day. But since then, things have been a bit tough for Yorkshire in the county championship. Dropped down into Division 2, came back up this season. Squirted off the inside half of the bat, which again hints at a bit of shape from Smith back into the left-hander. And if you're tuning in hoping to see Harry Brook, Joe Root, Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, well, they're all rested because the test match begins on Sky next week at Trent Bridge.
Dav Milan as well is a loss for them. He's injured at the moment, so can't feature in this 4-day side. It would have been a more than useful middle order option. So you feel, Daniel, that much rests on Adam Lyth today. Of course, Johnny Best as well in the middle order, and some very good young players. For viewers who haven't necessarily picked up yet on the talents of James Morton and George Hill in particular in the middle order, they're very, very watchable young players, but there's a lot on the shoulders of Adam Lyth, who, as we say, is batting as well as ever in his career. And already you can see there's a calmness to him at the crease, economy of movement.
Beats the bat, but with another no ball. Second of the morning so far. Yes, and they're going to be even more stretched next week, because it looks like Johnny Bairstow is going as a very short-term replacement for Will Jacks at the Mumbai Indians, which will take him out of next week's county championship fixture. 2 T20s in the Blast, which kicks off very shortly. Nice gap nicely there. Just getting his feet moving nicely this morning. Andrew.
Adam Lyth into double figures for the 28th consecutive innings in first-class cricket.
That feels quite unusual.
Pretty decent sequence, yeah. I suppose you want to know some records, don't you?
I do now, yeah.
I'll tell you, the world record is actually held by VVS Lakshman, who had 45 consecutive first-class innings in double figures. Although Lyth is closing in on the championship record, which is 33.
Just gets that away. Won't make it to the boundary. They'll pick up a couple as Fisher runs around to do the fielding. End of the over. 17 without loss.
Frank Tarrant, 33.
Frank Tarrant?
The great Australian all-rounder who never played Test cricket.
I'm not familiar with
one
him.
of the great players, early 20th century, most of his cricket came over here. Obviously then having left Australia. And he was a great player. He was probably one of the greatest players never to have played Test cricket. I'll give you some stats on him.
So no breakthrough yet for Surrey. Lyth and Bean have not comfortably, but now that's beaten the bat. That is an absolute beauty. That's shaped in and gone away off the pitch. It's been a feature of Fisher's bowling this season. He's beaten the bat many, many times, but has been luckless through much of it.
Yeah, be encouraged though. You're right there, Daniel. A little bit of this and a little bit of that. It's shaped in on the angle, and then nipped away off the seam, but carried as well. And he's in good rhythm here, pushing through the crease hard.
Well, he'll be very familiar with Adam Lyth's game, having played at Yorkshire for many years.
One thing that I think we will see with Yorkshire's approach today, I don't think they're going to play passive cricket. I don't think they have the players to. But I don't think there's much value in doing so either, and we've seen teams come unstuck trying to play that way here consistently over the last few years. I think they'll need to be prepared to counter-punch, come at Surrey as well, try and wrest the initiative away from them.
Another genuine edge. It's gone fine enough, but it's been brilliantly stopped down there by Nathan Smith. Had a bit of ground to make there, and he made it very, very quickly. Saves 2 runs.
Yeah, another false shot, but sufficiently soft-handed that it might have carried to a fourth, perhaps. We've seen a few, though, haven't we, through there?
Hint of a guide. A hint. But Fisher's now starting to extract something from the pitch here.
So Frank Tarrant
Yes.
is the man of the 33 consecutive double-figure scores in the championship. He made his first-class debut in Victoria at the age of 19 in 1899. Played his last first-class game for Europeans versus Hindus in India in 1936. So
1936, 37 years back.
Yeah, he got around, but so he played quite a bit in India towards the latter stages of his career as well. I'll give you his numbers now.
Every day's a school day, eh, Dan?
Normally I would know about someone who played first-class cricket for 37 years.
He played most of his first-class cricket on the other side of the Thames, for Middlesex.
Ah, did he?
Yeah, you see. 329 games in total. And listen to these numbers, all-round numbers. 17,952 runs, average of 36.41. And 1,512 wickets at 17.49.
And he never played a test match?
Never played a test match.
Wow, so I mean, he must be in the conversation for the most end of the over, I should say. 20 without loss, 6 gone. For the most prolific run scorer and wicket taker never to have played test with John Langridge. Is in that
John Langridge, I think Clive Rice is an all-rounder.
Clive Rice, well, slightly different circumstances.
Slightly different circumstances, sure.
Yeah, it's a great South African who played his entire career during the South African ban.
Except for the 3 games in India when South Africa got back, and he captained them at the age of 42. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, he didn't time his career very well, did he?
No. Barry Richards, I suppose.
Barry Richards. Well, Richards played. Richards at least did play 4 tests.
All in one series, wasn't it?
Yep. Average 72.
Oh, he's had a little nibble at that. Actually, I wonder whether Adam Lyth always played that shot like he wasn't quite ready for the ball. He gestured straight after it. It was an uncharacteristic shot from Lyth.
Yeah, well, between overs, he was chatting to the square leg umpire and conflab with Jason Roy as well, and prodding the pitch and pointing out one or two gremlins perhaps within that pitch. And you're absolutely right, Daniel, he just was not settled at all.
There's a slight change of the field here, and this is interesting because obviously Nathan Smith thinks that he can get that ball shaping into the pads of Lyth. We've got a forward short leg. That short leg's moved about a yard in front of square, as you can see on the left of your screen. But there's also a catching square leg you can see next to the umpire. Now that looks like he's quite a distance away. I assure you it's actually closer perhaps than that image suggests. So they're looking to get Lyth working the ball off his pads.
Yeah, it's Dan Lawrence there on a leg gully, and he picked up a screamer against Somerset. James Rue in the second innings to get rid of Rue for a duck. And it is a ploy that Surrey have employed all year, really. It's that and the leg slip and the man at Boot Hill. It's been a deliberate approach.
Well run that by Lyth, just finding that little gap, rotating the strike. Yeah, the prevailing wind at the Oval throughout this extraordinary spring has not been coming from the usual direction. It normally comes from west to east, but throughout this spring it's tended to go more from, if it's gone anywhere, from east to west. We see the flags on top of the pavilion just fluttering in that direction, and that's going to assist Smith as he brings the ball back into the left-hander's pads. They're sticking with the same field for Finley Bean. Bouncer, the first one we've seen today.
Yeah, a good one as well. Finley Bean has a tendency just to rock onto that front foot, quite a tall left-hander. Sometimes get slightly in a tangle, hence why they prefer this leg side field and the man under the helmet. Sometimes finds himself a bit betwixt in between.
That's nicely driven. Full face of the bat, straight back past the bowler. Finish the over with 4, 5 from it. 7 overs gone, 25 without loss.
Yeah, shot of the day. Tidy punch down the ground. That'll make him feel much better. Still looking for his first score of note this year. He's played all but one of Yorkshire's championship games. Lovely shot. He's not got past 31 yet. He's built up some good runs, good credit for Yorkshire at the top of the order the last couple of years. Made 500s with previous 2 seasons.
Clark not quite able to stop that, so they get through for another single. Surrey's bowlers notably have just had the one bouncer from Nathan Smith, but this morning you'll see this a lot. We'll see it across the country in the county championship matches, opening bowlers. Hoping they can find some early shape with the new ball, particularly here at the Oval. It sometimes lead to quick scoring on the very first morning matches. Certainly where the second session, we saw the incredible second session quite recently, the game was ground to a halt. As bowlers just eked back that length a little bit. Looking at this pitch now, Phil Walker, I can see some discoloration, so there's certainly a bit of moisture in it to start with. That does rather inform the captain's decision at the toss.
It's quite pronounced, you're right. carry again though, Dan. This is what you get here. Both teams are just going to hope that there's sufficient pace in the pitch throughout the 4 days, because we saw in the first home game here against Hampshire that it rather ran out of juice towards the back end of the game. A bit of good weather around and the pitch is maturing. You fancy this is going to have good pace and carry throughout.
Ooh, that has carried, hasn't it? That's gone through it around about shoulder height. Now, I've been sent a missive from my cousin, Paul Dyson, who Andrew Sampson may be familiar. He's a statistician up in Yorkshire. He's trying to outdo you, Andrew. He says this is the first time since 1989 that Yorkshire have batted first in 6 successive county championship matches.
Really?
Yes.
I won't argue with that. Let's
Actually
check
alive.
it. Check it. Does seem a bit unusual.
Again, shaped back in, just falling over to the offside. So there's still encouragement out there for the bowlers, no doubt about it. Ball's beaten the bat on a couple of occasions, but still Lyth and Bean have survived. Just gone beyond the half-hour mark in the day. Surrey, having won the toss, elected to bowl. 16th consecutive time in county championship matches here at the Oval. Dot ball to finish the over. 8 gone. Yorkshire 27 without loss. Time for a change in the commentary box. It's going to be Yas Rana replacing me, and Ian Ward coming in for Phil Walker.
Thank you, Dan. Sun shining down on this green pitch here at the Keir Oval, which is actually just showing signs of browning up a little bit. Early this morning, you could hardly tell which pitch was going to be played on until they started cutting it. But it has definitely lost some of that green tinge. Yorkshire done exactly what they needed to do in the first half an hour, and that is that Lyth and Bean have got through unscathed. There has been some movement for Surrey, particularly in the air, a little bit of swing. It's a nice carry. You see where Ben Folkes, the keeper, is standing. That's why the grass is on the pitch, to get that carry. But no joy yet for Surrey, who won the toss.
Well, it's been a feature of the season so far that we've had a very dry April and May, so there's not been a lot of pace in the early season wickets, and there have been a couple of occasions when photos of pitches have gone viral on social media. Somerset last week posted a photo of a very, very green pitch for their game at Taunton, but you saw why, because on the first few days you had pace and bounce in the pitch that left the pitch by day 4.
Remarkable how things have changed. I have played cricket here at the Oval for many years, and I've never seen a pitch as green as this. You turn up, it would be straw coloured, great covering of grass. You get the opposition players coming up ahead of the first day's play. If you had to look at the pitch, well, no, there's no point. It's the same as it was last week, the week before, and last year. But times change, and it is increasingly hard for ground staff to get to work on pitches for a variety of different reasons. This is no criticism at all. It's just a very different look to what it used to be like. So again, nice straight bat.
So we've landed on a formula of what works here
Yeah.
at the Keir Oval. The 3 championship wins in a row. Maybe this is a bit of homework for Samo, but the average score feels like it's dropped a lot from what it was, even when they won the championship under Birds in 2018. It's rare that you see a team get in excess of 350, 400 in the first innings here.
Chance, it would have been a sharp chance for Ryan Patel, who's under the helmet there at that short leg. Quite difficult to know just how deep to stand on occasions. when you're in that position at short leg. A little bit of extra bounce, and Bean didn't really get on top of it.
Yeah, we've seen good carry from both Fisher and Smith early in day one. Don't often see Surrey deploy a short leg this early in proceedings.
That's a beauty. That's an absolute beauty. That's like a Flintoff to Gilchrist type delivery. It's so difficult to line up as a left-hander when the right armour is round the wicket, so everything is telling you it's coming into your pads and you're off stump, and then it just holds. And really, the batsman's done well there not to fiddle his hands at it, Finn Bean. We see Adam Lyth occasionally go with it. Being on that occasion, pretty much played the line. That's all you can do sometimes. That is a real challenge for a left-hander. David Warner, Stuart Broad, etc. Maiden, 27 without loss. It's sort of the mantra around the... You've seen a lot of county cricket this summer already, yes. Every time I flip on and look at who's doing what and where, win the toss and bowl. It seems to be the thing. It's the Stokes win the toss, we'll have a chase.
Well, I think that's because at this point in the season there's not a lot of life in pitches, but that's especially true on day 4. So often we've seen day 4 being the best time to bat. We've seen Middlesex do that often. The Lords, we've seen quite a few chases, successful chases in excess of 300. We've seen some teams come very close to chasing scores of 350, 360.
That's another good one. There is movement available. It's highlighting really how well these two openers have done thus far.
It's been a difficult few minutes for the Yorkshire opening pair, but doing very well to survive at the moment.
I just wonder if this pitch might dent, actually. If you look at where the bowlers have been following through, there must be some residual moisture there. In that green grass there's got to be some moisture, and sometimes that just means the surface could be a little softer. Used to be a feature very much at Edgbaston back in the day, which would dent, and as it got harder it got more uneven, and some could really go up your nose.
Well, generally here in the last few years, as we said earlier in the piece, 16th straight championship, win the toss, bowl first here at the Kia Oval. Part of the reason for that is it genuinely feels like the best days for batting are days 2 and 3, and we genuinely see a bit more movement, a bit more pace in the pitch from day 1. But yeah, more generally around the country this season, teams I think are viewing day 4 as the best time to bat. We saw that amazing, extraordinary game between Somerset and Worcestershire in week 1.
Beautiful. That's Adam Lyth at his best, really. It's minimal movement. Efficient movement is probably a better description, and a full face of the bat. That was nothing more than a push.
Yeah, glorious shot from Lyth. And so often when we talk about the best players in the country, we have that conversation through the lens of who's in the England conversation. But over the last few years, Lyth is absolutely prolific for Yorkshire, leading run scorer in Division 1 at the moment. 611 runs at 61 coming into this game. Good start this morning as well.
Not quite as aesthetically pleasing, but it's runs down the ground towards the Vauxhall end. It's the captain that will cut it off. Nice safety back for 3. Fisher wants to change the field here, I think. Waving his arms down at fine leg. Might just be a change of personnel, actually. The third man is actually coming up, so his angle is going to change, I think, perhaps to round the wicket. Adam Lyth's bat. It's like one of the old favourites. He's desperately trying to keep that together with fiberglass tape and all sorts of stuff. Once you've got a favourite, you want to keep it.
Average first innings totals here at the Oval going back to 2017 was very high in 2017 itself. 446 was the average first innings total. That dropped down to 285 in 2018, but then been fairly high since then until last year. 325, 381, 390, 303, only 245 last season.
Extra bounce. Dean takes his bottom hand off the bat, and he'll just have a little, maybe not, he's going to take the glove off and have a look at the dreaded digit that's been pinned. Just get the hand trapped against the bat handle and the ball. That's why the short leg has been in place, but actually it's not there for Fisher at the minute. He's got a leg gully, a square leg, a shortish straight mid on, and fine legs very wide, almost on the hook. And again, movement. End of the over, and I think Finley Bean is pretty pleased. 34 without loss. He was talking about Adam Lyth. Butch was speaking to him ahead of the day's play and congratulated him on how many runs he was scoring. He said, "Yeah, but I'm not going to get in the England side, am I?" Although again, we were chatting earlier, he maybe just sensing a slight tweak from last couple of seasons where England have not really been that fussed about numbers in county cricket, but with Cook coming into the Zimbabwe squad along with Rue. I know Rue's been on the radar. Just be turning their attention a little bit more back to the county game. It might be to do with that Kookaburra ball that they think's changed a little bit out in Australia, but that's getting a long way ahead for the Ashes. It's going to be Smith to start his 6th from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end. Short leg is in place and a catching gully. Tempter.
It's been a really luckless 10-minute spell here from Surrey. Lots of plays and misses, but not quite finding the outside edge. But on Adam Lyth, 3,000 runs at 50 odd in the last few years. Very, very close to finding outside edge on that occasion. And it feels like, onto your broader point about England paying attention to the championship, they're looking for guys who totally dominate it, and that is what Rue and Cook have done.
The stats for Cook are ridiculous, aren't they? But I have to say that every time I catch a glimpse of what James Rue's doing, I'm sort of like, oh, wow, this is a kid that has got it all, really. The composure as well, it's not just his technique is from that former left hand. It was one I would have dreamt of being able to have kept it that simple. But the mentality he showed, he seems a really level-headed, smart cricketer as well. Sort of blessed with keeper batsmen.
Yeah.
One here, Ben Folkes, my goodness me, what a season he's had with the bat, and we know what he can do with the gloves. For mine, he's the best keeper I've ever seen, so he can't get a look in.
With someone like Rue, he's done all his work in the championship, batting at 6. Do you think that's important when it comes to identifying future England players? I know Rue's only 21, so I'm sure in time he'll move up the order.
There's a school of thought, and I know Steve James, and the former Glamorgan and England opening batsman who writes for the Times, he's of the opinion that really you need to be in the top 4, which I sort of get. Close, just falling over, but probably sliding down on the angle. And the appeal is cut short. I sort of get what Sid's saying. I sort of get it, but you know, if you're keeping as well, you've got to give yourself a bit of a break. But he looks a fabulous, fabulous talent.
The interesting with Rue is that he toured with the England Lions both before and after Christmas. And before Christmas, they played a game in South Africa where he opened the batting. And I wonder actually that is where England view his future down the line.
This is really challenging. This is a real tough period for Adam Lyth. He's got one ball remaining of this over. Just try and get out of it. How many more can Nathan Smith bowl? He's just about to end his 6th. Beaten inside and outside. Terrific bowling.
Yeah, no Dan Worrell this week for Surrey, but they have been, through Fisher and Smith, brilliant with a new ball. Yorkshire have done very well to get to 11:44 in the morning without losing a wicket so far.
Absolutely. Oi, watch it, he does. Lyth survives, 34 without loss. Without loss then, Yorkshire, having been asked to bat by Rory Burns here at the Oval. It has been a challenging, what have we had, 45 minutes of day one of this county championship fixture. That was the last ball of the previous over. It was a challenging over for Lythe, nearly off thigh pad. And coming back towards leg stump. He survives, that's the key thing. And I wonder what Rory Burns will do at the pavilion end in due course. As Nathan Smith's bowled 6, it's going to be a change now. Out of the attack goes Matthew Fisher. Tom Laws into the attack. Looking forward to seeing him bowl actually. Round the wicket, 3 slips.
Yeah, Tom Laws, he's caught the attention of England selectors. He's been on a couple of Lions tours in recent years and really forced his way into the Surrey team a couple of years ago. Obviously the Surrey squad is blessed with lots of international talent, and Laws, every time he got an opportunity, he did such a good job doing exactly what he's doing now. Very rarely gets the ball with a brand new ball. The part of Surrey's success has been their relentlessness as an attack. Worrell and Roach would open the bowling, but whoever backs them up, Clark, Laws, Atkinson when he's around, Jamie Overton when he's around, there's no let up at all, and Laws has been a big part of that. Probably doesn't quite have the same pace as Jordan Clark, who would like to come on at the other end. He's quite an enterprising bowler. There's a lot of wickets with Yorkers and bumpers. He tries a lot. When the ball isn't talking as much, he's still able to make breakthroughs.
What I'd say about this Surrey attack, a little bit samey with the seamers. You know, you mentioned players are missing. Atkinson's obviously going to be playing Test cricket for most of the summer. Overton is now back from IPL. I wondered if there was a thought that he might play in this one to add that little bit of extra pace. And Sam Curran was having a bowl this morning as well. Oi, down. I think a tough chance. They're always tough round there because you're slightly unsighted. The ball comes at you very, very quickly. Most realistic opportunity for Surrey to have taken their first wicket here today, and Lawrence has not managed to hold on.
It's absolutely nailed by Bean. It's come at Lawrence so quickly. It's a sort of shot that you almost play on instinct when you see the ball drift towards your pads. Almost forget that the guy's there. Decent attempt from Lawrence, but unable to keep hold of it.
I've seen people out like that before, and you're absolutely right. It's an instinctive shot. It's on your pad. It's left-hander's bread and butter. Now, on that occasion, Lythe, because those men are around there, he's decided to sort of keep his gloves and his bat out of the way. But it's A, so instinctive. B, it's a bad ball, really, because you're drifting onto the pad, so you just go with it. But if someone gets out, they get pillared. Well, why did you play that shot? Did you not see the fielder there? Well, of course I saw him there, but it's a bit like playing an off drive and I get caught in the slips. I know the slips are there. I didn't mean to nick it, and he didn't mean to hit it in the direction of Dan Lawrence. Very tough chance. I wonder what they're going to do, Surrey, with the likes of Overton and Curran as the 12th over finishes 35 without loss. Jason Roy's back playing. That was great. I saw that the other day. I thought, wicked. And then he got none.
That was genuinely one of the most excited I've been at a team sheet in a long time, because normally you hear whispers before a change like that, but none such coming ahead of Roy's return for Surrey. On the leg gully, by the way, Surrey love that position.
Yes.
They absolutely love it when they have a right arm seamer bowling around the wicket to a left hander and the ball swinging. They love a leg slip or a leg gully. Dan Worrell often bowls the left handers in the leg gully in place.
Yeah, I've seen Dan Worrell do it a lot. So it's a double change for Surrey as Burns sets the field now for Jordan Clark, who's been opening the bowling this year quite frequently actually for Surrey. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. There is no short leg, and Lawrence has been moved away from that leg gully position. He's going in front of square on the leg side. Fine leg and a third man. So pretty standard field. I saw Jason post that on social media, but why? What's he doing? Playing club cricket. It's just a feature. It's like Will Smead at Somerset. it's very, very... You can see why they go down the route of just wanting to play white ball. There's so many opportunities, but I know Jason didn't pick up a PSL or an IPL contract this year, but you've got to bat. If you're going to play all the funky shots and the big shots, you still got to have the basics, and you still got to have your game in some sort of order. And if you're only facing 12 or 14 balls, I can only imagine how difficult that is.
It's a very fickle world, the franchise world. I can see the allure of it when things are going well, but you have a couple of difficult series competitions, and very quickly you're a forgotten man. And you're right, you just don't actually face that many balls as a batter. And I also wonder, away from the actual playing side, I wonder how fulfilling it is if you're an opening batter and you only ever do the same thing. T20 cricket obviously doesn't have the same rhythms as a 4-day game.
I would have hated it. Mind you, I was designed to leave a cricket ball, not smoke it out the park. Quite bizarre when T20 first came in. I remember sitting up there on the balcony with Mark Ramprakash saying, right, what's this game about? What are we going to do? And rain delay or something. There was all sorts of stuff about, well, there's a 90-second timer, you've got to be ready to come out and bat, and it's all about fielding and running twos and doing all the old school stuff really well. And Adam Holligate, who was captain, came over and said, what are you two talking about? And we sat, we don't have time to prepare for this new T20 thing, whatever it is. Everyone seemed to be against it. He said, what have you come up with? And we gave our input, and he said, nah. This was before a ball had been bowled or a practice game had been had. He said, no, it's about smacking out the park and taking wickets. He just got it straight away.
Were the players really against it?
I tell you what it was more the fear of the unknown. I think that was more what it was so alien to what we were trying to do. And I can only speak for Surrey. Beauty, that's that angle again. Falls down there, Clark, in his follow through. He manages to stay on his feet. Big unit, beautiful delivery. That's that angle in and then nipping away, challenging. Take my personal example, probably sum it up. I would set myself up to bat all day. You know, we had Ramprakash and Brown and Holyoke and Stewart and Thorpe. I was the opening batsman. My job was to bat all day. Then all of a sudden I'm being asked to hit it out of the park. So selfishly I'm like, well, I'm not going to be very good at this, so therefore let's not play it. It was that sort of scepticism about what could happen. And it was amazing. It freed everyone up. People came to watch. 35 without loss.
Did you almost surprise yourself?
Yes.
In terms of how far you could actually hit it when you tried to?
Yes. But you never practiced it. You know, now they do all range hitting and any manner of work in the gym to hit the ball further. The only guy that used to practice it here was Ali Brown, who was 20 years ahead of his time, and Adam Hollier. But back in the day, yes, if you hit the ball out of the net, you get told off. Right? It was a complete mindset change. I'll tell you one thing that Smokey did when he first became captain here, because there was so much off-the-field nonsense that he had to put right when he became captain of Surrey. And very early on in his tenure, he went to the then cricket secretary. Oh, he wasn't ready. No, he wasn't ready. It's not Lawes' fault. Lawes needs to. If you're a batsman, you've got to face up and get ready. Anyways, Smokey goes to the cricket secretary and he gets a brand new box of Duke balls. Right. Bearing in mind, we were told off for hitting the ball out the net. So I wasn't, so I couldn't hit it out the net. But the likes of Smokey and Ali Brown, etc. And we went over there in front of Archbishop's Tennyson School where the nets are now. He said, hey, Wardy, come over here, I want you to just throw me a few. So he gave me this box of balls, brand new. And he said, just underarm me a few onto the half volley. And he hit 6 balls out of the ground into Archbishop's Tennyson School. Just because he could now, he's captain. He was changing the mindset. Having been told you weren't allowed to hit the ball out of the net, he's now hit 6 brand new balls out of the ground. It's like, right, this is where we're going. Right, okay. We're in for a ride here then.
Well, it was great to see him back involved in county cricket.
Absolutely.
Coaching Kent, who had a really difficult year in Division 1 last year.
generally with a Division 1. What have you made of it? And Notts have been incredible, really. Does that surprise you? They're at the top with 91, second Warwickshire 79, and then Sussex as well with 72.
It's a very compact table. Notts the only side with 3 wins at the moment. And the test for them is, will they be able to keep taking 20 wickets without Josh Tuck, who might not play another game for them this season, given England availability and all that. Ferguson was outstanding at the start of the season. He's been replaced by Mohammed Abbas, who took a 5 for first week.
Change of field, man on the hook.
But what Surrey have done in the last 3 years is they've had a squad of seamers. So Worrell and Clark generally play most weeks, but around them it's a rotating cast of seamers. And Notts, without those guys, with Ollie Stone injured, Dylan Pennington has been on the sidelines for a lot of this season. The test will be, can they be threatening with a relatively similar group of seamers?
Clipped away.
The other thing with Notts in their favour is that they have a top 7 basically full of guys who are England Lions level, who won't play for England this summer. When Ben Duckett played a game a couple of weeks ago, the guy who dropped out, Freddie McCann, he was in the England Lions team in the winter. So that's the calibre of their top 7. Carl Verheyen has been brilliant as an overseas as well. And Farhan Ahmed, 17 years old, only just turned 17 years old, has been as reliable as any finger spinner in Division 1 this season.
He does look at talent. Just turned 17, gracious me. Not quite 14, like in the IPL.
Not quite, but yeah, he's already played England Lions cricket. Graham Swan speaks very highly of him. And it's his economy rate as well as his average that I think is quite exciting for a spinner that young.
36 without loss. We've had 14 here at the Oval. So Jordan Clark to continue. Rory Burns, his captain, just in conversation with him about a minor field adjustment. He stays around the wicket. Talking about spin. Wondered if when Burns made that double change, so they're similar right arm medium pace seamers, whether or not it was worth just throwing the ball to Dan Lawrence, because Warney always used to say it's going to seam a bit, and it has nipped around a bit, it should spin a bit, so just throw one in. 2 lefties, maybe that was an option he could have had a little look at, rather than just going straight to 2 similar sort of bowlers.
It's an option he has turned to early this season, not only away where the conditions have generally been pretty flat, but even here at the Keir Oval when the seamers have been interested, the ball's nipping around, he's given the ball to Lawrence early on and has found success doing that. So I'm sure we will see Dan Lawrence sooner rather than later. But I suppose with the ball moving as much as it has done this morning, and Fisher and Smith coming so close to taking an early wicket in their opening spell, I suppose he wants to give Clark and Laws an opportunity to use that new juice.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think that's exactly what he was thinking. I just wondered if, I'm not saying plug Dan Lawrence in from one end and let him bowl the session, but just change the pace of the game for an over. You can come on for an over and then come back out again, and the ball's only another 6 deliveries old. You can just fiddle around, particularly if he's got to juggle a similar type of attack. Yeah, every now and then the batsman got to reset. Right, new guard, new field, new pace. Is it going to spin? Is it not? Oh, now we're back to the seamers again, just to try and break the rhythm a wee bit. He sees it different, which is fair enough. He's won the county championship more times than I have. bustling in. Clark bumped into the lift last year. Unit.
On your point about potentially using Lawrence as well, you look at the Yorkshire lineup after these two, full of right-handers. So if you're going to use your off-spinner, actually, it might be more useful earlier on against the lefties, getting the ball to turn away from them.
We're able to bring you this county championship game on Sky because obviously what happened in IPL with the difficulties out there was postponed. It's back underway tomorrow with RCB against KKR. Talk that Johnny Bairstow, who's captaining Yorkshire in this game, might depart and replace Will Jackson at Mumbai Indians for the latter stage of that tournament, which might raise a few eyebrows amongst the members at Headingley. And some news I saw a little earlier popped up on BBC, the West Indies obviously coming over, but Jafane Rutherford and Romario Shepherd are going to stay with IPL. So they won't be available for West Indies against England, 36 without loss. Ross and I are going to take leave. Butch is going to jump in with Phil.
What's happening? Excellent start for Yorkshire, asked to bat first by Surrey captain Rory Burns. Pitch looked green to begin with, but less so now, under beautiful clear skies here at the Oval. That one just bounced sharply on Finley Bean. Bean, who's had a rough old time of things in the county championship at the top of the order this year. Not so much his partner Adam Lyth, who's the leading run scorer in the county championship this year, but it's been a really good start. Surrey would have been looking to make early inroads with the new ball. That hasn't been the case. One or two close shaves and alarms. The opening stand is still intact. Very good afternoon to Phil Walker. How are you, pal?
I'm all right, Butch. Intriguing first hour here. Finley Bean, you can see him really digging deep. 31 highest score across 4 games coming into this one. He's got a good overall record at the top, but he's just going through it a bit at the moment. He's played one decent punch down the ground, but aside from that, been kind of shotless. Just got to hang in there.
Swing and picked up nicely. Make it all the way to the boundary. Beats the despairing dive. Just got the line a little bit too straight to begin with, but there was movement into the left-hander and was dealt with nicely.
Yeah, be thankful for that. First real hit-me delivery from Tom Laws, who started tidily enough here. Just straying momentarily. It has been a good start. We've seen this in the other 2 games here at Kia Oval as well this year.
No ball called. Standing umpires can give no balls. Who knew?
2 runs, of course, in the Champo. And yeah, we've seen decent starts as well in the first innings in the previous 2 home games here from the visitors, Hampshire and then Somerset. Both started tidily. And so this is not unusual for Surrey, that they have to come in hard in the latter part.
Again, beautifully played. Just allowed that ball to come towards the right hip, tucked it away. There are 3 fielders on the leg side for that delivery coming back into the left-handed. Negotiated that one rather nicely. I mean, pitch looks like an absolute belter. Yes, there's been a bit of movement. You'd have expected that. There was a bit of moisture in the pitch before the coin went up at 10:30. But the bounce looks true. It looks to be a really good surface hit. as evidenced by that drive on the up. That's a shot of increasing confidence from Bean.
Yeah, good transference of weight into the drive, showing a bit more ambition in this over as well. It's good signs. Yeah, just going back to that point, Somerset put on 98 on the first morning in the previous game, and Hampshire were 86 for 1 as well at one point in their first innings in the first game here. But then Surrey just come back so hard at you, and we saw it in the Somerset game, and in the end Surrey won that one quite comfortably. Somerset all out 283, having put on 98 for that first hit. And so Surrey, because they are so relentlessly controlled and they play such attritional cricket in the field, even when a side is edging a session, you never really feel like the game runs away from them.
Yep, 48 without loss through 16. No hint of panic from Rory Burns, just to underline what Phil was saying. But they'd have liked 1 or 2 by now. Lyth, who's been in spectacular form, over 600 runs in the championship so far, know just how important it is just to try and wear down this first session, get in to the pavilion at lunchtime, none or 1 down, and perhaps take away some of the advantage gained by Surrey winning the toss this morning.
What marks him out to you, Mark? Adam Lyth. There's a calmness to him, which I think flows from having 611 runs in half a dozen games coming into it. But as a fellow southpaw, what do you see in him?
Well, I mean, obviously, opened the batting for England. He's been very successful over many, many years now. He was about when I was still playing, so he understands the role. Just as we sing his praises, he has a wild whoosh at one, but he's left-handed, it's allowed.
It's in the constitution.
It's pretty much baked in.
Yeah, 2013 I think it was when he made his only Test 100. Looked like a good player then, looks like a good player now, probably jettisoned a bit early.
Yeah, well, England went through multitudes of options, didn't they, to go up and open the batting with Alistair Cook after Sir Andrew Strauss stepped down, and Adam Lyth was one of them. I bumped into him this morning actually. He and Johnny Bairstow in terrific form out there on the park before the day's play, and I said to him, I suggested that he must be playing very well and feeling good about himself. He said, yeah, but he won't get me picked though.
It's good to hear.
Yeah,
he's still ticking.
The fire still burns. Clark again, just finding a bit of movement. One thing with Jordan Clark is that you know that lengthwise he's always going to be challenging, that sort of half and half. Batter's not quite sure whether to be back or forward. It's been a terrific signing, excellent performer for Surrey since signing from Lancashire.
The other thing, Mark, he plays every week.
Yeah, I mean, you're just kind of thinking about sort of Lancashire's struggles over the last 2 or 3 seasons, perhaps, and you're thinking, how did they manage to let Jordan Clark go?
Bowls very well to left-handers as well. He's got a fabulous record around the wicket, angling in and then holding the line. He's as good as anyone in the English game, that particular tactic.
It's interesting. I was just thinking, sort of taking me back this morning, being back here at the beginning of a county championship game, looking at the crowd out there at the moment. There's a real buzz, obviously. 3 times county champions in a row. The crowds, from what I've been able to gather from out in Pakistan in the early part of the season have been really good here to come and watch Championship cricket. Doubtless one or two people working from home in inverted commas.
Yeah, well,
sat in the crowds having a great day out in the sunshine.
Friday has been the day. This is the third home game and it's always a packed out crowd. A few laptops lying dormant in a few bags. The first game here against Hampshire was very close to an attendance record as well. Slightly fell away because the weather on the final day was a bit ugly, and the game was interestingly poised, but we didn't quite get the numbers through on day 4 to break the record that had been set the year before against Essex. But
which was, the numbers, the cumulative numbers.
We'll have to have a word with Mr. Producer next door. He lives for these numbers.
But the other thing about it was, the ground looks magnificent. Obviously, a lot of new stands. From the time that I started here, I was going to say as a player, I started here in the summer of 1990, but I've been coming here since 1972, and it's almost unrecognisable, the old ground. New dressing rooms for the players. Cam Steele took me up to show me around. It was unbelievable. Beautifully played. Just a touch over pitched. Lyth able to open up that front leg a little as the ball swung back into him and just tucked it away nicely. So striving. 50 comes up for Yorkshire. And it's been an excellent start from the visitors.
13,151 came through the gates for the Essex fixture last year. That was a 4-day record. As I say, the Hampshire game, the first week of the season, got very, very close to it. Next week Essex come back here, and I think that target is squarely in the thoughts. Just a tick over 13,000.
Well, Friday start is a help, isn't it, for sure. Used to start a lot of 4-day championship cricket on Wednesdays. And so by the time you got to the weekend, perhaps the best part of the contest was over. But a Friday start is excellent. Just going back to those dressing rooms, they kind of make the best of Premier League football dressing rooms look a bit shabby. Nicked and gone. They had to be patient. But when the chance came, it was taken, snapped up beautifully at third slip by Patterson. Bean perhaps feeling a little bit more confident, decided on another expansive drive, and it has cost him his wicket.
Yeah, punched through extra cover in the previous over against Tom Laws, but trying to deliver the same result. And this time he's perished. Just felt like he was just fencing slightly outside the eye line. Bat didn't quite come down on the path that he would have hoped. Lost his tiny bit of shape, and that's all you need. Tom Laws deserved that. Bowled a full length, probing from round the wicket against the lefty, and the first one's down.
I reckon the ball was probably there to drive, more so than the drive on the up in the previous over. Perhaps the line just a tiny bit wider, and front foot went up the line of off stump. The hands went away from the body, and the hands of Patterson did the rest at third slip. James Wharton, 24 years of age, is the new man on the way out to the middle. The two left-handers have been separated. The other thing I was reminded of this morning, seeing the two left-handers out there, was kind of going back probably somewhere in the region of 4 decades. He had Butcher and Clinton, Clinton and Bicknell, Butcher and Bicknell, Butcher and Ward.
Yep.
Did it stop there? So Newman and Butcher sometimes.
Yep. Clinton's boy. He played for a year.
Yeah.
Richard.
Another Clinton.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a fairly familiar sight here at Kia Oval to have couple of left-handers at the top of the order. The two left-handers of Yorkshire, Lyth and Bean, put on 52. And it is now the time for a right-hander to scratch his guard on this famous old turf here in SE11. Nice testing line and length first up, but met with a very broad bat from James Wharton. End of the 18th over, it's 52 for 1. For 1 then. Surrey have made their first breakthrough. Jordan Clark, for the course of the last over, just stretching aside, or perhaps his lower back. And again, is nicely tucked away by Adam Lyth off the pads for a couple. Been a good start to the county championship, hasn't it? With Nottinghamshire leading the way at the moment, the chasing pack not too far behind. Weather's been kind to us as well.
Not as well. Off to a flyer this morning, 91 for no loss inside 75 minutes against Durham. Hasib Hamid has been creaming it to all parts. He is 45 from 56. Ben Slater as well, chipping in 17 boundaries already. That is a side enjoying life very much, and they have set the pace. 3 wins in 5, and further evidence that this 4th in a row is not going to be handed to Surrey.
Well, I mean, 3 in a row is a staggering achievement. So I think the last team to do 4 on the trot would have been Yorkshire back in the 60s. Surrey with 7 on the bounce the previous decade. The days of those multiple victors in county championship cricket are very much more few and far between. So to win 3 on the bounce is a staggering achievement in the modern era. And you rightly say, teams have set out to make life extremely difficult for the reigning champions over the course of this summer already. Only the 1 victory for Surrey, 3 for Nottinghamshire. Warwickshire have come out of the blocks pretty well too, sitting up there in second. They gave Surrey the runaround at Edgbaston in the previous round. And Sussex also new to the division after a few years in Division 2. Going extremely well indeed.
Just been looking at those Surrey opening batters for the last 50 years. The top 10 run scorers as opening batters for Surrey in the last 50 years. 9 left-handers, 1 right-hander. Jonathan Batty.
JB, yeah.
So it's Butcher, Bicknell, Burns, Clinton, Butcher, Newman, Ward, Edrich and Stoneman are the other 2 of the last 50 years, because it goes back to John Edrich as well, doesn't it?
Of course. It's not a bad list.
Very tidy.
Clark striving. Another over ticks by. 54 for 1. I remember speaking with you, Phil, at the prior to the season opening, and you were slightly concerned for your team, your boys Essex. They're actually going okay, but they're going to lose Sam Cook.
Huge result for Sam Cook. I spoke to him last week, actually, long overdue, in my opinion, for the call-up for the England side, and hopefully he gets the nod next week against Zimbabwe. But yet, it does mean that they are struggling to take 20 wickets, and 1 win in 5, 4 draws. and the win as well against Worcester could have gone either way. We're hanging in there. But I guess what it does tell you is that there are very, very few easy games, and although Worcester are rock bottom at the moment with no wins in 5, they've been very close to pulling off 2 wins. As I say, they pushed Essex all the way, and they were very close to winning last week as well, finished maybe just 30 odd short, I think it was, in their run chase. And there are no gimmies in this league. A lot of draws around, the weather helping, I think, batters to bed in.
Slightly wider on the crease that time.
And I just wonder, Mark, from Surrey's perspective, they've played on 3 feather beds, right, away from home. And I just sense that the approach, and when you look at the teams that they've selected as well, I think the approach could be we avoid defeat away, might pick up 1 or 2, but if we get it done at home where they are lethal, unbeatable, literally, then that should be enough.
Beautifully played. Wharton just oozes into that drive. And that field not as rapid as perhaps it can get later on in the summer. And the Surrey skipper leading from the front, bringing that one in, but it's run 4 nonetheless.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just coming into form this year is Wharton. He's a very fine young player with a good first-class record as well, averaging slightly north of 40, and made a couple of good 60s last week at Chelmsford in that tight one against Essex. Big responsibility, first drop in this side. They like him a lot.
I guess if there is an Achilles heel, and has been an Achilles heel for Surrey, even though they've been extremely successful over the last few years, it's just the lack of that top-notch spinner, which kind of invites teams to prepare surfaces to blunt their seam bowling attack. You don't have that variety whereby the opposition are thinking to themselves, well, they've got all bases covered, what do we do in these circumstances?
Well, last year, come the business end, Shakib Al Hassan turned up in Surrey colours at Taunton. I wouldn't be surprised if we see another rabbit or 2 pulled out of the hat in the second half of the championship campaign. Dan Lawrence does a decent job actually as a containing spinner. Picks up useful wickets here and there as well. He broke that game against Hampshire Open for them. Bowled well as well here against Somerset, their only win to date.
.58 for 1. The hum of a helicopter buzzing around SE11. It's one of the noisiest places to play cricket, no matter whether there was a big crowd in or not. So the traffic, Harleyford Road, and the flight paths overhead from Heathrow and heading down to Gatwick. A lovely human hum coming from the, I reckon, 3,500 here today, maybe somewhere in that region. Really good support here at the Oval, and why wouldn't there be?
Remember last year, Brian Charles Lara was here, Mark, and could not believe the numbers for a domestic red baller. And he was saying, man, back in Port of Spain, if we get half a dozen through the gates, we're thrilled.
I mean, that's one of the things I think that people in England, although sort of, county championship was often maligned as 2 men and a dog, but in terms of support for domestic cricket in comparison with pretty much everywhere else in the world, the support that the counties get, the diehards that will turn up and watch county cricket, 50 over cricket, blast cricket, whatever, the numbers are very, very good, and compare favourably, very favourably, with pretty much everywhere else.
Back in Joburg, we didn't even get one man and a dog. I know that because I was that man, and I didn't have a dog.
Oh, what a delivery. That is a beauty. Just every once in a while, if you keep pounding away at that half and half length, ball does something, batter's not in a position to do anything about it, and Lyth gets away with one there. Credit to him, he just held the line of the bat, didn't follow the ball after it left him. I suspect we might be getting ready to see a little bit of spin from Dan Lawrence. Still just over half an hour before the luncheon interval. Burns has used his 4 main seam bowlers exclusively up until now. Another good one. Another good one. Also get to that period of time which is unique to the Duke's ball, whereby you would imagine that it's the brand new ball that does all the damage, where the ball moves the most. But with the Duke, it tends to be after you get a more pronounced shine on the ball on one side, so the lacquers come off a little bit, and then suddenly it'll start to torque. It's not something you see with the Kookaburra.
Yeah, this is why Jordan Clark is so good. One ball shy of his 5th over, and he's been unhittable up until this point, beating both sides. He's at you all the time. Oh,
they'll get one. They will get one. A little bit of sloppy work with Lyth and Wharton having settled for a dot ball, have ended up picking up a run. Lyth will keep the strike, 58 for 1.
just going back to the, if you like, the spirit of county cricket and the energy around 4-day cricket. There are still people who are at least cricket adjacent who aren't necessarily aware that all first-class games are shown ball by ball, available to anyone who has a Wi-Fi connection. All of them available on YouTube, day after day, week after week. And it's a quiet revolution, I think, taking place in the red ball game.
Well, I must admit, when we received a phone call from our producer here, Joe Drabble, to say that this was going to go ahead and go out in front on Sky Sports, and would I be happy to come along and work? Didn't take me very long to say yes. It's a terrific production, it really is, very, very good indeed, and a great way for people to stay in touch with their counties over the course of the summer.
Nathan Smith has bowled well this morning for very little reward. Looks like an international bowler, doesn't he? He's muscular, he's strong, he comes over with that front leg, braced front leg, bowls heavy, insistent deliveries, decent pace, 83, 84. Not quite clicked for him yet for Surrey. Had a tough week last week, but then everybody did.
Not given what I've seen in terms of this surface so far, I can understand why some of the bowlers are having a tough time with it. It looks, yes, the odd ball will do something, but there's plenty of grass on that surface, so you'd expect it. But goodness me, the bounce is good and true.
Yeah, you're bang on. It's just that I've had that conversation a dozen times here. and by the end of the day it looks very different. I think this is the best track that I've seen here though this year. As you say, Mark, it's about the consistency of carry and bounce. Good players want pace and bounce, both with the ball and the bat. You see the way that Lyth has played. He's not played outside of himself, and he's maintained that self-control. This is the kind of pitch that good players thrive on. Looking forward to Johnny B later on.
I was just thinking that.
He likes a bit of pace on it.
I think he might quite enjoy batting here if he gets himself in. And just that little bit of extra bounce. Lyth does tend to just play a tiny bit low with the hands as he's propping half forward, but that did pop a little on it. One ball left of the 22nd. Must admit, I didn't expect to be here, even though very happy be back at the old stomping ground for the day, but I should have been in Pakistan. I should have been in Lahore today, where the skies are just as blue, but the temperature, well, you add another 20 degrees onto it out there at the moment. But here at the Oval, 59 for 2 from 22. Lyth is 29, Wharton is 4. To continue the commentary will be Yas Rana and Adam Collins.
Superb from Clark. Exactly where he needs to be. Reward for pressure, finds the edge. Wharton gone for 4.
Yeah, Clark's been outstanding. He's coming on first change into his 6th over of his spell, and he strikes with the first ball of that over. We've seen some really good carry so far this morning. That's another one just short of the length. Brute of a delivery. And Clark gets a well-deserved first wicket of the morning. Yorkshire 59 for 2.
Bowled outstandingly well here against Somerset a few weeks ago in a thumping victory. Picking up where he left off. 59 for 2. First ball of his 6th over, as you say, it really took off the surface. A snorter. Had to play at it, or at least he felt he needed to. High on the blade through to folks. Set and forget from the Surrey all-rounder.
Yeah, Phil called it in the previous over. Really good bounce, really good carry so far this morning. Evidently a lot of pace in this pitch. Surrey, in truth, unlucky, really, to have only picked up 2 wickets in the first 22 overs of the morning. But Clark, as he so often does, coming on first change and makes a difference for Surrey. So relentless, this Surrey attack, and Clark's a big part of that. Now, Johnny Tattersall at the crease. Yorkshire 59 for 2. Bit of a rebuilding job for this pair.
Well, starved of opportunities so far this season, Tattersall, having been instrumental to Yorkshire returning to the top flight, captaining them for the majority of last season. Played last week down at Chelmsford and is a specialist bat today at 4.
Yeah, fascinating Yorkshire career, Tattersall. Didn't quite make it, and he had his first opportunity in the early 2010s. Made the most of his second opportunity later on. Keeping wicket a lot of the time, but wasn't a keeper first up. And as you say, he's captained Yorkshire in recent years. He actually did really well last season, averaged around about 40. But 3 years ago, even, when they were in Division 1, averaged close to 50.
A couple of hundreds last year. So Shah Massoud was the full-time captain, but Tattersall ended up doing it quite a lot, especially through the second half of the season when they got on a roll and vaulted themselves into second spot to go up with Sussex. Has made runs against Surrey before, an unbeaten 180 at Scarborough back in 2022.
Well, he's played for Surrey. He had one game on loan for Surrey in 2021.
What Clark loves to do to new batter, wide on the crease, using the angles.
Earlier in the day we were talking about how on paper this Surrey bowling attack is a little bit more samey than it sometimes has been in the last couple of years, even when they've gone in with an all-seam attack. They don't have the extra height or pace of someone like a Jamie Overton or Conor McCurr. Gus Atkinson not involved this week, away with England. No left arm option through Sam Curran. That one leaves Tattersall late. Clark, of the Surrey seamers that we've seen this game, he uses the crease as much as anyone else, and he really does target the stumps. Quite often when the ball gets a little bit older, when it starts to move just a little bit less, Clark will really operate on a stump-to-stump basis. There's a lot of success with that method of attack.
Now 16 wickets this season, 38 at 26 last year, 48 at 21 the year before that. So consistent. And successful in this wicket maiden. 59 for 2.
Surrey bowled really well this morning. Smith and Fisher both excellent with that new ball. Both ended their first spells wicketless. Smith now into his second spell. It's been really lively so far. Luckless so far this morning. Just a mark of how difficult it has been for Yorkshire. Adam Lyth, form batter in Division 1 at the moment, started round 7 as the leading run scorer in the division. 29 off 80. It's been difficult work so far this morning for the Yorkshire top order.
There's a little flirt there. First ball of the new set. Thought about guiding it over the cordon down towards the Bedser stand. Not quite. We'll see it again here.
You mentioned it when we were off air, Colo, that Nathan Smith really caught the eye for a lot of us for the first time here last year in a Worcestershire shirt. Before he played Test cricket for New Zealand, in as an overseas signing after a brilliant Plunket Shield in the New Zealand summer previously.
It was an odd game, that. It was a rare occasion where Surrey had to bat first on morning 1, and they were reduced to 15 for 4 inside the first half an hour. Smith picked up a couple of that. But the Surrey machine belatedly clicked into gear and they won handsomely. But as you say, it showcased that Smith, he's got a bit about him. Surrey went on to recruit him during the winter. New Zealand international more recently. A couple of test matches. No ball.
Given the age profile of a lot of the New Zealand seamers at the moment, you think that he'd get more and more opportunities in the years to come. Obviously Tim Southey recently retired, Trent Boult not involved in the test setup at the moment. Even Matt Henry, who's had a brilliant couple of years, he's in his 30s as well. Will O'Rourke's been brilliant, he's a youngster, but there's an opportunity there for someone like Smith to really stake a claim.
I was looking forward to watching Ben Sears bowl this week. Unfortunately, he was said to be here for 2 more weeks with Yorkshire, but missing with an ankle injury, and he won't play next week either, I'm told, so that's it for him. But yeah, you're right, Will O'Rourke and Ben Sears and Nathan Smith seem to be who they're transitioning to, post Southey, who has been officially now named as the England bowling consultant next week up at Trent Bridge.
I saw one.
Is that what we call it these days?
I think it's the skills specialist.
because their usual skills specialist, James Anderson's busy playing cricket. He's I haven't caught the score in the Lancs fixture today. Lancs are batting, Andrew Sampson tells me, so Jimmy has to wait another day before he returns to top flight cricket with Lancs. Injured to this point of the season. Still 3 slips for Smith.
It's been one of the stories of the summer so far. Lancs struggle in Division 2, rock bottom of Division 2 more than a third of the way through the county championship season. Never finished bottom of the championship, one of only a handful of counties to be able to say that.
And that's despite having the leading run scorer across the country, Marcus Harris, before today. 749 runs at 83. He's taken over the captaincy at Old Trafford this week as well. Just left Tattersall off the seam again from Smith, playing his role here.
With so much cricket played before the end of May, it's always a discussion.
Yes.
Is anyone going to get to 1,000 before the end of May? And no one's done it since Hick in the 80s. And Harris has a very realistic chance of being able to do it. He's currently not out at the moment. The one thing that's really in his favour is not just his form, is that the form of the other Lancs batters means that he genuinely is getting 2 goes a game.
Well, it's only happened 9 times in the history of English cricket. 1,000 runs before the end of May, and some extraordinary stories within it. Beats him again to finish. Top over from Smith. Yorkshire 62 for 2. Clark's long spell continues, pavilion end. Steered down for 1. Yeah, so 1,000 runs before the end of May. It's a great list. Grace did it as a 46-year-old. He was the first in 1895, his extraordinary summer. Bradman did it in 7 innings in 1938. Bradman did it a few times, it won't surprise you to learn. Yeah, it's given the way those tours were constructed.
7
innings.
That is absurd.
Yeah, the next quickest is 10, that was the Grace. And then, yeah, Hick, the most recent in 1988, which included the unbeaten quadruple 100. So if Harris gets on that list, that would be really quite something. Beauty. Again, Clark using the width of the crease. We've seen many times setting balls out, 4th, 5th stump line, and then that off cutter that returns to the right-hander. That'll be an option for him through the over as Tattersall tries to find a way to get off the mark.
It's another indication, though, of the pace and bounce in this pitch. That ball whistling past Tattersall's chest, really. Really good spell this from Clark. Less than 1 run per over.
Interesting that across the stumps. We saw twice here against Somerset on day 1 where Worrell and Clark pinned down the leg stump and bowled right-handers behind their legs when trying to mitigate the movement outside the line of the off stump.
Yeah, the Tom Lambie dismissal in that game was particularly eye-catching. Lambie took an enormous step across his stump, leaving not just leg but middle stump visible to Worrell as he was letting go of the ball. On Marcus Harris, there's a lot of chat at the moment around who's going to open the batting for Australia in the World Test Championship final, and they've named a squad for that game.
Yes, that one that comes back. The entire Surrey slip squad knew about it as well.
And it looks like either Sam Constance or maybe even Marnus Labuschagne, maybe even Josh Inglis will get a go up top alongside Usman Khawaja. But where is Harris in that broader conversation, given his recent form? I know he's had a taste of Test cricket, and it hasn't quite worked out, but in that level below, he's done pretty much as he could have been asked to do.
Interviewed him a couple of weeks ago, and this was a strong part of the conversation, where he knows that there are going to be opportunities in that Australian top order, and he realises that his best way to seize them will be to keep playing in England every year, making the most of these opportunities. It's getting more and more difficult season on season to make big scores in the Sheffield Shield. That's a story about pitches and a story about the way the Kookaburra ball's been altered in the last couple of seasons. But yes, post Khawaja, if they're looking for a left-hander, Harris making bulk runs in England, that will not hurt at all. One run from the over, 63 for 2. And the thing is with Harris, he realised that the vulnerability against the moving ball, he accepts that was a part of the game he needed to improve after the brief role he played in the 2019 Ashes, and he immediately saw fit to get a contract playing with Leicestershire in 2020. He's bounced around since then, a couple of years at Gloucestershire, back to Leicestershire, now to Lancashire. So he's trying to build up that body of evidence along with what he does with Victoria in the Australian Summers.
I often find with players like Harris, not just in Australia but in England as well, you get guys who get a relatively early first crack at Test cricket.
Looks high, turned down.
And you wonder when you look at what they do in domestic cricket, that actually, are they better players after they've played Test cricket?
Yeah. It's a thing that comes up quite a bit. You are allowed to improve as a cricketer when there's a 3 in front of your age. I think sometimes there's an expectation that you're not going to get any better, but the way in which Harris is an example of it, you can get much better in your 30s and then come back far more equipped for Test cricket.
I mean, Adam Lyth is an example right now. 10 years since he played Test cricket for England.
Well placed, one man to beat, and does so. It is signalled for, so contact being made with the rope. Lyth on top of the bounce, moves to 35.
Over the last 3 years, he's been one of the most consistent run scorers in the country. He's 37 years old now. The England conversation is probably past Adam Lyth, but there are other examples in this game. Dom Sibley, pushing 4 years since he last played for England, still only 29.
Well, you're not wrong about Lyth. In the last few years, his body of work averaging over 60 this year with a couple of big hundreds, 185 last week. 1,200 plus runs last year to help them get promoted, steered the ship there. 5 centuries and 3 the year before it, averaging 50, where he also passed 1,000 runs. So yeah, he's 37, it's improbable, but I take your point that his most productive cricket has been mid-30s and beyond.
Overs, 12 minutes rather, to go to the lunch break. I wonder if we'll see Dan Lawrence between now and the interval.
He's bowled a lot of overs this season. Surrey found themselves on 3 flackies away from home. Essex, Hove, and last week at Edgbaston, and yeah, Lawrence has done a lot of heavy lifting. 4th slip jumps in for Tattersall.
Yeah, Surrey on the attack here, sensing an opportunity to pounce. Tattersall been at the crease now for pushing 20 minutes, faced 15 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. Really disciplined bowling from both ends here, from Clark and Smith. With the break just round the corner, Surrey on the attack.
Again across his stumps, Tattersall, so they'll be mindful of that, Surrey. Good one to finish, 68 for 2. So it was initially Worrell and then Clark when they were moving the ball away from right-handers. Increasingly the Somerset side were trying to neutralise that, batting over on the 4th and 5th stump line, and twice they pegged down leg stumps. So watch for that with Tattersall, whether they try and do something similar as he tries to find his way off the mark.
More generally with Surrey, they attack leg stump and the leg stump area more than most cricket teams. We talked about it earlier on when we had that really difficult chance dropped by Dan Lawrence at leg gully. Often have a leg slip or leg gully in place for both pace and spin.
Starting Yoder with another beauty, predictably. Clark now gets the chance to work on that angle around the wicket, left-handed live.
We were talking earlier about just how physically fit Jordan Clark looks, and we're seeing it in action now into his 8th over of this spell, able to maintain his speeds up and around 80, 82 mph.
Yeah, the benefit of the improved broadcasting production side of things on the stream in the last couple of years has been that we can see the speeds every ball, most balls that comes up on the bottom of the screen anyway. And you're right, it's very rare. See, 81.7 mile an hour there. It's very rare that he drops below 80, and it's very rare that he goes above about 82. Super consistent.
Yeah, and quite often if you're working out what is the difference between a really, really good bowler and a really good bowler, and quite often it's maintaining that intensity across a spell, and Clark is able to do that. He's so physically fit. Such a big part of Surrey's success over the last 3 years. Often described as the first name on the team sheet.
Bites. You can probably ignore the speed on that one. 68 mile an hour. We'll call that a glitch. But seeing it again, Live realising that he needed to get that bat out the way at the last moment.
Yeah, quietly extraordinary spell this. 7.3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. Totally put the brakes on this Yorkshire first innings. Blythe started fluently.
Rinse and repeat. Just terrific bowling. And Butch made the point before. This is the time when Surrey go to work. It tends not to be with the brand new ball. They can work one side of the jigs. Throw the ball to Clark. Of course, absent Worrell this week has been extraordinary last couple of seasons. 100 wickets last 2 years combined, Worrell. But only the bowler interested high, maybe outside the line of the off stump as well. Still a threat every ball here. But the depth that Surrey enjoy here, that's why they've been so difficult to beat at home.
Like some genuine discomfort there. And I wonder, just more generally, looking around the scores this season, if, and maybe Samo will be able to help us out on this one, it feels like the first hour has been less eventful than the hour that follows, if that makes sense. There was an occasion, I think it was in the previous round, where after the first hour of play at midday, not a single wicket had fallen in Division 1. And I know that we talk about it quite a lot in Surrey home games, that quite often, however well the side bowling first in the first morning does, they tend not to make as many breakthroughs in the first hour, 90 minutes as they do in that period either side of the lunch break. I don't know if it's something around the batch of balls that we've got at the moment.
Keep the strike outside part of the bat. He'll be happy with that, Clark. Another outstanding over. 69 for 2, Yorkshire. So sent in, losing Bean and Wharton. It's a quick succession with a score on 52 and 59. Clark now some 8 overs into his spell. 1 for 6 his analysis.
And even if you think about the 6 runs that have come off his bowling, a few of those have been edges that have gone to deep third. They've given very, very little away so far on this first morning.
So Yorkshire have to hold on tight here. 5 minutes until lunch, 2 down. Nearly picked up a second victory last week. They had Essex 9 down and 13 overs to finish the job, but Simon Harmer and Jamie Porter held them out.
Yeah, amazing effort from Essex more generally. 133 overs to bat out in that fourth innings. Started day 4, 4 down already.
Off the mark, Tattersall.
We've seen it this season, it's been really difficult to take 20 wickets. 5 rounds in, Notts the only team in Division 1 to have won 3 games.
And we've been blessed with several sort of final over thrillers, haven't we, where there's been a wicket or two to take, men round the bat, that type of thing. Part of the charm, 4-day cricket. No ball, but playing at one that he didn't necessarily need to there live, but a long way from his body.
It's another really good example of the pace and carry in this pitch, just back of a length, but Ben Folkes has taken that over his left shoulder really. It's brisk, it's not really express pace from Nathan Smith operating in the low 80s MPH. We've seen it from all the Surrey bowlers this morning. Not just Smith and Clark right now, but Matt Fisher and Tom Laws as well.
One of the quirks here for Yorkshire is they've only won once on this ground since 1978. That's back in 2007. So despite, along with Surrey, being the 2 most successful teams in the championship across the decades, for whatever reason, coming here hasn't worked out too well in recent decades. And that 2007 win, that's a beauty of a game. I looked back through the card yesterday, and yeah, they won here by 346 runs. And who led the way? A 19-year-old kid called Adil Rashid. Made 86 and then took 7 wickets in the match.
Wow.
One of his early standout performances for Yorkshire.
So not even one of his 10 first-class hundreds?
No, just short of that. That's it. Perhaps the most used stat in cricket, isn't it? Rashid. A lesser spotted short ball here. Don't see it too often here at the Oval.
I think more generally, I wonder if we don't make enough of home advantage in the Championship. It's been such a big part of Surrey's success in recent years. We've seen this season that teams are trying to counteract them away from the Kia Oval, pairing slightly flatter wickets. It's harder to take 20 wickets, but spin plays a bigger role.
Closer to the off stump to finish. Good leave. Lyth faced 100 balls for his 38, 73 for 2 with 1 to come before lunch.
Yeah, it's been an exhibition of old school opening batsmanship from Adam Lyth this morning. Started fluently, but as the Surrey bowlers have grown into the day, he's been especially disciplined in and around that off stump. A couple of plays and misses early on. He's done a really important job for his side as Jordan Clark comes back for another, it looks like the 9th successive over. We won't have a look at Dan Lawrence before lunch. You can understand why Clark's been brilliant so far this morning. 4 slips in place.
packed cordon for Clark. He picked up Wharton with a beauty. Caught behind for 4. This pair have put on 14 since then. Stick with us throughout lunch as well. The first 2 episodes of the new season of Second Glance is coming up, yes. It's a beautiful behind the scenes view of the county championship here at Kia Oval this year. And following that, highlights of the Surrey versus the Blaze match midweek, that Metro Bank Women's One Day Cup game. It was a belter at Beckenham. That one back off the scene. You can see what Clark's trying to do. Racing back is Tattersall for the second. I suspect Clark won't mind that, getting another crack at Tattersall before lunch.
Just before that delivery, Rory Burns had moved himself from 4 slip to leg gully, suggesting a change of angle from Jordan Clark, slightly wider at the crease, angling the ball into the right-handed Tattersall. I said earlier, Surrey love the leg gully. It's an angle they use a lot.
One of the iconic moments of their win last year in the championship was a catch at leg slip, wasn't it? It was Connor McCurd around the corner, one-hand blinder. In a game they needed to win to stay at the top of the tree after dropping a game to Somerset.
And I understand it. I think that, as we saw the drop catch, really difficult chance with Dan Lawrence earlier in the day, that quite often when the ball is directed towards your legs, players play on instinct and you almost forget that the guy's there.
Immaculate. Tattersall feeling as though he needed to play at that, owing to the fact that now there is that man round the corner. He's expecting it to seam back towards him, and that's when Clark presents the outswinger.
Yeah, just looking at that delivery, even when the movement isn't extravagant for Jordan Clark, he's able to pose really difficult questions with that angle. Releases the ball so wide of the crease. Any deviation off the pitch and he's in business.
So yes, you'll see that Women's One Day Cup highlights of the game from midweek at Beckenham. So I'm not going to spoil the result of those who haven't caught up with the card, but it's just hang on to the very, very end. That'll play out through the break.
Amazing start to that competition more generally.
Yeah, it's working. The new 2-tier comp. Surrey in the top flight. The final ball of the session safely negotiated by Tattersall, leaving it alone. It's been quite the interrogation, Jordan Clark. 1 for 8 from 9 overs in that long spell from the pavilion, and picked up the second wicket out of Wharton, but boy, he couldn't have bowled much better than that. 75 for 2, and Lyth still there, of course.
Yorkshire fought really hard this session. Surrey have actually bowled really well. Not just Jordan Clark, who's the obvious standout, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 8, but Smith, Laws and Fisher have all asked difficult questions of the Yorkshire top order. Lyth, the standout from a Yorkshire perspective, fighting really hard to get through some really challenging spells from the Surrey Seamers. At the end of the first session, I think both teams will be reasonably pleased with their work so far. I think Yorkshire will acknowledge the standard of bowling has been high this morning, so to reach the interval in helpful morning conditions on a pitch with a lot of green grass on it, I think they'll think we've done an okay job here.
So Surrey won the toss and popped Yorkshire in. They put on 52 for the first wicket until Finlay Bean was caught at third slip from the bowling of the Laws for 19, and shortly thereafter, the score on 59, Wharton was undone by a beauty, caught behind from the bowling of Clark, who's been quite exceptional. Wharton got for 4. The partnership that's followed, 16 added between the ever reliable Adam Lyth, who's faced 100 balls for his 38, and Johnny Tattersall, who's fought hard for 3.
Yeah, Nathan Smith and Jordan Clark doing the bulk of the work this morning. Smith and Fisher started well, but Lyth and Bean were able to negotiate their new ball spells. It was Tom Laws who brought on first change, who picked up that first wicket, the breakthrough. Finley Bean edging to Curtis Patterson in the slip cordon for 19, and then Jordan Clark, who's been the pick of the Surrey bowlers, getting the wicket of James Wharton for 4 with a brute of a delivery taken behind by Ben Foakes.
So lunch 75 for 2. Sorry, trying to roll out their blueprint here, as we know that over the last 3 years in their three-peat, they've been able to bowl first here more often than not, and that has been the catalyst for so much success.
Surrey's super strength as a bowling attack is how relentless they are. They, at their best, they back up good first sessions with good second sessions, and when that ball is older, they generally maintain that threat in the afternoon and evening sessions, and that will be the challenge for them today. They've been good this morning. Can they be good? Can they be better after lunch? And on the basis of what we've seen so far, you'd expect that.
And Adam Lyth, who's been the standard bearer at Yorkshire for so long now. We were sort of talking about that 2007 fixture a moment ago. Adam Lyth was probably in the academy at that point. He would have been near enough the first team. He's made his debut such a long time ago, but he's faced 100 balls now. So he's laying a foundation to try and do as he...
Also in the Ashes Suite, later on during the tea break, we will be hosting the event Biodiversity How as Well, which will be an exciting opportunity.
So not far away from picking up our lunch coverage. The beautiful scene here is where we've got people all over the Kia Oval, inundating the field on a blameless day. Not a cloud in the sky here in South London. The balconies are full, the members are packed, and now the ground has got fans coming in to survey the 22 yards that matter most.
Oh, it's a wonderful scene, and it's a wonderful experience if you're a fan as well. See just how close so many of the fans are able to get to the actual pitch. It must be such a rare thing in professional sport to be able to have such a close look to the playing surface. Yeah, beautiful scene here at the Kia Oval on a really good first morning of cricket so far. Really high quality bowling and batting on display so far. Yorkshire battling hard to get to the interval 75-2.
Take the lift up to the fourth ball.
And just the way that Clark was able to be so penetrative. He's often had to take the new ball. Often doesn't get a bowl till very deep into an innings when you've got Worrell and Roach going to work. Of course, Kemo Roach has finished his stint as the overseas for the time being. Dan Worrell missing this week with a heel injury. So instead it's Clark doing the heavy lifting inside the first session. And he's never been reluctant to bowl those long spells either. It might stand out 9 overs on the card on the bounce for a quick, but that's been his MO. He's often bowled long spells through the middle of the day. When it's meant to get tough, he's the guy that stands up.
He's good with the new ball, but I think his real standout trait as a seamer is just how effective and threatening he is with the ball that's slightly older. So you see the new ball bowlers do their thing. Clark so often backs them up straight after.
Okay, so back to live pictures here at the Oval. A glorious day where Yorkshire, having been sent in as 75 for 2 at the long break. Finley Bean, James Wharton, the 2 men to go for 19 and 4 respectively. The wickets to Tom Laws and Jordan Clark, who bowled beautifully up to lunch. Now into our programming through to lunch break. The first couple of episodes of Second Glance, which is a look behind the scenes of the summer that's been so far in the beautiful county championship here at the Kia Oval.
I realise what a great club is and the ambitions that the club has to go and win another trophy this year, and I want to just try and help the club do that and like I said, it's always such an honour pulling on the three feathers, and it's my childhood club, and it's something that I never take lightly.
This way. Looking down that way.
Obviously, when you're here all winter or netting, frequently at the Kier Oval, you sort of know, you're training on similar wickets to things that you'll face. So you're getting used to it in that way. But I think it's just trusting what you've done. We've had a lot of success. Everyone in this side's had success at times, here at the Kier Oval, but also at other grounds. So it's just trusting what works for you and then really sticking by that.
Feeling confident for it?
Should I produce an unnecessarily high flick? Tail, head.
Tails.
Good stuff, go well.
Go well.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, guys. Good luck. Cheers, thanks.
Looks like the luck's changed this year.
I just want to know if someone's bowling decent pace or not, so you can get yourself a little bit more up for it. You've played these guys year after year now, so you know what's going to be coming down at you, and you're formulating your plans days in advance of how you're going to go about it. If you can keep trusting what you do and have the full faith of the dressing room from the coaches, the players, that really gives you a lot of confidence coming in that you can go and express yourself and play the way you want to. After every ball there's a small reflection, or again you're trying to score runs, whether it's a certain bowler is targeting a certain area to get you out, you're going to try and mitigate that and score your runs around that.
So Hampshire looked to the extra pace of Sonny Baker to try and do something different. And Dom Sibley was in complete control in that innings and managed different phases really well. And at the moment, he's faced something like 28% of all the balls Surrey have faced in the Championship so far this season. He's a man at the very, very top of his game.
Do I bowl naughty into him?
I don't bowl it like that.
I can see it
off the wrong foot.
Yeah. Wrong side. But it's a big gather. Arms up.
Like to say shoot.
Just like this. Yeah. Big up, both arms.
Well, there's a quietly remarkable first session on day two where, even though Surrey didn't create too many wicket-taking opportunities in the first hour, they restricted Hampshire to just 42 runs from the first 29 overs of the day in the first session, which you very, very rarely see, especially when top order batters are in.
He's got him this time. The plan has worked perfectly. Oh, that's got to be close, and it's given.
First real mistake all day. Another nick, and that's definitive. Umpire doesn't even need to raise his finger. Ben Brown knows. He's gone up for it. Very keen. Gets his man.
How can I adapt my game this week and best prepare myself for facing guys like Kyle Abbott? That's not necessarily a technical change, it might just be where I'm looking to score, where I'm looking to stand, potentially like either deeper or further forward in the crease. So yeah, I think for me I realised that the toughest part of batting is obviously your first 20 balls. You can think a lot about batting and you can think a lot about cricket, and sometimes you're playing your best when you're doing a little bit less thinking and you're just going off instinct.
If I can go out and be positive, my natural game is to be slightly more aggressive. That's where I feel I can really, bring the best out of myself. So to have that sort of change in mindset. You're in a 1v1 battle against the bowler, but you're not then worried about getting out. It's you or the one that's scoring runs, so how can you put the pressure on them?
Matt Fisher will take 5s and 6s and bowl worse than he did on day 4. Really, really impressive amount of movement he got. I think the amount of time we lost on day 3 was pivotal in this game, not reaching a result.
I love playing here at Surrey, to come back to mates that I've sort of grown up playing with, being around this dressing room for a period of time, sort of coming through as an academy player. It gives me a lot of pride to walk out and play here. To play for England's been fantastic. It's a childhood dream to represent your country, so to be able to do that's fantastic. And I'd give it all back right now if I couldn't have some of the moments I've had in the last sort of 4 months. I feel like it's every time I step out, I feel lucky that I get to go back to I guess what I go back to, which is at home with a sometimes smiling 4-month-old. So whether I've had a good day or bad day, it's always, the nice thing that, you can shut off from the world and just go back and enjoy being Jamie Smith, the dad, the partner, the friend. And it's not just Jamie Smith, the cricketer. There's a lot more to everyone in this dressing room.
There's obviously a lot of prep that goes into plans and those sort of things in terms of 4-day cricket. Obviously we've got Louis, who's brilliant up there. Some good minds in bats, Jade and Jim. So there's some good people to bounce off. But yeah, a fair amount of homework goes into it.
It's all about building pressure for long periods of time. Keep extending it. When we've got them, extend with it. That's actually it. Yes! Yeah, look at this. I can't keep dealing with him.
Should we have a team photo, actually? Let's have a team photo.
sails.
Ed?
There you go, you got one. Go well. Thank you. Go well, both guys. Good one, Rowan. Cheers.
Well, basically, I just hoyed it as high as I could, and it landed on head.
Yeah, you can do that.
And when you're off, don't think that you're off, mate,
Yeah.
but you're leading the charge for half an hour.
And if you see people saying, no, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
I'm Ryan Patel, I'm in charge.
And if you think that you're going to go to a boundary at one stage today, think again.
And if they think they can't respect you, go better.
Well, after Gus Atkinson struck Sean Dixon on the glove, Somerset made pretty steady progress on that first morning, getting through to lunch without losing a wicket. Surrey bowled well, but they didn't create too many outright chances. And the game really turned after lunch when Surrey completely put a lid on Somerset's run scoring.
Frank and George might have their own conversations. I'm trying to hammer home just that consistency and that pressure, because you know over long periods of time that rewards us, and we've seen that as a group. So I'm less about the googlies as much and more about hammering home that pressure. I think with the ball, you look at the scoring rate and you try to hold scoring rates and get wickets in clusters. Particularly here, the pace of our pitches, you always know that with our seam attacks going to probably pull something out of you. So it's more about just that, exerting that control.
Gus Atkinson showed his international class in the week that he was named one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the Year. He bowled with a little extra pace and intensity.
If you're controlling the scoreboard, more than likely, as a batter, you feel like you're going nowhere. You're going to want to try and force an issue or try and maybe play a shot where it might cost you a wicket.
Batters play and miss the ball 6% of the time in first-class cricket. Surrey made Somerset play and miss about 9% of the time on that first day. James Taylor made Somerset batters play and miss 11.5% of the time on that first day. They were relentless with that old ball, and they made that old ball talk as well. So even though it was a good pitch, they managed to get Somerset to 187 for 7. Given that Somerset were 98 without loss earlier in the day, that was an amazing effort. Surrey were able to just keep going at 3.5 runs and over. Dom Sibley batted really patiently, but alongside him, Rory Burns batted at a really brisk rate, and so did Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith was consistently aggressive, and those two in particular, Burns and Smith, ensured that Surrey were always applying pressure on the Somerset bowlers, which wasn't something that Somerset were able to do in the middle session on day one.
If you keep getting nicked off by good ones, then fair enough. And then with the bat, I think it's more just getting guys in rhythm. Like you see Sibs at the minute, there's a confidence about how he's playing, and getting guys to trust themselves and trusting their process of how they're scoring their runs, and then sticking to it and knowing that
what good scores are on certain surfaces, making sure you get to them and then trying to force the game with runs in the bank.
Dan Lawrence batting at 6. He basically carried on his form from the previous week. 100 at home, eye-catching 100 at home. He batted really well with the tail, saw through a tricky period on the second evening and then went up through the gears on the third morning, getting a half century and making sure that Surrey's lead was a significant one, 83-run lead.
Give him a massive day, mate, get into it.
Get into it straight in.
Massive day. Brilliant catch down the leg side from Ben Folkes, showing just his technical prowess with the gloves, really. He made a lot of distance before he made the dive, making a really, really difficult catch. Almost look regulation. Great bit of captaincy from Rory Burns, getting Dan Lawrence on for not just 1 over, but 2 overs before the lunch break. And Lawrence struck in his first over, trapping Tom Lambie in front, LBW. Slight change from Clark after lunch that really got the collapse going, where he brought his length back just a little bit, aimed for the splice of the bat, and you saw that most noticeably in the wicket of Josh Davey, who batted nicely at number 3, the surprise number 3 for Somerset, with a ball that just lifted a little bit, and Davey was a little bit late onto it. And even though he got face of the bat on the ball, the angle of the bat with that extra bounce meant that the ball trickled down onto the stumps.
At least I did it for you in your second glance. Made the content relevant. The longer you do something, the more pressure that you can build. You're going to get rewarded down the line. I don't think that really changes regardless of where you play or who you play against. So, yeah, I'm expecting another good game of cricket and hopefully come out on the right side.
Bowling again?
Depends who wins the toss.
No, you.
What? No, maybe. It's my sort of surface, I reckon. It's green.
Short, pulled away, and that should be 4, if not 6. That's cleared the boundary by a long distance. That woman's had her sandwich eating interrupted, rudely interrupted. It's full from Stonehouse, driven, and that beats mid-off and be 4 runs. This is a wonderful start for the Blaze. 11 runs off the first over. Driven beautifully from Jones. That's 4 more. Crisply through the covers. Edged. That flies over slips and will go away for 4. No chance for Danny Gregory. Alice Davidson-Richards. Short, pulls away, caught. Tammy Beaumont splices a short ball, and it's simply caught by McDonald Gay at square leg, and that is a bonus wicket for Surrey, who will be delighted to get the England opener out of the way early.
Steps right across her stumps, and this will bring up her 50 with that single. Nice innings so far from Amy Jones. Not a garden centre or supermarket. Oh, outside edge gone. Oh, that's a huge wicket for Danny Gregory. And turn And Jones goes for 80. Partnership is broken. The replay, because there was definitely I'm just wondering as well whether Jones is trying to run this down to third a touch. Yeah, I think she is, but to be fair to Gregory will appreciate that as well. That's short, that's pulled. This will be 4. Oh, split the gap. Great placement by Bryce. And there's a gentleman sat there who's got the shock of his life.
Shocking, especially with it between his legs.
Absolutely.
Catherine Bryce takes the single into the leg side for an easy one. Bowled! Straight through, the plan does work. And McDonald Gay picks up another crucial wicket for Surrey, who have been excellent in these last 5 to 10 overs. Bryce has to go for 56, 159 for 3. It's well bowled. What a catch!
And she covered a huge amount of ground. Oh, bowled. Now that's a lovely bit of bowling from Gregory. Had just thrown it up above Green's eye line. She's looking to work that through mid-wicket.
Just looking at this. Yeah, straight through the gate. Did her in the flight. Saw her eyes light up.
It's a nice bit of bowling. Good over so far, gets even better as Gregory bowls Claridge. Looking for the slog sweep. Little bit of turn and hitting the top of the off stump. Actually, I thought there might have been a little hint of turn, but there wasn't really. But it's hit the top of the off stump. And what do they always say? And it does in front of a new head coach as well, which is never a bad thing, is it?
And the other outcome of that, I think, is that we do see the England players having played a lot of cricket in the early part of the season, whereas that's not always possible or always been the case.
50 for Elwes with that single. Nice innings. 50 from 49 deliveries. Here's Elwes. Down the pitch. Here we go. Swings this one. Yep. For 6. It's exactly what we just said. Perfectly capable, Elwes. And down the pitch. He's now 69 off 60 deliveries. This is short. This is swung leg side for 6. She's got a lot of that.
She's just as good as getting those 3 figures at this stage of the game.
She backs away outside the leg stump, slots this one down the ground and is caught at long on. And that brings her innings to an end. 2-4-5, you would think, as Cassidy McCarthy is the new batter. Oh, hello, swinging the first ball down the ground, hasn't timed it at all. McDonald Gay takes the catch, and Davison Richards is on a hat-trick.
Wow.
So there you go. Wow. Ballinger, and this is the hat-trick ball, and it's chipped past Davison Richards, who wanders across. And swung again, leg side by Groves, and they should come back for 2. They will come back for 2, and they will make it home as well with the throw. So Groves scampering back for the second, and that means Blaze will finish on 346 for 9. Dunkley 20, White Hodge on 30. Short ball got an edge. It was always coming from Dunkley. Looking to cut. I think McCarthy really deserves that.
Been really windy and cold. That's wide. Chipped, caught. Capsey drops, but White Hodge is taken, and the Blaze have their crucial second wicket, and wickets are going to be so key across Surrey's innings. Hoy into the leg side. Is the fielder underneath it? No. Once more, it sails directly over the head of the boundary rider, and this time it's Alice Capsey takes on the sweep. I'm familiar with that club. Skied in the air. Could that be caught? Long on's coming in. Well caught. A great catch. An important catch as well as Schofield goes for 37.
Good catch and a breakthrough. Crucial breakthrough.
See the replay here. outfielder tracking it all the way. I believe that's Catherine Bryce. We need confirmation. 10 out of 10 for the dive, 10 out of 10 for the catch, and of course Catherine Bryce, the ICC Player of the Month, no less. Got to keep name checking that. Schofield knew immediately. Throws her head back in frustration. There were a lot of runs left out there, and she was batting beautifully well.
This time she's down the pitch, driving, gone, caught and bowled, straight back to Groves. It's actually quite tricky as this is pulled by Capsey into the leg side. This will go for 4. No, the fielding is quite superb by Sarah Bryce down below us. Great view of the cricket. As this is swung leg side by Chatley, and she will go. Caught on the boundary. And the Blaze are putting the squeeze on here. They're doing it very well. And Chatley goes for 5. Alwys has a second wicket. And Surrey a 170 for 5.
Yeah, never really got going there, Kira Chatley. You could sense this could all happen.
Franklin drives, thick outside edge. This will make life harder because she'll be caught at backward point. So Franklin goes for 17. Capsey just needs someone to stick with her for a bit, but Franklin played a couple of good shots, but has gone now for 17, and that wickets column now has 6 in it. 204 for 6.
Yeah, she's going to run out of partners here, Capsey.
Full toss, heaved into the leg side, that's gone miles. 6 runs, caught or dropped in the outfield, I couldn't see. But no matter, it's gone over the boundary rope. That's swept and well fielded.
Oh, it couldn't have been timed.
It's 4 runs. It's Alice Capsey's. And she lofts it for 6 more. 20 runs off the over with 1 ball remaining.
Suddenly the noise has got a bit more.
That's chipped into the leg side. Is that 6? It is 6. That is pure timing from Alice Capsey. That's pulled into the leg side. Tammy Beaumont's under it, but will only watch it sail over her. And Surrey's dream continues. Straight again, heaved towards long on. That's 6! 6 more for Surrey, and they're 12 runs away now. Stonehouse is playing an absolute gem of an innings here. Ballinger into Stonehouse. Short, that's heaved forward. Mid-on's in the ring. It's going to bounce, it's going to skip for 4. It's 5 needed off 5 runs. 5 needed off 5 balls, we're all getting excited. She digs it out, straight back to the bowler, it's fumbled. Will they reach it? It's a tie. It's a tie. A wonderful game of cricket comes to an end at 346 all.
Welcome back after lunch on the first day of the Rothesay County Championship match. Division 1 clash between the 2 most winningest teams in the county championship. Surrey playing against Yorkshire. It's a tradition as old as the county championship itself. And Surrey won the toss, and as has happened at the Gear Oval 16 times in the last 16 county championship matches, they inserted their opponents. Yorkshire, who battled pretty well on a pitch that offered fair bit for the seamers throughout. 75 for 2 they made it through to. Adam Lythe still there. He's having an epic season for Yorkshire. He's 1 run shy of 650 runs for the season. He's unbeaten on 38. He's got Johnny Tattersall alongside him. Finley Bean was the first wicket to fall, caught in the slips, and then Surrey picked up a second just before lunch. Is that enough? Ebony Rainford-Brent is alongside me, former Surrey legend. Oh, I suppose you can never be a former Surrey legend. You remain a Surrey legend.
Is that just that last?
That lasts forever.
Okay,
and actually beyond your own death, which is a cheery thought.
Yeah. Was it enough? It was interesting, isn't it? Because what Surrey offer is their strength with the ball, and you kind of almost expect that the bowlers to take a lot of wickets. It felt like that first one took a long time to come, and finally being fished at that one that maybe he was starting to get a bit frustrated. But is it enough? I think that second wicket before the break always just gives that sort of momentum. All of a sudden you could come out, the ball started to move a bit more, and you could see that the bowlers still have plenty in to be able to nip a few more out. So I think it was just enough.
Something happening in the pitch,
just
isn't
a little
there?
bit, yeah. It seemed a bit flat early on. I watched a bit on the stream before I came down.
Well, the carry's good.
The carry's
I think
very
we can
good.
Say. There's been a little bit of movement off the pitch. Nathan Smith is still searching for his first Surrey wicket, but he's beaten the bat a few times today. Surrey going in with a sort of traditional home bowling lineup of 4 seamers. Dan Lawrence we haven't seen, and ordinarily, especially when there's a left-hander at play, normally comes on for a couple of overs before lunch. But I think today the seamers were getting up ahead of steam, weren't they? As Matt Fisher prepares to bowl the first over from the Vauxhall end, first over after lunch, with Adam Lyth on strike. 3 slips still in place. Adam Lyth's the kind of batter you can think of as a very aggressive player, but it's a thick edge of the first ball after lunch for Lyth. Takes him to 39. So welcome back. We've had 1 ball of the afternoon session. Matt Fisher has been bowling from the Vauxhall end, still searching for a wicket today. He's been luckless throughout this season. He's got Johnny Tattersall, the right hander, in his sights with 3 slips in place. And Ebony Rainford-Brent, who is alongside me. You're here not just for the cricket though, are you? You are here.
I'm here to see you.
You're obviously here to see me. That's how it works. But you've got a book out.
I have, and I'm hoping you've read it because I've sent you one.
Yeah, well, it was sent to me. Did you physically send it to me?
Maybe I didn't do the go to the
no,
post
so
office.
you have minions who do that, yeah?
Well, one should have arrived at your house, Dan, which is called How to Read Cricket, and it's a book with TMS as well involved.
Oh, now that looks really close. Umpire says no. Tattersall got a long way across his stumps there. It's hit him pretty much in front of middle, and Fisher has got the ball to straighten this morning. Be interested to see this again. Umpire Milne's not interested, but you could see leg stump, Ebony.
He was leaning over, wasn't he? He'd kind of fallen over to the off stump, and you could see the whole of leg stump. The only other question is height. He's got some good carry. I don't know if it was a sort of bail trimmer.
Gone down off the pad though, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it's bounced up off that pad.
There's a reason why the umpire held back.
That's nicely played though. There's a bit of a gap at mid-off. Burns, Surrey's skipper, is slightly wider at mid-off, almost an extra cover position, and Tattersall's found that gap. Got his first runs after lunch.
Getting some good shape, isn't he? Sort of late movement. Ball to hoop.
He is. On your screen there, it says Smith bowling. It isn't Smith, it's actually Matt Fisher, the former Yorkshire bowler who played for England out in the Caribbean a few years back. And he's bowled pretty lucklessly today. His first spell going for 13 runs off 5 overs. That's nicely worked through the onside. Again, it shouldn't reach the boundary. Good effort there in relay. And another couple of runs.
Yeah, just went a little bit fuller, didn't he? Sometimes happens after you try and get that LBW overturned, so you just hunt a little bit more, trying to get that ball in the business end.
Yes, it was a very, very close call, that. He liked it, the slips liked it, Ben Folkes liked it. He's a fairly good barometer, Ben Folkes. If he doesn't move down the leg side, it gives you a fairly good idea. But a dot ball to finish, 5 off the first over. After lunch, Yorkshire 80 for 2. So yes, your book. Is this your first book?
This is my first book.
See, because we had a deal.
We did have a deal.
In a hotel in Leeds in 2016.
So that deal's still on the table.
Your autobiography.
Yeah, because this is a very easy read. Definitely can knock it out in a couple of days, and it is designed. I want to test you. I'll have to test you, but I have a feeling you're going to know everything in the book. Because the book is designed for a lot of people who love the game or getting into the game.
Tom Laws is going to start from the pavilion end. He's picked up a wicket already today, on for 21 in his 5 overs. Picked up the first wicket to fall today. That of Finley Bean.
Yeah, and it's
Are you going to test me then?
And it's an A to Z.
Oh, I like it.
But I think what you might like is some of the stats we've dug out. So basically, it's an A to Z format. If someone doesn't know what a googly is, you can go and get a story, explains it. LBW explains it, all the breakdown. But there is some interesting stuff. So obviously, the term mankad gets used in the game.
Yes.
And there's a story of 13 that took place across.
Oh yes. Are you talking about the great Maeve Doomer?
Yeah, you know about this, don't you?
I know Maeve Doomer.
Go on, fill us.
Well, no, I think you'll know it better than me because I'm sketchy on this. But did not Maeve Doomer play for a side? Is it Cameroon?
Yeah,
game?
I think it's Cameroon.
And how many did she mankad in the end?
It was like 9.
So I had that, but it still ended up on the losing side by quite a considerable margin, didn't she?
And I was also wondering what the coach was doing.
I mean, even the term mankad is a controversial one, isn't it?
It is a controversial word, yeah. And you hear it, and we talk about all that and the controversies as well.
Right, so you explain all that?
Yeah, and so it's just to allow people who hear these words in the game, and they maybe sometimes don't know the nuances, or just to break it down in a few little stories. There's a few tourist stories. There's talking about why cake is so important in cricket.
Why is cake so important in cricket?
Well,
do we know?
Well, just
because I'm not that fussed by cake.
Really? When it comes in the box, I don't see you saying no. Ooh.
Yeah, but I don't leap for the cake. I think it's safe. I mean, Andrew Sampson, who was alongside us, came over like a velociraptor when cake arrived.
Back in the days, yes.
Yeah, well, he was a great guzzler of cake.
As you can see from my body shape.
I wasn't going to say anything.
And you ask a question like, why do we need cake in the game? I can't believe that.
Oh, now that's kept low. That's really... Oh, well. The umpire must believe he's got an inside edge on that because that's hit him low in front of the stumps. It's hitting nothing but the stumps. But if he's got an edge on that, which I think he may have done, that will have saved him. We'll take a look at this. Oh, unless he's thinking in terms of height, Ebony.
Yeah, I think he hit the surface quite hard, and it did actually get a bit of bounce. So he was trapped on the crease, but it still looked like he was getting in that sort of
quite deep in that crease.
Yeah,
we
high on the thigh.
Might get an angle from the side, which will give us a better view because he's very much trapped on that crease. Is Johnny Tattersall. But that is the second big LBW shout of this session. We've had 31 overs at the end of the over. Yorkshire 81 for 2.
Yeah, bowlers looking on it, aren't they? They've come out, reset after lunch, and I just love watching how Tom Laws is really trying to hit the surface. He's trying to make something happen. He's not floating it, and that sort of seam attack can do more damage when you really get that ball into the surface. So looking a little bit tricky there for the batters. Are going to have to take a bit of time. The fans are living their best life here.
Well, I went out to join them earlier, and I can see why they are. It's quite brisk in the shade, but in the sun it is very, very warm indeed. As Fisher starts a new over. So tell us, what was the inspiration behind this book?
I think it's more, I always think about accessibility in the game, because I came to it, like we've talked about many times, from a non-cricket background, and I just remember that leap sometimes from wanting to understand the game, but it can put you off if you just don't quite get little bits. And I had really amazing people who helped. Do you know what I remember? Simon Hughes, there was a Ashes, so I would have been about 16.
It's a fine shot, cracked through the covers for 4. A little bit of whip, too full from Fisher, and put away really nicely by Adam Lyth.
That's Lyth at his best, isn't it? He's just got that sort of lovely high back lift, sees it early, and doesn't try and overhit it, but gives it a bit of flourish at the end, doesn't it? A nice bit of...
It's a lovely flow, isn't there? It's a lovely flow to his stroke play. So,
yeah,
yes.
so it was just more like wanting to make something that makes it easy for people who are, people coming into the 100, people are watching T20, and it might be their first experience. But then they're going, who's winning? I always hear that question in some watchers test, they don't know who's winning. So it's just to put a lot of simple concepts about bowling, for example. I've even broken down the bowling actions so you can understand the three main types, front on, side on, what you're looking for. So just all different things. Do you know what you would like? Do you know what you would like?
I feel
Do you know
like
what you would like?
I'm going to love all of it.
I've got a section on X called X Factor Cricketers, and I've done my X Factor Men's 11 of all time, and my X Factor Women's team of all time. I won't give you too much. Should I get it up? Or do you want to give me yours?
Well, first off,
Who's your
I'm
opener?
imagining that your dear friend Gary Sobers, whom I know you've met.
He's 12th actually. I put in Jack Callis over him.
You were happy.
I put in. Everyone was like, "What are you talking about?"
Mark Butcher's in the box. I want to get Mark Butcher's reaction to Ebony Rainford-Brent constructing an 11 of X Factor players, and Gary Sobers, the greatest all-round cricketer who has ever lived, is not in it. A man who hit 6 sixes in an over.
I know you're going to tell me all of it. Obviously, Sir Viv Richards is in there.
Right, okay, that you're redeeming yourself.
Sachin Tendulkar's in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Chris Gale's in there.
Fair enough.
You feeling that?
Beefy?
He didn't make it.
He didn't make it?
He didn't make it. In my X Factor 11.
Okay.
Shane Warne's in there.
Another over ticks by, just the 4 from it, 85 for 2, Yorkshire. Okay, yeah, I think you might be quite difficult to get Shane Warne.
Yeah, he's in there.
Okay, and you've got to have some fast bowlers, so Malcolm Marshall? No.
Didn't make it, but it was tough, I have to say it was tough.
Michael Holding?
So I've actually gone Mark Wood, and this is what I mean, it's not like, I wrote it saying, look, these are people you should know.
Oh, I see.
But also, so, you should know some of these people, but also, I really enjoyed watching Mark Wood bowl,
Fair
so
enough.
I was like, you know what, even though he might not be a great in that.
He's fended at that, and there's lift and movement from Tom Lords. He's a very deceptive bowler, Tom Lords. You see it there on the speed gun, about 82 miles an hour, but that ball has flown through with really good carry to folks. And he does have a bit of a golden arm, Tom Lords. He wasn't available at the start of the season for Surrey. He's come back in just the last couple of games, and he's looking in fine fettle at the moment. I'm intrigued that you've got Jacques Callis in there, because I once said, I had this thought that, when you're supposed to be on your deathbed, your entire life flashes before your eyes, and I figured that all of it would, apart from anything to do with Jacques Callis, which I had completely forgotten.
Do you know what I think it is? Recency bias, because I watched more of Jacques Callis. I've seen clips, but I watched him, and I always thought he was that.
Oh, now where's that gone? It's up in the air. Fielder trying to get underneath it. It's just going to land safely. He didn't time that pull at all, didn't Lythe. Ryan Patel was rushing back, trying to get there, and it just evaded him. Lythe survives. He's trying to fetch that from outside the off stump. Not really got enough on it. And if Ryan Patel had started that about 2 yards further back, it could have been curtains for Lythe, but he survives.
He was caught in two minds, wasn't he? Thinking about taking it on and then pulling out.
I mean, look.
What about the women's? Come on.
Okay, Deandra Dottin.
Definitely in there.
Absolutely, definitely.
Who's my openers? I think all time, remember?
Yeah, all time. Well, are you going to go for ones that influence you and you're excited by as well, like Jan Britton?
I've actually got EB in my side. Enid Bakewell's.
Enid Bakewell's acceptable because she's the greatest all-round cricketer.
She is in my side as the all-rounder with the left arm.
Turns him round ever so slightly there. Leading edge rules out to Burns.
Obviously, England's new coach is in there, opening up.
Is she? So it's an X-Factor cricketer. Wonderful player.
Just the amount of runs, sheer weight of runs. But I know what you mean, because X-Factor can mean.
I thought you might go Alyssa Healy, for example, who's pretty explosive at the top of the order.
To keep the Australian number down.
Okay.
Low.
So Sarah Taylor's keeping wicket, is she?
She's keeping wicket.
Yeah.
Chamari Atapatu's in.
Oh, good call.
Oh,
has he got it? He has. What an incredible grab from Ben Folkes. Taking a bit of glove, he had a lot of ground to make to his left. He's dived and taken another spectacular one-handed catch. And Yorkshire have lost their third. Tattersalls got to go for 8. They're 87 for 3.
That's an outstanding catch. That's as good as it gets, and that is world class. It was one of those ones that a fraction of timing was taken off the ball because it's just got that little scuff of an edge. But folks saw it early, and if you look, he started with his weight actually on his left foot, and was so athletic to be able to move all the way over, 5 or 6 strides to his right. That is impressive.
I mean, he's taken some really terrific catches this season. He took an amazing one-handed catch in Surrey's last home game, which they won. Well, Somerset were collapsing, but that one, in a way, it's a little bit easier because it's not coming to him as quickly, but the ground he's got to make, and as you say, he's not expecting it to go there. His balance is on the wrong foot, and he's managed to get all the way over to even I suppose a leg slip position by the time he takes it. And that is a breakthrough for Surrey that they will feel that they need it. It's also their first bonus point of this innings. Who gets, if you're not familiar with County Championship cricket, get a bonus point at ball of the 3rd wicket, the 6th wicket and the 9th wicket when you're bowling, and every 50 runs from 250 to 450 when you're batting. Johnny Bairstow is coming out to bat. Now, Yorkshire fans might not be too chuffed as we see that again. Just the wonderful athleticism of Ben Folkes. You'll struggle to find somebody in the country who doesn't acknowledge that Folkes is the best wicketkeeper in the country. Doesn't mean he's going to get necessarily to play for England. But catches like that just underscore what an incredible keeper he is. As Johnny Bairstow walks out about, there'll be Yorkshire fans, so we perhaps a little bit riled by the news that we think is coming out today, that Bairstow might miss the next County Championship match and the first 2 Vitality Blast T20s. Another no ball from Fisher. We've had a few of those today from Surrey's bowlers. 2 more to the total for no balls in the County Championship. That's the 6th no ball, so 12 bonus runs that Yorkshire have been gifted there. Yes, and he's going to go out, we think, to the Mumbai Indians as a replacement for the knockout phase, because Will Jacks, Surrey's Will Jacks, but also England's Will Jacks, being recalled for the white ball series. Oh, play and a miss from Lyth. Suddenly, since lunch, Surrey have had 2 very good shouts for LBW. A couple of plays and misses and that wicket of Tattersall. Things are happening out there.
That was a little tempter, wasn't it? Coming around the wicket, a little bit wider. I've just got drawn in with minimal foot movement. Bit of a waft. Nearly.
But yes, back to Bairstow and Jacks. I think time's gone by. It's possible that I think England would have let Will Jacks stay out in India and complete the IPL, which has been delayed as a result of geopolitics. But the slight difference this time is that England's white ball series against the West Indies is a significant one, because the sides are ranked, I think, 8th and 9th in the ODI rankings at the moment. So they're currently vying for the last automatic qualification positions for the World Cup. So
it's extraordinary, doesn't it?
Doesn't it seem extraordinary? 2 really high caliber white ball teams. West Indies have struggled a bit of late, but for England to be down there as well. So I don't think they're taking any chances. They want their best 11. And the other part of that, of course, is that Harry Brooks taking over as captain, and you want to give the captain the best chance to put his stamp on the team, don't you?
Yeah, and understand the line. And it takes a little while to play around with the lineup you're looking for, check the players, understand them, got the clarity on the role. responsibilities, and so I think coming in, it's like you want to take the reins. The women have also not qualified. The West Indies women have not qualified for the World Cup as well, which is
well, they're just out of it. They can't get through by the as Ian Smith, our colleague, would say, by the beer of the margins. 0.013 on net run rate.
It's heartbreaking, that.
All because Stefani Taylor hit a 6 instead of a 4 off the ball that she hit. If she'd hit a 4 and then hit a 6, they could have qualified. But she went over the target 1 ball early. Because they needed to get more runs ahead.
Yeah, I get you. Oh no, that's painful.
I know. And Stefani's not a big 6 hitter, actually.
She isn't.
Now, Bairstow, I'll be interested to see the tactics that are employed to Bairstow. We're never crunching numbers about Bairstow. We've got Andrew Sampson here, so we might as well ask him, because he's a man who gets bowled a phenomenal amount of times. I think he has the record for being bowled the most amount of times in Lord's Test matches, and does have quite a low average against a straight ball. He's an incredibly explosive player, but are Surrey going to attack those stumps? That's the sort of conventional wisdom when you're trying to get Bairstow out.
Looking at his guard, he sort of starts on middle as the bowler's running up, and then he shuffles right across to middle and off, so he's trying to get in line. If anything, though, I remember there was a period where he was almost stood more leg stump, wasn't he, when he was
looking to go through offside.
So it looks like he's just trying to just get his whole everything, head and hands, in line, but that does leave him vulnerable if the ball moves.
He's going to get off the mark with that, just tucking it into the onside. A single to finish the over. Yorkshire 91 for 3. Okay, so I'm going to come back to your
X Factor.
Catherine Fitzpatrick.
She's in there, of course.
I should hope so too. Super quick.
She's in there.
Who's your X Factor spinner? Let me think. 'Cause you want an X Factor leggy.
Yeah, I don't think you would.
Anisa Mohammed.
No, although she would be a great shout.
Yeah.
I've gone.
Lords is going to continue. He's picked up the only wicket to fall since lunch. And a Johnny Tattersall to a spectacular diving catch down the leg side by Ben Folkes off the glove. I'm still trying to work out Ebony Rainford-Brent's X Factor 11s. In the women, we've established Catherine Fitzpatrick is in there, Sarah Taylor's in there.
Subcontinental spinner.
Edwards and Artapati, subcontinental spinner. Don't say Hector Bisht.
No, although
there's something quite X Factor about Hector Bisht.
there is.
Is it from your era?
Yeah, she got me out.
So
well.
we're going back a couple of decades then, yeah?
Pipe down. Actually, you are these days.
Sorry, that was a low blow.
That was very low. That was very, very low. That is very, very low. First name begins with an S.
Indian spinner? No.
But subcontinent, yes.
Pakistan spinner. Pakistan. Oh, Sana Mir.
Yeah.
Yes.
She's, again, part of it is I wanted to give people a flavour of players from different countries as well. So I wanted to get most of them made for top 8 in there.
She had presence on the pitch, didn't she?
She had
Sana
presence.
Mir?
She's got, I think she was like the fastest to 100 ODI wickets or something for Pakistan, and she's captain. So, yeah, wily little bowler. Had her in there. Her and EB will be tearing it up.
Tell me you've got Claire Taylor in there.
Yeah.
Oh, just going underneath Bairstow's bat there. There's just a little bit of variation in bounce we've seen. We've seen a few carry through to Folkes' shoulders, and that one is right down by where his ankle would be if he hadn't knelt down to take it. So that's a ball that Bairstow does like, a bit of width. zeroing in on the stumps, but well dug out by Best. Of course, Claire Taylor, you might argue her finest moment was here at the Oval, wasn't it, in that T20 semi-final chase against
with Beth Morgan,
Australia? Were you the?
I was on the bench.
On the bench,
yeah. I was running the drinks in that game, but it was an incredible bench to be a part of. Just the way she sort of crafted that chase, almost to perfection, and getting the timing right, the placement between them was right. They ran twos and hit the boundary.
Well left from Bairstow, maiden over from Tom Laws, 91 for 3 Yorkshire. Andrew.
Johnny Bairstow being bowled. So I've had a look at his record over all of his first-class career, because obviously at test level being talked about quite a lot. And since he made his first-class debut back in 2009, he's been bowled 81 times in first-class cricket, more often than anyone else in the world.
More often than anyone else in the world.
So that's 24%. Overall, about 18% of bowls these days.
So roughly 1 in 4 times.
1 in 4, just about. I mean, there's a couple of guys that have slightly higher percentages, but he's been bowled more often than anyone else.
Well. So how does that happen, Ebony, that you sort of end up with that kind of a...
Being bowled.
That kind of a weakness, yeah.
How does it happen? Often I find being bowled, it's about the alignment of your guard and where you put your crease in your head. So if everything's aligned, what I've noticed with Johnny Bairstow when he was in that sort of phase is he was much more leg stump. So you sometimes think, a ball is actually... So you think when with your head sometimes the ball is bowled further sort of towards the off stump, so it's half a foot away from you, and sometimes your head and your perception of picking up the ball ends up slightly off, whereas you find that like a Joe Root, for example, always seems to align pretty much so you can read the ball, I think, a little bit better. So I can see why, because if you want to be aggressive you want to leave more space so you can free your hands, and that's what Bairstow likes to do. And then the other thing I think is foot movement as well. He's not the most sort of light on his feet, even just that waft of the ball stayed low, he stays quite rooted. So sometimes if you're not light on your feet, it means that again you're not getting yourself into the best position. So yeah, it's an interesting one, and I think it's hard for batters. Sometimes you have to kind of work it out, and then you try something new, and then that throws everything off, and then you try something new.
Another factor in there as well in mitigation for Johnny is that he's a very aggressive batter, wants to get on with it, and I suppose in so doing, you're going to open up more opportunities for the bowlers. Because his instinct is to go after the bowling. Like that. All the way from Adam Lyth. Beautiful shot. And that was great footwork. Just a little step into the ball. Found the gap. And he's moved to 50 from 117 balls. It's not been easy batting out there, but Adam Lyth is in a very rich vein of form in this year's county championship, and he's weathered the storm well. And while wickets have fallen around him, he's gone to a well-crafted half-century.
Yeah, stuck quite patient, didn't he, early this morning, and then now he's just started to pick up in his stride, especially just waiting for that ball that he can lace through the offside.
Cramped there. He gets away with it. Right, I'm just being oh well, I can't argue with most of this apart from Gary Sobers' 12th man. Murali and Shane Warne.
It just has to happen, doesn't it?
Has to happen.
Would you not want to see that bowling attack?
Just see this again. That is a gorgeous cover drive. Is that worthy of your X Factor 11?
A few more of them maybe.
Right.
It is a very nice.
It's jagged back here, but they've taken a well taken single there. Lyth will keep strike at the end of the over. 36 gone Yorkshire, 96 for 3. So I'm going to run you through the team. Oh my goodness, yes, it's good.
It's a good team.
Although I'm very disappointed you got Don Bradman on the side. Especially because you seem to have him as an opener, and I'm not allowing that.
I know.
But Chris Gale,
yeah.
Viv Richards captain,
yeah.
Quite right. Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara.
It's not bad. A bit low for some of those
Jack
players.
Callis, Adam Gilchrist is your keeper, of course he is. Shane Warne, Wazzy Makram, Mark Wood, Matthias Muralitharan. It's a very balanced side. I mean, obviously, You get rid of Callis, you replace it with Sobers, and it's perfect.
That's a big debate. That their stats are almost identical, aren't they?
They didn't play that out of the middle of the back. It's got a thick edge, squirts down to deep third, but gets away with it nonetheless.
They were very similar, both averaging mid-50s with the bat and low 30s with the ball in Test cricket. And Sobers was more of an X-factor player than Joe Callis. As I say that even as a South African, I'm afraid. I did an exercise actually. I mean, I don't like doing this too much, but who do you score your runs against and who do you take your wickets against? And if you take Sobers and Callis and compare them, I'll come back off this ball.
Oh, that is nicely played by Bairstow. Again, full, but that is exactly where Bairstow loves him. That's a trademark Bairstow drive. The 100 comes up for Yorkshire.
Sorry, carry on.
And you do the old, well, how many runs did you score against Zimbabwe and Bangladesh? And you take those out of Callis's record. He's obviously batting average comes down, his bowling average goes up a bit. And then you go to Sobers and you add in 2 series for the rest of the world, the 70 against England here and 71-2 in Australia, where he actually did better than he did in his overall Test career.
Drives again, but can't beat the fielder on this occasion.
So his batting average goes up and his bowling average goes down, and then you do see a bit of a difference between the two of them statistically.
I should have given you a ring before I wrote the book. Should have been like, right, let's
if you'd given me a ring, I would have gone, no, go for the South African.
Yeah, well, fair point.
I just think it's disloyal to your mate Sir Garfield, because, you know, you spent many a happy hour with him.
He's a good friend. I met him at Taverner's dinner. It was very fun, very friendly.
Very friendly, yeah.
I just think maybe it's because I watched Jack Callis.
Oh, now he's got away with that. There are many different ways you can get bowled, and Bairstow nearly found one of the crueler ones, which is to drive a wide ball. That could so easily have come back onto his stumps. You can see Bairstow's keen, though, to just counter-attack a bit here for Yorkshire, because although they've only lost the 3 wickets, see this again, that could so easily have come back onto his stumps. They haven't really gone at any great pace. They're going at around 2 3/4 and over at the moment. A little bit of late shake there from Laws. So I just get the feeling that Bairstow, in tandem with Adam Lyth here, might be looking to have a bit of a counter-attack. I'm going to let you off, because I do understand it's hard. It's hard to have feels about a player that you've never seen,
and everyone tells you about it. You're like, I've seen a couple of clips, but I watched Jack Callis in that era where he just is fielding, he's batting, bowling, everything. His presence at the crease.
Down the leg side to finish the over. 101 for 3. But you know, I've got to say, I never saw Douglas Jardine, and he's in
your heart,
strong place in my heart. Well, not only that, I've got a portrait of him in my sitting room.
Have you? Have you?
Yes. I mean, I know it's tricky to do, but I would have him as my X Factor captain, because he would. Think about captains. If you want a captain,
really, or someone like that.
Yeah, but if you want, I'll come to this in a moment. I think the one trick that, Ebony, you might have missed in your X Factor.
Here we go.
Another no ball. The 7th.
Number 7, yeah.
7th of the day. I know it's very hard to argue with the names you've got on that sheet, but
I'm going to argue with them.
and what it is that I think the role of captain, now, to me, an X Factor captain is a man who can create geopolitical instability by adopting a tactic that outrages and disgusts his hosts. And so, to that end, I give you one Douglas R. Jardine from this parish here in Surrey, captain who devised Bodyline. Does Bodyline get a mention in your book?
Yes, it does.
I should hope so too, yeah. Which, for people unfamiliar, was an aggressive tactic designed to neuter the great Don Bradman. But it caused the Australians to whinge for the next 93 years. So, I mean, that is X Factor. That is X Factor captaincy, Ebbs.
I would love to see... If you could come back as a cricketer, and obviously captain, who would you come back as? In another body.
Do you know, it's hard for me I think most people, if they're honest, would want to be a fast bowler because you can do things as a fast bowler. Imran Khan, you know. Yeah. Because you get to do both.
Your body would hurt, though.
But your body would hurt.
Whereas if you're like Viv,
if you're Douglas Jardine, I think, yeah, to be that detested would be quite a powerful emotion.
You quite enjoy the...
I think I might. Twirling my imaginary moustache, yeah. Who would you be?
I want somewhat. It would be maybe an all-rounder like a Botham or Flintoff, who had the presence on and off the field a bit as well.
Sobers again, possibly.
I mean, Sobers would be great to be as well. I think
because you get to live in Barbados for most of your life as well.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. I think actually Botham, because I'm sure he's travelled the world, lived a good life. That would be a good cricketer.
Sample a fair bit of wine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you? Yeah.
That's a good life.
Which I know you like to do.
Getting into it.
Oh, now that's flowed off a thick edge. Surrey are down to 2 slips. Even if they had 3, it wouldn't have gone there. It went through a sort of vacant gully position. And they pick up just a single.
I'd love to see Douglas Jardine captaining Ebbs' X Factor 11 and getting Shane Warne and retirement reliever into ball body line.
Well, that would be interesting. Who is the most dynamic woman captain on the circuit, would you say? Who's your X Factor woman captain? That's nicely played. Stands tall. He won't get a boundary for it, but he finds a gap nicely. It's a very Johnny Bairstow shot. That pugnacious punch through the offside.
Dynamic captain.
Aussie captains out there?
Yeah, most probably Aussie. Just trying to think the era coming through. Yeah, I don't know actually. I'm thinking like, because a lot of the captains, I'm thinking like Belinda Clark's and Charlotte Edwards, they were, I wouldn't say they were controversial or, you know, I wouldn't say in that sense, but they're very sharp and smart.
Leg by to finish the over. Yorkshire lost just the 1 wicket after lunch. That of Johnny Tattersall. They're 109 for 3. We're going to have a change in commentary. Editor of Wisden Cricket Monthly, Phil Walker, is going to be joined by Surrey and England's Ian Ward.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Ebbs. Nice to see you. We'll get a cuddle too. That's lovely. Give us your book. Where's the freebie? Come on. Nasser will want one as well. Freebie. Okay. Got the freebies. That's for all. 109 for 3 then, as the sun continues to beat down here in South London. It's a gorgeous sight. The ground has changed dramatically over the years. It's some venue now, the Kia Oval. On the field, I think this is quite an important hour for both sides. Lyth has been excellent. He's found a way to survive and to score, as he's done all summer. And now we have his captain at the crease. Fascinating to see how Johnny Bairstow approaches his innings now. His natural instinct will be to take the bowling on, try and hit them off their line and length, because there is still movement, particularly to the right-handers. So we're still getting that movement. So a couple here, and their toil in the first hour will be rewarded. How do you see it, Phil?
You summed it up pretty well. Feels like the game is here.
Oh, aerial, but beautifully timed. He's just rolled the wrist on that. There was a prior catch it momentarily for the fielder at mid-wicket, but it's gone away for 4.
Yeah, we felt at the start of the day, didn't we, that these two established legends really of Yorkshire cricket, they were going to be so key, with a pretty greenhorn middle order around them. 1 or 2 players not featuring, and it's been played out like this really. Adam Lyth's been irresistible as ever. Johnny Bairstow, it's a big knock for him. Yorkshire's season is right here.
There's that movement. There's that movement away from the right-handers. Bairstow stares down at the pitch as he's turned into a bit of an S. Is he worried about something behind the bowler's arm? Johnny just being Johnny.
He does like to pick a fight with himself, gets himself going.
Where's that movement?
I've seen this movie before here. I've seen it twice already this year, once against Hampshire and then against Somerset. Both teams, they scrap like hell to get to a position of parity from where they can potentially counter punch, but then Surrey just come back at you, and they never seem to be able to shake Surrey off, no matter what team it is here. They've lost one game in 5 years of Surrey here at home in red ball cricket.
Check off the inside edge as Bairstow peers at the bottom of his bat. Well, that's one of the reasons they've been so successful, isn't it? If your home is a fortress.
Yeah. So you're quite right. The next hour and a bit up to tea, they have to win that mini session, you feel, because you can bet your bottom dollar that Surrey will pile it on tomorrow afternoon.
There's protection out there. Burns, I think, perhaps anticipating a bit of a Bairstow counter punch or some aggression. That saves a boundary, 114 for 3. Talking to Mark Butcher next door, him of this parish for sure, and long-time player and captain, both sort of saying, gully.
Yeah.
Where is the gully? You need a gully at the Oval. It bounces. I know, discussed that the conditions have slightly changed here over the years, but this pitch has got some bounce and some carry. And gully was always in the game. So you could use that if you're Rory Burns to try and attack Johnny Bairstow. He's gone the other way. He's gone protection out on the offside on the fence and no gully. Why not leave, just to start with at least, why not leave that open and bring in that extra catcher? Because Bairstow with any width is going to throw his hands at it, and you can skim it very easily to backward point or gully.
Same applies with the lefty as well. We've seen a couple go through that region. Madam Ly's scything blade already this afternoon. It's just cute to see Bairstow and Jason Roy on the same pitch together, isn't it?
They were having a chat, wandering around in their practice gear before the start of the day's play. Well, that wasn't short, but it was short enough, and Bairstow has managed to whip that away to the short leg side boundary just beneath the old electronic scoreboard.
Yeah, echoes of Headingley 2022 really, just picking it up slightly short of a length, swivelling on the back foot, and this is Bairstow already into his work here. Intriguing afternoon ahead of us.
Had that been Trent Bridge, New Zealand, that would have hit Archbishop Tennyson School, if you remember that extraordinary onslaught. Bit of talk that Johnny Bairstow would take his leave of Yorkshire for a couple of weeks maybe, to go and perhaps replace Will Jacks in the Mumbai Indians squad in IPL. Times have changed, haven't they? Take on the captaincy and say, sorry lads, I'm off for 2 weeks to earn a few quid. Got a great IPL record, mind you, Johnny.
Sure.
I thought taking on the captaincy would keep him here somewhat.
Well, we've grown accustomed to not being surprised anymore by the slings and arrows of modern cricket, but I have to say I was rather staggered by that story. If it's true, it hasn't yet been confirmed. I can only think that from Bairstow's position, he is wanting to remind India's power brokers what he can offer in T20 cricket. at that level, ahead of a potential Indian summer for him next time round. But from Yorkshire's position, and they're scrapping hard in their first time back, it will be a tough one to have to swallow, especially knowing that big stars, Brooke, Milan as well, of course Joe Root won't be featuring next week either, and so it already looks like there's an underbelly to this lineup already. And if you take Bairstow out of that middle order next week, and what could be a crucial game for them, it's a tough one to have to take if you're a Yorkshire fan. But this is the age of the individual.
Pretty straight and whipped away fine. So 2 boundaries in the over, profitable for Bairstow and Yorkshire. They move on to 122 for 3.
It would be quite Bairstow-like to play a blinder today, knowing that there's been a little murmur around this imminent decision for him to head off. It would be very Bairstow-like, I think, to turn it on the TV today.
I was on the train this morning, Phil, thinking exactly that. The stage is set, the cameras are here. Time for Bairstow to shine in the sun. Made a good start, 22 not out of 29. Live now, who's 54, and gets beaten again going across him. I was also thinking I'm very interested to see how Johnny Bairstow captains, how aggressive he will be. Will he be immensely proactive, or will he be a bit more MS Dhoni and just sort of shuffle the hands around every now and again and adjust some angles?
A good seam attack with him. Neither team have played the frontline spinner. Dan Lawrence is somewhere in between, I suppose, doing good work for Surrey. A bit of right arm Essex for me. Love to see it. But Don Best didn't make the cut either, and so it's going to be a seam-heavy game. And when it does come to it, Bairstow will have some useful options. Jack White, I like a lot, called up from Northants.
Run down to third man. Why do you like him?
Well, I saw him here last year for Northants, and he got a lot of purchase out of the track because it had a bit of pace and bounce. It's quite tall, it's broad-shouldered, kind of wardrobe-shaped, kind of quick. Not express quick, of course, but sharp enough. And he bowled all day for Northants, and that's part of the battle, of course. And Yorkshire saw something in him in Div 2 last year and nabbed him ahead of this year, and he's gone well up until now. Others as well, Buckingham as well, of course, the Aussie.
Width and swinging away, and that's trademark Bairstow. That is right out of the middle of the bat, right out of the screws through extra cover. He moves briskly to 26.
Tom Laws insists on bowling that kind of length. He doesn't mind getting driven. He's already picked one up today on the drive, and this is what he does. Sometimes it can look inviting, but he also has a very good strike rate in red ball cricket.
Brilliantly played. That is a superb high-class shot. Waited, stayed in the shot. Fantastic from Yorkshire's captain. That's not a full ball, it's not a short ball, it's sort of the right-ish type length. There was just a hint of width, and somehow Bairstow has created just that little bit extra to get that through backward point. Looks like he's got the bits between his teeth.
What a crowd, by the way.
Yeah, it's nice vibe here. 131 for 3.
I was just walking around the ground just before lunch, and it felt as much like a test match as I can remember here. It had that burble, that noise, that spirit around the place. The bar's doing good work, and a few corporates in as well, a few people working from home, as they say, and it had a real proper vibe to it.
No one works on Friday now, do they? Apart from us.
Certainly not here. Does this qualifiers work?
Not really. I mentioned earlier, the ground now looks quite magnificent. It's a very inviting place to come and watch cricket with the facilities now. Gracious me, it needed an uplift from back in the day. It certainly had a good one. Smith now. Just with Tom Laws, and it was interesting, the field that has been given to him by Rory Burns. If he likes to pitch the ball up, that's fine. I would encourage that. It's the right thing to do. Why do you need a deep backward square leg? Is he going to bump him out? Is it for the surprise one? Well, if it's for the surprise one, why not pull him in 2/3? Just let him know you're there and then pitch it up. Same with the protection on the offside now for Lyth, the cover on the boundary. Just looking at some of the other scores, Phil. Worcester just lost one, I think, 119 for 4 against Essex at New Road. Hampshire away to Warwickshire, 118 for 4. Somerset, who've changed their batting order around.
Josh Davey opening
with Lewis Gregory. Didn't see that one coming. They're 150 for 3. Nottinghamshire, who are leading Division 1 at the minute, 165 for 4 at the Riverside.
They fell away a bit there. They were through an absolute flyer in the first 75 minutes. They were 90 for 0 inside 75 minutes. Hamid and Slater going for it. Hamid's still there. Anchoring now in 62.
Time it. Jordan Clark, they're doing some looseners. Maybe he's going to come into the attack. I'd like to see just a couple of overs of Lawrence. Just change it. Doesn't have to be for long. You're not, as I said earlier, plugging him in for an hour at one end, but just change it, particularly to Lyth.
Yeah, it's a good shout, and Burns brought him on against Hampshire in the first home game of the year. Nick Gubbins' left-hander was going well, and he was nabbed at leg slip early on with an arm ball. And it just opened the door for them. And this is what Lawrence brings a team. He's all arms and legs, kind of like a Mr. Tickle kind of bowler. But he gets it done, and he bowls wicket-taking deliveries here and there. I think it's a good shout. And knowing Lyth, he would fancy it. But that's no bad thing necessarily for Surrey.
Potentially with Bairstow as well.
Yep.
We were doing a test match at Old Trafford a few years ago now, and Dan Lawrence was in the squad. It didn't look like he was going to play, but he was bowling ahead of the day's play, just into a mitt. First time I'd seen him bowl. First time Bumble had seen him bowl. Bumble turned to me and said he's going to garrot himself. He's effective though.
He is, and if you actually pause it just before he releases, most things are broadly in the right place.
It just takes a bit of waddling around and waving around to get there. Bowled, beautifully bowled. Folks is convinced, the bowler's convinced, now the umpire is convinced, and Lyth's innings ends. That's an absolute snorter from Nathan Smith.
That is a screamer, and it's his first wicket in Surrey colours as well. Hard yakka last week, naught for plenty. Bowled really well this morning for no reward, and finally he gets his man. And what a man to get. Adam Lyth, top run scorer in the top division, and was serene today. But you can't do much against that. Play that one, Warnie.
The only thing you've got to try and do is get your hands out the way or underneath it, but I don't think Lyth had any sort of chance with that. That's a beauty. He's played nicely, 55, 131 for 4. nowhere really. Boy. Question was the bottom hand still on the bat? I think it was the bottom hand that the ball struck. It was close. I think the right decision, and Live, not happily, but didn't make a fuss about turning around and walking back to the dressing room.
It was a masterclass in deceit by the batter. He looked completely unmoved, but then as soon as the digit went up, there wasn't a moment's hesitation. He knew. What a delivery, and what a moment, really.
Yeah, that's a very, very big wicket, I think. So we've been plugging away. Bairstow trying to sort of counter-attack a little bit and put the pressure back on the bowlers. He's nearly at a run of ball 30, and Live was set fair. So it's taken something special to get rid of him from Nathan Smith. So it is going to be Jordan Clark doing some looseners earlier from the pavilion end. Again, the protection is out on the offside and the leg side. Deep cover, deep mid-wicket, fine leg and third man. There's gully line, but just the two slips to Bairstow.
He's on, isn't he? You can sense it. So George Hill's new man, very, very highly rated cricketer. They love him up there, and with good reason. He's building a very impressive red ball career already. Coming off the back of a couple of quiet games with the bat, although he's been excellent with the ball. He's a good, solid, medium-fast seamer. Big knock for him at 6.
Yeah, big knock, particularly with them 131 for 4. You know, this could go either way. If they get another couple of quick ones here, and they are right into it, Surrey. The decisions, though, to have these sweepers out must be that with like this run chase that everyone seems obsessed with this year in county cricket. Will win the toss and chase. Keep a lid on the scoring rate. Chase whatever comes as the pitch perhaps flattens out for back end of day 3 into day 4.
Exactly that. And we had that story play out against Hampshire earlier in the season, when it wasn't a doddle to score runs in the final 4 sessions, but it was mighty hard to get wickets for Surrey, and Hampshire lost, I think, just 2 wickets across the whole of that final day. And in the end, bad light and some intransigence did its thing, and we had to shake hands on a draw, but it became a very, very benign and docile track by the end of it. And so I think you're right. I think there is an element of that containing job on day 1.
So George Hill will take his guard, standing at the Vauxhall end. Looking forward to seeing George over the next few days with bat and with ball. 24 years of age now. Didn't seem to be too bothered to chat with his captain, but anyway, Bairstow goes down and offers some words of wisdom. So 3 slips for Hill now.
Began the season very well with the bat. A couple of 60s. First inning 60s against Worcester and Durham, and missed out the last 2 weeks against Essex and Warwickshire. At the moment, probably a bowler who bats, but they're very excited about him as an all-round package, and with good reason.
Set on safety go, 132 for 4. What's your view on the points that are awarded in the county championship? Do you have a view on the amount you get for a draw?
I do.
Well, please share your thoughts.
I think 3 or 4 years ago, whenever it was, when county cricket shifted to 5 points for the draw, it seemed to be completely in vogue with the way that the game was evolving. And yet, in its genius, it decided to revert back to 8 points for the draw. And that seems to me excessive, to say the least. You are, irrespective of bonus points, you are offering 50% of the result as a draw, because you get 16 for a win. That to me is disproportionate. I think 5 points is about right. I was actually chatting to Jim Troughton about it, who's on the coaching staff here, and he collared me because he'd heard me wanging on some podcast or whatever, and he was positing the idea about, if you like, kind of weighting certain points, considering where you are after the first innings. And so he used the example of when Surrey themselves went to Essex and followed on, and yet come the end of it, come the shakedown on a feather bed, everyone shook hands. I think there was 1 point difference. I think Essex might have taken 1 point more than Surrey, but he said that didn't feel right, that didn't feel fair, that you would shake hands on that. So he was proposing the idea of, if you say take merely 70% of your opponent's score, then perhaps you get more bonus points as a consequence, or less, depending on where you are in that equation. And I think that there could be something in that. But I think overall, that division of 50% down the middle is too much. If you take football, for example, it's a third. It's a third of a win. And I think that's about right, really. I didn't think we had a problem when it was 5 points. And I don't think we needed to have gone back. We see in Division 2 in particular, so many games are draws. Less so this year, but certainly in the last few years. And I think teams are perhaps too happy to shake hands halfway through a game, rather than get creative, rather than be potentially prepared to lose in order to win. I think that it breeds a kind of comfort zone that isn't necessarily good for the spectacle.
We always ribbed Knighty when he was captain of Warwickshire and won
yeah.
the county championship with seemingly every game a draw. Yeah. Boring stuff from Knight. Successful though, they won it. Problems with the cricket ball. Milnes has had a look at it a couple of times. He's just given it a little bit of a haircut. That part of the quarter seam had just come up, or the leather had just frayed, but he's thrown it back to Nathan Smith. I don't know why Surrey want this ball changed. Every now and again it's doing something like that.
Another thing that Jim Troughton said to me is he wouldn't want to lose the gnarly nature of four-day cricket, that sometimes you've got to get down in the dirt and you really got to grind out those points at the end. It's such as, say, we saw at Chelmsford last week when Essex held Yorkshire at bay, 9 down, 13 overs to get the last one, they couldn't get it. He said we wouldn't want to lose that, we wouldn't want to diminish that by reducing too many points for the draw. And of course there's an element of that, there's something essential about a draw in red ball cricket. But you just feel that as the game shifts and evolves, and now we have ball by ball coverage and eyeballs on every game, and we have the England team trying to develop their own identity as attacking cricketers, I think now's the time to shift it back again and really incentivise the win.
.133 for 4. Well, they've tinkered around with it for years, haven't they? Back in my time there was all sorts of little tweaks every year, it seemed. I think it does seem a little excessive for a draw at the minute, as you say, slightly overweighted. But I understand you've got to, but you're still battling away for 5 points. You're not saying, oh well, we can't be bothered with the 5 points. If it was 8, well then we might get down in the dust and give it a good go. Yeah, cricketers don't think like that, but
yep.
Ooh, that was a tempter.
They do have that gully backward point catching now for Bairstow, and they're just going to keep it on that channel. You fancy Jordan Clark naturally bowls slightly short of a length just going to feed on Bairstow's ego and his impatience to get going. Knife edge stuff at the moment here.
Yeah, it's beautifully poised. Hey, up and over. The fielder was in place. It was just out of his reach. Bairstow continuing to be aggressive.
Yeah, just played on the move. Didn't really get in position for it. Hence why it's skewed uppishly. I think it just evaded. Might have got half a fingertip to it. Too high for backward point. He's now taken a step or two back.
I'd have stayed where I was, I think. I would have stayed where I was. You've got to give yourself a chance to see it, I understand that, but you don't want it to just fall short. You'd rather be catching it above your head than sort of waist high type thing, covering a bit more ground. I'd get in there, cut the angle down as well.
Jason Roy just goes up, has a cheeky word with his old sparring partner.
Get on with it, Bairstow. More runs. 4 of them. Now Bairstow is moving nicely. So, Bairstow's intention is clear. You will know better than anyone that this is a very critical part of this innings. You can wrestle some momentum away from the bowlers, not from deliveries like that. That's another corker. Every now and again, there's one that's doing something that is almost impossible to play. Jason Roy again goes and has a chat with his old opening white ball partner.
He's been magnificent today as Jordan Clark. And that was another one. He was unmoved, the bowler himself. There was more energy behind the stumps. Jason Roy was convinced. He's quite animated again. Enjoying his time in the whites. It's good to see. 660 for 6 last week.
Oh, and again. Excellent 2 deliveries to end the 45th over, 141 for 4. Yeah, going back to what we were saying earlier, it was nice to see Jason and Johnny have a chat this morning before play began, giving England white ball cricket particularly so much joy. That obviously epic World Cup win in 2019, but they were so dynamic at the top of the order. Originally it was Hales and then it was Bairstow and Roy. And you look back at some of the innings those two played in that period of white ball cricket, they complemented each other so well.
Yeah, and it was a tag team. If one didn't get you, the other one would. That's what it was like, especially that untouchable summer. Bairstow's ton against India. Jason Roy's marmalising of the Aussies at Edgbaston. We can afford to be slightly nostalgic from time to time, seeing those two out there.
And it all started that World Cup campaign here, South Africa, so badly for Johnny, if you remember.
Yeah, first ball, certainly first over, wasn't it?
Yeah. Another beauty. Surrey need to just be patient.
They are beautiful cricket pitches here. Because you're never fully finished as a seamer. Even when it's 30 degrees and it looks like it's an easy pace and so on, there's always one out there for you if you can really bend your back. And the same applies as a batter. You get value, you get the ball coming on, but you know you've got to have your wits at all times. Too often we see county pitches they die on you. And as soon as you see their ball trickling through at ankle height, then you sense the whole place rather sag, but you don't get that here.
I don't disagree with you at all. I'd say this is also swing as well. They've got a nice shine on that ball. And what's always happened here at the Oval is, for whatever reason, if the ball swings, it bounces a little bit and carries. You think Martin Bicknell back in the day. Worrell now, obviously not playing today. Just get that extra little bit of carry.
Bairstow and Roy in ODI's opening partnerships together, they had 50 of them. 2922 runs at an average of 58.44, 1400 partnerships and 1050 partnerships, and they scored at 6.9 and over in those partnerships.
Okay, so that'd be pretty good.
Pretty decent, yeah.
Okay.
You take it.
I remember talking to Owen Morgan actually, obviously after that World Cup, but that game against South Africa. It wasn't just Jason's runs and the stats that Andrew just read out, but just his presence in the dressing room ahead of that game. There were a bit of nerves around the dressing room. Jason was just in the dressing room being himself, mucking about. It's just another game, lads, come on. Sometimes you need characters like that just to take a little bit of the sting out of the pressure. Those numbers though, whoosh.
Yeah, they're staggering. As is George Hill's single as well. First run of the day for him, and he's coming off the back of 2 blobs in the previous 2 first innings, so he'll take that.
143 for 4.
Adam Lyth, the last man to go. Absolute snorter in the first wicket for Nathan Smith. New Zealand medium fast bowler, bouncing out to Adam Lyth on 50. Johnny Bairstow has been at his belligerent best with 41 from 44, although Jordan Clark has turned him inside out a couple of times in the previous over. Surrey are hunting wickets here. It's been a diet full of fast and medium fast bowling from the time that Rory Burns won the toss and invited Yorkshire to bat on a green looking pitch. And Surrey are just chipping away, wearing down Yorkshire with the pace battery. Very happy to have Ebony Rainford-Brent alongside me. He's looking resplendent in green and white stripes. Not too much white out there on the square at the Oval this time of year. A lot of green though.
Yeah, I turned on this morning when I was tuned in to listen to you guys doing the nice build-up, and as soon as I saw the surface, I was like, wow, it's very green. But equally, it's carrying through nicely. I would say though, this pavilion end, there's a little bit of variable bounce. Just saw 1 or 2 to stay a fraction low, so something in it for the bowlers.
Edged. Oh, that's come off the toe end of the bat, right on cue. Ebony mentioned a little bit of low bounce from time to time, and that one has it's ripped all the chalk off the end of Johnny Bairstow's bat.
There's nothing worse than that feeling as a batter, is there? You start to question if it's going to carry through, and sometimes you then stop moving your feet and stay switched on. If it changed for you, would you just park it?
Just ignore it, yeah. I mean, what can you do about it? Not a lot. Just play the next one, as I'm sure Johnny Bairstow will do. Clark again, just trying to line Johnny Bairstow up by coming wide of the crease and angling the ball back in towards the stump. Surrey have managed to get this 40, well, it's in its 47th over now. Old ball. swinging quite consistently. Clark is trying to use the angles and get wide on the crease, angle it back in towards Johnny Bairstow's stumps and then move it away late. Bairstow in a bit of a tangle, but we'll get up to the safe end. Leg bite. So have you been then? I've been following you as I always do on social media, on Instagram, and was very, very interested to see a photograph of you with a childhood hero of mine, or heroine of mine, shall I say, Miss Jenny Powell. And there'll be gentlemen of a certain age, well, of my age basically, in their 50s, early 50s, late 40s, that will remember Jenny Powell from a show called No Limits, a pop show that was on BBC Two back in the day. I didn't know she was a mate of yours.
Good ball there. Yeah, I got end of that over. Yeah, I got many DMs from. Normally, you post something modern and you get the young kids DMing you. Oh, like they relate to something. And Charles Dagnall DM'd, you DM'd. I was like, oh, I see, this really relates to a certain community. Yeah, she was amazing. So I went to the races in Chester. I've never been before. I don't know anything about it, but it's a bit like cricket. It's a good day out, isn't it? You can have a few drinks. The sunshine was out, and as soon as I walked in, she was like, "Oh, you seem fun," and so a few champagnes and we were best mates.
Another fine delivery. Ebony Rainford-Brent spreading sunshine as always. Yeah, well, Andrew Sampson is looking at both of us quizzically here. I don't know if he probably comes just slightly outside the age bracket that we're talking about, but Jenny Powell was a very fine presenter.
Okay.
Fine in all senses. Back in the sort of late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s. Had a big career in TV after that with the Wheel of Fortune and various things.
Wheel of Fortune,
that's right. But No Limits was the show.
Okay.
Another really good late arcing delivery from Smith.
He's going to go a bit further back than that because Chester, of course, is the oldest race course in the country.
It is, yeah, they were telling me that, which is
20 minutes walk from my house.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Maybe longer than that. Well,
20
minutes for you, probably about 40 minutes for me.
Are you a fan of the GGs, Andrew? No. There's not enough stats in it. I'm sure there are. There must be, though, mustn't there?
I suppose the guys who are putting a few bob on it probably want to know a lot of the inside stats, I guess. But, yeah. It's a big event in Chester every second week in the summer.
Have you wintered well?
I have. A lot of it was unplanned. I ended up in the Caribbean. It was awful. Barbados, St Lucia and Antigua.
What a lineup.
On England's white ball tour of the West Indies. Of course, West Indies coming over this summer for white ball matches against England. And then something called the Global Super League, which popped up late November, early December. And then the SA20, which I always knew I was going, which was January, February, then home for 6-7 weeks, and then off to the PSL, which I've just returned from. Yeah,
keeping that tan topped up.
It was warm, very, very warm in Lahore and Multan, 40 degrees plus every single day.
Does it cool off in the evening, or is it still pretty solid
just
heat?
Hot.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Johnny Bairstow. Not a massive amount of weight transfer, foot movement, but the head was in a great position and the hands just went straight through the ball. Glorious.
Yeah, he brings something different, doesn't he? You just look now, he's already 45 of just 50 odd balls, and he comes in and he means business, doesn't he? He doesn't mind putting his hand through the ball very quickly early on, and then when he hits it, it stays hit. Good to see him at the crease.
Yeah, sure does. It's the sort of surface he'd enjoy, really. I think Surrey, if they're hypercritical, will say that they've probably been a bit wide of off stump to him. Haven't bowled it enough there, and maybe you could probably afford to get a tiny bit straighter than that. And that was a good comeback. 149 for 4 from 48. Free entry after tea. Now we know that, of course we don't condone it, but we know that a lot of people like to sneak off early on a Friday afternoon, and what better way or better place to come and spend the rest of what has been a glorious day here in South London than come to the Oval. Free entry after tea. Tea time will be what, in the next 45 minutes, somewhere around about then. So come in after that, you get a free entry. Oh, that's going to be sore. That will be sore. Jordan Clark stuck out one of those meaty tattooed forearms and intercepted a very stiff drive from Johnny Bairstow, but not where he'd have wanted, in the middle of his palm, but he's copped it on the forearm, somewhere around the wrist perhaps.
There's not a huge amount you can do with that as well, is there? Maybe a bit of free spray and then hopefully no major damage. Do you think it got him on the strap as well?
It might well have done, actually, yeah.
Sometimes just gives that extra nasty bit.
Might have pinched the skin or something. Hit hard into the ground, and yeah. What you don't want is for it to catch you on the bone of the wrist, on the ulnar or something like that. Can be very sore. But he's a big, tough northern lad. I'm sure he'll shake it off and be absolutely fine. It's a fascinating little bit of byplay here at the moment. Yorkshire is sort of teetering. Surrey are trying to burst through. Bairstow is the one who's standing in their way. Oh, another excellent delivery. Top line from Clark. Ball not carrying to second slip.
They need plenty of time at Hill, don't they? New man at the crease. I'm just seeing that variable bounce, and then some of those deliveries there, excellent from Jordan Clark. Squaring up.
150 comes up. That's the ripple of applause you heard, accompanied by the obligatory siren.
London.
Solid block from George Hill. I think it's fascinating for me, obviously, having played 20 years here at the Oval. It was the transition that occurred between Surrey teams of the sort of the early part of the 90s, where it was very seam dominated, much like this, from this highly successful Surrey unit. And then the transition that was made, and Holyoake and Medlicott to move towards a more 50-50 in terms of spin and seam, and then the success that followed that. And as much as I'm certainly not griping about Surrey's way of going about things at all, but one thing that struck me over the course of the day is that, geez, I'd like to see a little bit of spin bowled every once in a while. Just to break up the monotony of the seamers pounding in all day.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess when you go to spinners, as good as he is, Dan Lawrence, he's not necessarily, the name that you chuck in the hat to be, that person who can really shake up the game for you with the spin department. So, yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's kind of like what you know is the strength is their super strength, but those sort of dynamic, sort of variable and changing teams sometimes that you'd like to be able to change conditions or do something different, or even just rest or rotate a bowler quickly.
Another good short ball to end the 49th. 151 for 4. Yeah, I'm certainly not saying that tactically they've got anything wrong today. Just from a
variety.
From a viewer's point of view.
What about some of your numbers? Do you think that's that sort of Darren Stevens?
Some of my filthy outswing?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't pay to watch that.
People had to watch you.
Listen, if people are coming in for free after tea, then fine. They're not, but not while there's hard-earned cash on the line. Smith continues now. Andrew, how many overs in this spell from Clark and Smith together? Sorry, I know you were going to say something else.
But I'll tell you.
We'll keep that for a minute.
Maybe 10, I think, maybe between the two of them. But yeah, so 2 years ago, 2023, County Championship winning team Surrey took a total of 17 wickets with spin in the season, and 9 of those were in the last innings of the game, of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's a formula and a method that has worked wonders.
Yeah, then this is the 11th over of the spell, these two together.
Yeah, build up an enormous amount of pressure between the two of them, with only Bairstow really finding any form of fluency, and even that has been peppered with the odd alarm as the ball flashed past the off stump. Rory Burns will be very keen before this spell is over for them to pick up another one, preferably that of the Yorkshire captain. Oh, ball swung lavishly after it went past the outside edge.
Yeah, lovely. Hitting the surface, swinging, and then shaping away nicely. Ben Foakes has been outstanding today. He's so good, isn't he? That take, going to his left first and then running down.
Diving down the leg side.
Yeah, insane.
Oh, again, just a waft, really. Tempter from Smith. Much wider and fuller delivery, tempting the drive. Was meant to come back in, I think, and still went past the outside edge.
Were you blessed, so your whole career here, you were blessed with good pitches. When you went away to other surfaces, were you as successful when you were, did you churn out most of your season runs
Now, I would not have known this, except for when Chris Adams came as head coach. So I'm talking probably about would have been 2009. He had this big old dossier of stats and numbers about all sorts of players. Dot ball to finish the 50. 50 overs up, 151 for 4. Excellent maiden. Again from Hill. Yeah, and in this dossier he showed me, he said, okay, he was looking at players and where their strengths and weaknesses were, where guys scored their runs, where they didn't, this kind of stuff. And he put it down in front of me, he said, did you know that you're the only person in the squad who averages more away from home than at home? Yeah. We're just having a look at that catch from Ben Foakes that you were mentioning before, Ebony. Just stunning footwork, wasn't it? I mean, once he'd got it within that huge wingspan of his, it was never coming out of the hands, but it was the footwork that made it.
Yeah, I think it was just so impressive for me. If you look at how he sort of sets up, he almost sets up for the ball swinging away that's going towards the slips. So to be able to move from shaping up to the ball to swing away to then transfer your weight and get across is really impressive.
Excellent bit of running from Bairstow. And you know what? You know what I put that down to?
What?
Used to drive into the Oval. And I used to always be very, very annoyed when I arrived here for home games.
Because?
Just because it's a terrible drive. It's only about 11 miles.
But
it could take up to an hour and a half.
I get that. And so you're already coming in a bit.
So away games, you'd be in a hotel, you'd be close to the ground away from home.
Nice.
Just chilled on the way in.
But is there something about... I mean, there's that. But is there also something about... Do you concentrate more when it's not as much of a road? You know that you're going into a bit more of a battle if it's going to be.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I would have had no idea. I wouldn't have imagined that it was that there was a massive amount of difference. But as it turned out, it was like a 3-4 run difference or something, 41-44 or something like that.
It's not a bad thing to have.
No, it was all right. It was all right. But I tell you one thing, growing up as a youngster and playing most of my cricket here, the fundamentals of kind of like back foot technique, of learning where your off stump was. With the pitches back in those days in the early 90s were quick here. I mean, this one's not bad. But there was a much more sort of pure forward and backward technique way of playing here, because you could trust the bounce and all of the rest of it. And a lot of other grounds where the pitches were slower and seamed a lot more, you'd see a lot of techniques of guys with sort of curtain rail bats and all that kind of thing, trying to cover movement. And so it was a bit of an advantage, I think. If you think about the difference between, traditionally Australian players growing up and English players growing up, and the different ways in which they play, pulling off the top of the stumps and all that kind of stuff. That's kind of inbuilt because of the conditions that you play under when you're younger.
I remember we used to play a lot of games in the women's era. We only started towards the end of my career. We started playing a few games here, and we just cashed in on runs. Like everything went through the roof because we'd spent so many games playing at school grounds, or like you're just playing in so many different surfaces, and so just being able to trust your game and your game plan was a dream. So I enjoyed batting here very much.
Gone. Got him, and you cannot say that he has not deserved that, Jordan Clark. Hill has really struggled. 23 deliveries for just 3, and in the end the temptation to go after that drive was just too much. Excellent catch at second slip.
Yeah, really good catch as well. It was coming at some speed because it was a good old flashed drive, so the ball was coming at pace, came off the bat at pace, and then almost put off actually by the other, whose ball is it, who is it, but really held on well, sort of eye line.
I think it was Dom Sibley who moved to his left, just getting in front of Jason Roy at first slip. It's a slightly tortured stay for Hill, but he has to go. Surrey have their breakthrough, might not have been the man that they wanted, but 5 down, having won the toss and decided to bowl first before tea is very much Surrey's cup of tea. It is extraordinary that and it's highlighted so much when you watch high quality or good quality seam bowlers, the difference in the style of cricket played in England, but in England on pitches such as this, whereby at 50 overs old, pretty much everywhere else in the world you'd have spinners on, or you'd have straight set fields and containment from bowling captains. But here in the UK, it's such a different thing. 50 over old ball, and it's still hooping, still bouncing, still carrying. Matthew Reeves is the new man at the crease. He comes out with a big job on his hands. He is still a little way off. He's got his captain at the other end, who is one shy of yet another first-class 50. And he's got a Surrey bowling attack, and the duo in Clark and Smith sound like they could be partners in a law firm who are really putting Yorkshire under pressure.
Yeah, I think, like you said, it's the end of the over. Yeah, 154 for 5. Yeah, I think you're sort of talking about that as well. And you just look at the quality of the bowler, they're charging in as well. Sometimes when the surface isn't there and that movement isn't there, you can see the bowlers just dialing it back. But Clark hitting the surface, getting that bounce and carry, proper bowling. Very impressive. Here we go.
Again, right wide on the return crease. Just angling that ball back in. It's full enough to drive, but the footwork was very hesitant. Almost as though he didn't believe he should be driving it, and the edge followed.
Johnny Bairstow on the edge of a milestone here. He looks a street's different compared to all the other batters today.
Yeah, it certainly has. He and Adam Lyth looked a class above. Just look at the figures there for Jordan Clark. He came on second change, has got through 14 overs either side of the lunch break, 2 for 22. Doesn't seem to be tiring one iota.
The other thing that's important is the slips are backing up. You know, it's coming through at good pace, good height. You know, when those opportunities are there, it's really important that the slips they seemed organised. They know they're distance apart. They've got that. Were you in the slips? I think I couldn't think of anywhere worse really. But the communication between getting that line, I liked mid-wicket and cover was me. Let me dive around.
You're kidding me? You'd have had people to talk to.
I would have been I still chatted to the slips. Trust me, I would have been chatting to you the whole way.
Oh, that is brilliant. Absolutely superb from Johnny Bairstow. Brings up 50. Who knows if he'll be off to the IPL shortly as they try to wrap up that competition. If he does go, Yorkshire will miss him for sure. Captain standing up in the face of some excellent bowling from Surrey.
He just looks a class above really. He's straight away come out and decided to play shots. Hits with confidence. You know, some of the other batters we've seen a bit more tentative and trying to work it out, but you can see his confidence, hits through the line, gets into strong positions, scoring at a very healthy rate.
Yeah, just watch the late flick of the wrist here. Ball's nice and full. He wants to make sure he gets it beyond the bowler, between the bowler and mid-on. Just whips it. Straight whip. Beautifully done. What's the rest of your summer looking like?
Cricket stuff. I've come from, you know, when you go from you haven't really been in the cricket weeds to from next week I'm in the cricket weeds.
The cricket weeds.
You know what I mean? You then, you know nothing, or there's nothing in your head from, I would say, now till the end of September but cricket.
I see what you mean.
Where are you at? I'm in the cricket weeds really. So yeah, I'm starting on the women's stuff next week, which I'm quite excited about. And women playing West Indies, and then I'll do a bit of the men's. Obviously India men's tests, we'll be covering some of that. That is going to be fun. No Virat.
That will be that'll be some series actually, but yeah, India sort of shorn of some of their more experienced and legendary players.
Yeah, so it might be a bit of both teams sort of, you know, obviously England building to the Ashes, India reshuffling.
Yeah, I don't think they'll thank you for $160 for 5. Thank you for sort of using the India series as a warm-up.
Warm-up for the Ashes. Sorry. I mean, we are so Ashes focused, aren't we? Anyway, This is where I am next week. This is what I mean. I'm in the weeds. From Wednesday, I'm on the road. Yeah, starting off at Canterbury, Hove, and then Shelves. So there's no Deandra Dottin, but there's a whole, I don't know if you've seen the England women's squad, but there's a bit of a shake-up.
Yes, yeah. No Sophie Eccleston for a start. And look at the... We'll get to the men's in a minute. There's the women's squad, so that the The notable absencees are Sophie Eccleston, and what's the other one? There's somebody else who's missed out.
Yeah, but in comes
Izzy Wong back, yeah.
Emily Arlott hasn't been seen for a while
as well. Paige Schofield, who's been doing great things for Surrey, and
Tammy's making the T20 squad, which she had been parked under the old coach.
Yeah, absolutely, she's back. And I know she was very, very keen to get back in. It felt that she was playing well enough to play any format. Be interesting to see where she bats, if indeed she played. But something of a shot across the bat. I know that the official line is that players have been not rested particularly, but are still recovering from injury and stuff. But do you think that there's anything in that? The criticism. Alex Hartley was vocal about the fitness of the England team in the Ashes. Do you think that Charlotte Edwards perhaps putting a bit of a stamp down and saying, now listen, these are the standards that we expect, and I don't care who you are, we're going to meet them, or what?
I think that Lottie's very good at that, and that playing under her and then seeing how she operates. She's very clinical and she's very clear with the boundaries, and I think it's quite obvious coming from Australia after that Australia hammering, really, that the standards were just not there. And I think it doesn't mean that they're not a very good team, but to close the gap on number one, it just looked too far. So I think she's come in. The other thing I've noticed, which is an interesting one, because the women's game
shot, sound of a bullwhip backward a point, and a little bit of pressure release for Yorkshire.
We haven't seen a high backlift from anyone but Johnny Bairstow in a long time. That got up nicely there from Rivas, offered a little bit of width. Yeah, the other thing I noticed as well is the women's game, you often got players pulled out and not playing much domestic cricket. And I tuned in the other day to all the streams, and all the England players
playing in the county stuff.
Yeah,
that's good. Good. I mean, yeah, for two reasons, I suppose. One is that it elevates the standard of the county game to have the better players in it. But number two, it means that the contracted players, the sort of the star England players, have kind of got to keep their standards up. They're going to be younger players hungry to try and snap at what they've got, snap at their heels, and it's incumbent upon them to dominate, I suppose.
And I also think you look at, say, the Australians.
164 for 5.
Yeah, their players are always back. And also the other thing is, I think sometimes players get a bit too protected, resting, and I think it's important you've got to rest bowlers, etc. But I feel that when you look at Australia, you'll see a Megan Shute coming from an Australia game straight into domestic cricket next game. And so there's maybe a need to expose the players a little bit more and not be too careful. And I think Lottie will make sure the players, if they need more cricket, play more cricket.
Right, that Heather stays in the side.
100%.
Yeah.
Just the best batter in there. And it'll be. I actually think there might be a nice free era for her now. You can park the captain. She's playing beautifully, actually. It's really noticeable in that Ashes series, her quality when it got really tough, how she was resilient and batting well.
Yeah.
Could be quite fun.
Change. Matt Fisher from the Vauxhall end starts off with a friendly short wide delivery, but the sweeper cleans up. I think that's the aforementioned Dan Lawrence, actually. Out there on the cover boundary, not seen him twirl his arm over yet. His unique, shall we call it, bowling action. But important here that Fisher keeps up the pressure, keeps up the good work. Smith and Clark have been laying down in the last hour or so. Yeah, right back on it. Exciting times for the English game all round. Myself and Ian Ward are going to be running the rule over what what treats we have in store for you on Sky Cricket this summer at tea time. But as ever, there are the ever shifting sands. You've got county women's cricket, West Indies coming over, India coming over, Zimbabwe coming over for the first time since
next week,
2003. That starts next Thursday. Huge test series against India. South Africa.
Warm up.
The warm up, yeah. Warm up for the Ashes.
Boomerang coming in.
Quoting Ebony Rainford-Brent.
Please delete if anyone's accident.
That's right.
Everyone's always Ashes focused.
Cricket fans are renowned for their sense of humour and for not taking things too seriously, so you'll be fine.
And what do you think about the new era for the England men? Harry Brook, white ball.
Yeah, I think it's quite exciting actually. I think Harry is an interesting guy. Incredibly talented batter, obviously. What I've seen of him as a captain in the 100 for the Northern Superchargers, he seems to have a really sort of good instinct, not for what to do after something's happened, but before it's happened, which is a good thing. He might also provide us with the odd moment in the media as well. With
it's fun, that isn't it? Because captains sort of shut up.
You know, and you're not. I don't say that because you want to trip anybody up. Absolutely far from it. But sometimes people who are less guarded or less media trained are more likely to say what they think can give really good copy. But I also think that there now needs to be a sort of the slightly younger generation, guys of his age and whatever, to try and take everything forward. Again, cracked away short and wide. This is not exactly what Rory Burns would have wanted after that brilliant spell from Smith at the Vauxhall end. 54 overs gone, 167 for 5. And, you know, there always comes an end to any sort of cycle. I think perhaps I'm not saying that England have been guilty of it, but perhaps it's just gone on a little bit too long. Sort of the hangover from 2019, and a lot of those players have kind of need to be refreshed, and perhaps have needed to be refreshed a little bit before they have been. But that's fine. It's understand. It happens with any era where you have great success. It becomes very difficult to let go of the people that brought you that success. But I think there's an enormous amount of talent out there. Tickled away fine, it beats Lawrence at fine leg for 4. Bairstow continues to turn the scoreboard over almost single-handedly.
Yeah, just a rare one drifting down onto the leg there, able to use that pace, keep the scoreboard ticking nicely. Yes, changing of eras is hard, isn't it? Sometimes it's do you make the change at the top, then they want to make change, and then, you know, and ultimately I think the thing about Harry Brook coming in now, and even seeing, you know, Will Jackson, he wants to work out what he feels his best side is.
Yeah, I mean, he has the chance now to build to build something for the next 2, 3 years, 4 years, and again, I know a little bit from experience about playing in teams who go through phases of kind of that. You've got the pre-stage, the building stage, then we're all at our prime together, and then perhaps you have the drop off on the other side. Is that bit at the beginning where you're building something together with players of a similar age, mindset, similar kind of like ideas around how it goes? You can drive things forward very quickly. What can happen when you have the older guys perhaps around and looking after the younger ones coming up is there's always this tension, whether you want it or not, or whether you understand it at the time or not, of people's expectations or people's sort of end goals are slightly different depending on what part of your career you're in. So the exciting thing is you kind of get a year dot where everybody's starting from the same place, and then you can really build things quickly, provided you have the right people, and provided you're led well, I suppose.
And the team need to buy into the captain as well. And I think when you get, Harry Brook clearly has that, bit of gravitas on the pitch, off it, when I've even did a few interviews with him, and he's quite firm in how he speaks. And so then if you've got someone that they buy into, fresh ideas, and a coach who's quite lively, then it becomes fun.
Oh, that's a good leave. 2 types of leave. Good and bad. That's a good one.
Got high, didn't it? A bit of bounce there. Really trying to hit the surface, and then got that bat up high. Rufus has done all right though. Come in, given a little bit of momentum. Got a nice boundary, ticked a couple over.
Yeah, he certainly hasn't looked as hesitant as George Hill, who was in before him. But, still a long way from being out of the woods here, and the ball's still doing something in the hands of Jordan Clark, who you'd be forgiven, or who would be forgiven, if he's just starting to run out of a little bit of steam. 55 overs gone, 172 for 5, and a change up here.
Fun in the sun. Better part of 5,000 in at the Kia Oval so far today. And you're watching Johnny Bairstow motor along. Adam Collins, Yas Rana in with you for the next half an hour or so as we work our way to tea. 3 wickets in the middle session so far. Surrey picking up Tattersall for 8, Live for 55 and Hill for 3. And it's free after tea.
Free after tea. Bit of width there from Fisher. That ball didn't land too far away from the man at deep third. Bairstow out already once this season caught at deep third, once of Sonny Baker in their fixture against Hampshire. This Bairstow innings has been great fun. Bairstow motoring along. The other Yorkshire batters have found run scoring difficult at times today. Surrey outstanding with the ball this morning, only had 2 wickets to show for it, but relentless with their accuracy. Jordan Clark bowling an epic 9 over spell, going at less than 1 run and over.
So Yorkshire have had consistent starts with their partnerships, 55, 28, 44, 23, but none have gone on with it. That's the task here, to make the most of conditions which will improve. We know that from games here at the Oval. Gets better and better on day 1 into day 2. Can they give themselves a chance?
Lyth and Bairstow apart, the Yorkshire batters have really struggled to actually properly get themselves in. Just looking at the strike rates so far today. Lyth 41, Bairstow 86, but aside from those guys, Johnny Tattersall was in the crease for 46 minutes for his 8 runs. George Hill 38 minutes at the crease, just 3.
So Fisher wicketless against his old club so far today. He's picked up 6 wickets at 60 plus this year, which doesn't necessarily reflect the way that he's bowled, especially here against Hampshire in round 2. He bowled the house down with no luck at all, and he's found himself bowling on those 3 flat tracks away from home. Didn't play here against Somerset when he was rested out of the team. Would love just his luck to turn at some stage.
He'd love a wicket against his former club as well.
Yeah, well worked by Reeves. Keeps the strike, 174 for 5.
I think there have been a couple of examples this season of Surrey seamers perhaps not getting the rewards that their efforts deserve. I think Fisher's been very good at times this season without getting the wickets that he's deserved. James Taylor, another one who's bowled very tidily.
I don't think there's anywhere better to be in London on a Friday afternoon when a championship game is going on than over in the new SSE Energy Solutions stand, as it's known now. Bit of a sun trap over there. Friday tends to be the day when we get the biggest crowds. We've had in excess of 5,000 at least once on day one this season against Hampshire. Glorious day. Dan Lawrence to get his first opportunity. Bowled 38.5 overs last week at Warwickshire in the one innings where Surrey had to bowl. But absent an out-and-out spinner this week with Cam Steele left out of the team. We'll have work to do here.
On the crowd, I suspect the healthy day one attendance figures are in part because it's day one.
Yep.
I think it's also in part that on a Friday, a lot of young people working in London, working from the ground.
Oh yeah, this is work from home central. Beneath where we're positioned in the fin stand, the JM fin stand, there are benches where you see laptops everywhere. And I suppose all you need to do is have your little, usually Teams now, isn't it? Your Teams notification saying you're online, air quotes, online. Tick away. Turn your background off if you're in a meeting. There are ways. 3 back for Bairstow on the leg side.
Lawrence bowling from the Mickey Stewart members pavilion end, and he's got a massive leg side boundary on the leg side to these two right-handers. So when he's bowling to Bairstow, he's got 3 men protecting that boundary. It's some hit if Bairstow wants to take it on.
Yeah, we tend to play at the extremities of the square here at the Oval, but this is not too far away from what you would call the test pitch, maybe 3 over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School side. So the point boundary as you're looking at it here, but not especially short. Stumps in play there from Lawrence. You know, often we can have a very short boundary that helps inform the type of cricket that's played. Won't quite be that way this week. Rivas in behind it, 176 for 5.
For a lot of people watching today who don't regularly watch county cricket live but watch a lot of test cricket, that is a really big feature of county cricket played at test match grounds at this time of the year, that the playing strip is often quite a long way towards one side of the ground, so there is often a very short boundary. And there's a really good piece on the BBC website written by Stephen Finn during the England tour of New Zealand, where he was basically explaining why it's so difficult for the faster bowlers in the county championship.
So 1 or 2 sweepers on the leg side
to essentially not go towards 4 under and over, because with the extra pace and the short side, it's incredibly hard to defend. We have a shorter boundary to Rivas' leg side at the moment, but it's not quite as short as what we sometimes see here at the Kia Oval, but also at other test match venues as well.
Movement back off the seam from Fisher. So limited opportunities for Rivas so far this season. Played up at Durham and got a 40. And 37 not out at Chelmsford last week. Of course, debuted as a 16-year-old many years ago now. I say many years ago, 7 seasons ago, but still so unusual to be playing professional cricket as a 16-year-old. Someone that Yorkshire have invested plenty of time into.
It's a competitive Yorkshire team to get into. Lots of all-round talent. Rivas has found game time hard to come by at times, but he's also been preferred to the established all-rounder Jordan Thompson, who's not always got in the team this season. Don Best, who's opened the batting this season. He's not in the Yorkshire 11 this week either.
Yeah, quite surprised by that Yorkshire brought 2 spinners to London and neither of them got a start. Both Moriarty and Best left out of the 11 this morning.
Yeah, I think both a conditions pick, but also just looking at what works on paper at the Kia Oval. Surrey, for 3 seasons now, have not really picked a specialist spinner in home games.
Which partly informs why Moriarty left here in the first place, of course, of this parish previously. Rivas also a Bradford City fan. Had that late winner for promotion. That must be something. 96-minute winner to go up a league.
Looks like we've got a inspection.
Well, it didn't sound right off the bat. I was kind of thought it might be something to do with his blade, but yeah, not unusual to see the ball pass through the rings here at the Kia Oval in games we've seen so far this season. So Rory Burns, shall we call that his first attempt? It's rarely the case that a fielding captain as experienced as Burns will stop there. Good to finish from Fisher. 2 runs from the over. Yorkshire 178 for 5. Yeah, I'm sure that Burns will be talking with the umpires. You can see him go up there now just to check what the go was after the inspection of the ball. Sorry, brain staff down there. Coach Gareth Batty. Bowling coach Jade Dernbach. Lots of experience in that dugout. So Dan Lawrence to continue, only the 2nd over of spin today. And if you're not a regular watcher of county championship cricket, 6 overs until tea. It'll be taken when 32 overs are remaining on the day. Gets the chance to throw his hands at that, Rivas, and advances to double figures with a boundary.
Yeah, that's not the line for Dan Lawrence, offering Rivas a lot of width, but also doing so bowling to a 5-4 onside field, so minimal protection on the offside. One man patrolling the shorter offside boundary, but other than that, plenty of space for Rivas to work with. 5.5 overs to go until the tea break. This session has moved forward at pace.
Goes the other side of the sweeper. Terrific shot, well, great timing. Straight out the middle of the bat, back-to-back boundaries, Rivas.
Yeah, another wonderful shot from Rivas, but Lawrence just struggling with his line at the moment. It's not quite the line for this field, and with his length as well on that occasion. Rivas turning that into a full toss, back-to-back boundaries for Yorkshire.
mix-up. Bairstow was back, but miscommunication there. Thought one was there and it wasn't. He's quite a way down. Yeah, Lawrence has been a very busy boy this year when it comes to what's been required of him at the bowling crease. Only Jordan Clark's bowled more overs than Lawrence going into this round, both in the 140 odds.
It's been a very, very dry April and May. I think we've probably seen more overs of spin than anyone would have anticipated at the start of the summer. Lawrence has had to do a lot of bowling for Surrey, particularly in those away fixtures.
Two boundaries to start, 4 dots to follow, 186 for 5. Yeah, this time last year it was Cam Steele who was taking stacks of wickets for Surrey. At one stage he had the most wickets in the country. Didn't have much of a role through the middle and latter parts of the season. Has been overlooked for selection today. But this season, with Steele injured at the very start of the campaign, Lawrence has had to do something similar to what Will Jacks did a couple of seasons ago, complementing the seam with his part-time spin. One of the shots of the day. Bairstow's always played that so well. Stands up through the line. No doubt where it was going.
Not a lot wrong with the delivery from Matt Fisher. Driven firmly down the ground by Bairstow. Maybe slightly full. But dismissively punched straight from Bairstow, who's been motoring along this session. Going at nearly a run a ball, but doing so in a way that doesn't suggest he's taking undue risk. He's been batting at a rhythm that's looked comfortable.
He's got 68 of the 103 runs that have been added since he walked out, Bairstow.
An over or so ago, Rory Burns asked a question about the state of the ball, and if you're a Yorkshire fan, you'd probably like to see that. That's an indication that perhaps the ball is not moving as much as it was, and with the Duke's ball, you sometimes get days where it swings for the whole 80 overs that you're allowed to use it. Even a ball as old as 75 overs old can move quite a lot.
So Bairstow's 10th first-class game here at the Oval. Most of those were test matches. High score here of 95. That was back in 2018. And a test best of 81, but got an important 78 here in 2023 against Australia in a test that England went on to win.
Speaking of ball changes.
Indeed. Yeah, don't mention that. Who knows? It's been well reported now that it may well be the case that Bairstow has other commitments on the other side of the world next week, so making the most of what may be his last red ball game in this run before we break for the Vitality Blast.
Well, I know that the Bairstow story with England at the moment is technically closed.
Fisher couldn't cut it off in his follow through. Timed well enough for a couple.
He doesn't strike me as someone who will ever go quietly. So I think any potential opportunities he's going to get this summer, he's going to really take it with two hands, whether that's in white ball or red ball cricket. How he would love a statement knock.
It would be very Bairstow, wouldn't it? He's on that 2-year contract, of course. with England, that is. Seven from the over, 193 for 5. I mean, there's a lot of cricket, isn't there? When you consider what England have ahead of them this summer, which in white ball cricket extends to series against the West Indies soon, then 6 white ball games against South Africa towards the end of the summer, a series against Ireland as well. You could see a world where, when they're looking to get the right side together for the circumstances, and by that I mean basically resting guys, right, where Bairstow might be turned to do a job.
Well, there are different ways of measuring time, right? And everyone talks about the next 10 months being really important for England. Other way of framing it is there are 11 tests and got T20 World Cup and all the bilateral ODIs and T20s in there as well. That's a long time in cricket. A lot can happen in that space of test matches.
Andrew Sampson with us as well.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow facing the spin of Lawrence here. He's got a pretty impressive record against spin in the county championship, his county championship career. We don't have balls faced for his entire career because they've only started in 2012 really. But in that period, he's got the best batting average against spin of anyone in the county championship. He scored 1,000 or more runs again. He has 1,161 runs off spin and only been out 10 times, an average of 116.1.
Persuasive. Thank you, Samo.
Welcome.
So 3 back for Bairstow on the leg side. The longer of the boundaries. He's yet to give in to that temptation. There's still a gap at deep mid-wicket because long one's quite straight. Deep mid-wicket's quite square, and a man behind square on that side as well. So it's there if he wants it.
Yeah, I think Bairstow's pretty content with biding his time against the spin of Lawrence. With 4 men back in the boundary, there are plenty of single taking opportunities, and he's scoring freely at the other end against quick, so I don't think he's in any rush here, especially just 3 and a bit overs to go until the interval.
A little bit quicker there from Lawrence, targeting the leg stump. Bairstow to keep the strike, 194 for 5. So a reminder, free after tea if you're in the area. This is the place to be. Love that Yorkshire shirt, top of screen there. Not quite sure what year that was, the one-day kit for Yorkshire, but a great design. And Bairstow, a great shot. Had one man to beat at mid-off. The captain Burns did so easily. Another Yorkshire shirt there in the second row, applauding it all the way. This has been a top knock.
I think this is why he's been so content to bide his time against the spin of Lawrence. It's been a feature of this innings that he's been able to drive on the up off balls that really aren't that full. And again, maybe fractionally full, fractionally wide from Fisher, and Bairstow throws his hands at it, muscles it past before he burns it off.
And Fisher, it's only human to be reaching for it now as well. Just 6 wickets this season in his 5th game. Changed clubs to want to be here at the Kia Oval to give himself the best chance. Of course, a very popular long-term member of that Yorkshire dressing room. Played a very important hand last September, especially in vaulting them back to Division 1. Can he find something here? Just the one slip behind Bairstow. Oh, nearly chops on.
Yeah, Bairstow inspecting the pitch there. That one didn't really get up in the way that he expected. Looking to pull that towards the shorter leg side boundary. How's that missed off stump?
Another inside edge. I should say about that promotion push last year, Bairstow was part of that story as well. He came back and played half a dozen games in the championship. Did his bit when it became clear he wasn't going to be playing for England. Bowled again, good over this from Fisher after the boundary.
Yeah, Reeves doing a good job here. Understands what his job is. Provide support for Bairstow at the other end, who's scoring so freely at the moment. Something that we don't see very often happen against Surrey at the Oval. Teams taking the attack to them. So often it's about survival. We saw in the Somerset game a few weeks ago, Somerset endured entire sessions where they were going at hardly above 1 run, 1.5 runs and over.
Ends the over 199 for 5. Yeah, I thought the same thing before. So when Somerset batted here the first time, they were 164 for 5, having started their innings at the beginning of that second day. So yeah, there is a comparable template there, and Yorkshire will be further ahead in the game than Somerset were when they were totally pinned down that session where they only went at 2 and over. And Surrey dictated terms as they can do so often with their group of seamers, but haven't quite been able to break the back of it here.
Also, if you look at the field set to Bairstow off the seam of Fisher, they're showing him a lot of respect. Just one slip in place at the moment. The ball's not as hard as it was. It's not moving as much through the air. So life is just that little bit more straightforward for the batters at the moment. And Yorkshire not just surviving, they're scoring a healthy rate too.
Partnership of 45. Penultimate over before the short break.
Lawrence has got his line right to Bairstow in the last couple of overs, much straighter, bowling to his 5-4 onside field. Bairstow just unable to get it past that man at mid-wicket. Keeps on hitting Dom Sibley at the moment. Good little spell this from Lawrence after going for back-to-back boundaries off Reeves.
The Yorkshire 200. So they started this session at 75 for 2. Gone at a decent clip. Have lost 3 wickets, but with Bairstow still there, up to 76. They have the chance to win this day. Still work to do though. Straight catching mid-wicket in. Such an important game in the context of Surrey season as well. Just one victory. Their blueprint is bowling first at home and rolling through oppositions. Well, that's going to be their job after tea here. 1 run from the Lawrence set, 200 for 5.
we're not much more than a third of the way through the season, but it feels like a really crucial round of games. Notts going really well at the moment, only team in Division 1 to have won 3 games. Yorkshire and Surrey just 1 win out of 5 each at the moment. And Nottinghamshire also, they're playing at a tempo that's going to end up with a lot of results. They're scoring at well above 4 and over today.
A lot of footwork there from Bairstow. You're right. I mean, with a 20-point gap between first and fourth, and you can kind of throw a blanket over second to eighth if you wish to. The season is set up beautifully. And so it goes in Division 2 as well, where Leicestershire are up top, but there are a group of 6 or 7 teams who are near enough to those promotion spots. Wants to. And Motors back. Well run.
Yeah, Division 1 is so competitive at the moment. Everyone capable of taking points from anyone. There's a world in which that Notts, if they continue this streak, can run away with it a little bit. And we've seen it in previous seasons where Surrey have built an early lead, and the second half of the season is always more difficult for a county to plan around due to the lack of games you get in a row.
It's taken off and found the edge, but sort of sums up Fisher's season to an extent. Doesn't go to hand. Down to third man.
You get 7 rounds in before the end of May, so half the season is done by the time you get to June. But from then on, you get games in 2-game bursts, except from September where you get 3 in a row at the end.
And the other factor in that is that 2 of the rounds will be played with the Kookaburra ball, which we saw last year. Just for whatever reason, you can debate the types of cricket balls as much as you wish, but there were just fewer results.
I think it's 4 this season.
Sorry, you're quite right. There are 4
2 in the
this
middle of the
time.
summer, 2 in September.
So that changes the dynamic again when it comes to making the most of this chunk of the season.
And the other part of that relevant to this game is I don't think Surrey have actually won a Kookaburra round in either season yet. They've struggled when the ball's done a bit less, really. They've been so good at home with the Duke's ball. Away with the Kookaburra, less so.
Well, as soon as those Kookaburra rounds finished last year, Surrey had 3 24-pointers on the bounce, which totally set up the three-peat. So 1 ball until tea in this middle session, long middle session. Oh, a beauty to finish. Has it found an edge? Fisher says yes and the umpire agrees. The partnership reaching 49, and that is relief from Matt Fisher. Throughout the course of this season, he's beat the edge repeatedly, but kisses it this time. Ben Folkes does the rest. Revis falls on the stroke of tea for 19. Yorkshire 203 for 6.
You see how much that wicket means not to just Fisher but his teammates. They're so happy for Fisher. He's bowled with great heart today but been utterly luckless. He strikes with the final ball of the session. Lovely delivery, just squaring Revis up a touch. We saw him square Bairstow up a touch earlier in the over. This time he has his reward, and a session that moved along at good pace swings once more in Surrey's favour. 4 wickets for 125 runs in the afternoon session. Bairstow unbeaten on 79 off 97 deliveries. But crucially, Yorkshire 6 wickets down as we enter the tea break.
And that beaming smile on the face of Matt Fisher. See, all of the Surrey cordon went up and gave him a huge hug. Not just what it means for this game and this season, but for the bowler himself too. Getting himself in the book, what will that do for his confidence? when we return from the short break in about 20 minutes from now. So back up the stairs they go, Surrey, with 4 wickets falling between lunch and tea across 35 overs. Bairstow, the defining player of it, still on 79. You can see there when he walked out, they were 87 for 3. But the partnerships, which have been consistent, but 52, 28, 44, 23 and 49, they've found it difficult to push on and really transfer pressure back onto Surrey.
Yeah, the other notable thing from the card is Ben Folkes behind the stumps, 4 catches for him today. One amazing grab to dismiss Tattersall. And as we take a look at the Surrey bowling figures, 2 wickets each for Tom Laws and Jordan Clark, Nathan Smith and Matt Fisher with a wicket each as well. Really strong group effort from the Surrey team. We've seen a little bit of Dan Lawrence as we approach the interval. The bulk of the work has been done by the seamers, who've left Yorkshire 203 for 6 as we go into the team.
Yeah, what a great session that was. 128 runs and 4 wickets for Surrey. So Yorkshire at 203 for 6. As we go to the short break on the other side of our commercial break here at the Hero Oval, a treat. We've got Ian Ward and Mark Butcher, who are going to talk you through Sky's summer of cricket.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval, where the sun is shining in South London, as it has all day, and we have perambulation. We also have had some wonderful cricket today. And just prior to the tea break, Fisher made the breakthrough for Surrey. 203 for 6 Yorkshire. Game evenly poised, but probably just favouring Surrey a wee bit. But Johnny Bairstow, Yorkshire's captain, is 79 not out, and it will be fascinating to see how he approaches his innings once we restart with the evening session. But myself and Mark Butcher are here in the commentary box. I'm going to look ahead to the men's summit of cricket, because you chatted pretty much at length with Ebony about the women's summer. First up, Zimbabwe. They haven't been over here since 2003. I'm going to start with Zimbabwe, if I may. I'm just going to pick out one name because it's quite relevant to what's happening here at Surrey. Sam Curran, Tom Curran, and his brother Ben will be playing for Zimbabwe. Fascinating story, that.
Yes.
You would have played against their old man, wouldn't you?
I would have played, I played against Kevin, who was an all-rounder for Northamptonshire. Brilliant competitor, fierce competitor. You can see where the boys get it from. And it'd be wonderful to see Ben representing his mother and father's homeland for Zimbabwe, and a fantastic occasion for him, and a great occasion for Zimbabwe cricket as well. A little bit of a connection to it myself, and the fact that my father was head coach for Zimbabwe in the sort of the turn of the 2010s up to 2013, and of course it's team that Jimmy Anderson made his debut against all the way back in 2003, the last time they were here. So plenty of good stuff around that Test match series.
Right, well, let's have a look at England's Test squad then, because this is what they have named. James Rue has been added after that injury to Cox. Sam Cook is the other name I'd like to highlight there. When you look at that squad, and obviously there are a couple of injuries, Jofra Archer's coming back, Wood is out, and I'll come on to Bethel in a minute, but Bethel's not around for selection because he's out in the IPL. What does that look like for you?
No real surprises there. Obviously, a terrific accolade for Sam Cook to make his bow. We presume he'll make his bow in that Test match at Trent Bridge, after being such a wonderfully consistent performer over many years for Essex. I mean, his numbers against sort of top 6 batters in Championship cricket are quite astonishing, and he takes them at something like 17 apiece, maybe even 16, I think. And his overall record as a seam bowler, a sort of a medium fast seam bowler, if you like, in county cricket is par excellence, and so he's absolutely deserved it. He's perhaps been waiting in the wings as a sort of a like for like-ish replacement for James Anderson for a very long time, and it's been simply a case, I think, of waiting for an opportunity to slot him into what would be a 4-man pace bowling attack. The attributes that he brings are ones that are quite specific, and if you're looking at somebody to take the new ball, to have the skill to move it around, hold a line and length, etc., and you've got one bowler of that type, then you've got your speedsters, or somebody a little bit quicker in Gus Atkinson, then you've got sort of Wood, stroke Tongue, stroke Archer as the sort of like the real out and out quick. You start to build a bowling attack which is based around lots and lots of different subtleties. They're useful at different periods of time in terms of the ball's age, different times of the game, different types of surfaces. And if I think back to sort of England's perhaps most potent 4-man pace attack that I can remember, being 2005 Ashes with Hoggard, Flintoff, Harmison and Jones, all 4 of those guys did something different. All high quality, but all brought different things to the table, and I think Sam Cook fits in very nicely to the sort of Matthew Hoggard role, I suppose, with other quicker, more brutal bowlers around him to complement that.
Sort of sticking with the bowling, Ben Stokes now back fit. He did that interview with NASA that's been over social media. We've seen all of Ben's footage. Paul Collingwood's been posting footage of Ben working exceptionally hard. The fact that he should be fit to bowl balances that side.
It makes such a big difference, doesn't it? To have him fully functioning as an all-rounder. I mean, England had issues over the course of the last couple of summers when he hasn't been able to play a full part with the ball, and then you either go a little bit short in the batting, or you go a little bit short in the bowling, or you think about leaving out a spinner altogether. All of these conundrums that come up when you don't have him there as a pivot at number 6 or number 5, and being your fourth seamer. So yeah, it's massive, and I think it's big for him as well, because he's now a fully functioning member of the team, I suppose. And we know how influential he is when he's on song with either bat or ball.
4-day test match, Zimbabwe. They're not the best test side in the world, let's be perfectly honest with him. Yet, a very important test for a couple of batsmen, namely Zach Crawley and probably Ollie Pope, because Bethell impressed enormously everybody in New Zealand, looked to the manner born. Where do you see those two batsmen at the moment, Crawley and Pope?
Well, I mean, they're both figures that kind of polarise opinion, aren't they? I mean, and some might say that the polls are very, very lopsided towards the negative. I mean, Zach has had his troubles. I mean, he had a disastrous trip to New Zealand.
Well, he got Matt Henry, didn't he? Basically?
Yeah, absolutely. He was a fabulous bowler, and he'll do that to plenty of others over the course of his career. Ollie Pope sort of runs hot and cold, and he's vice captain the team here. Last summer against Sri Lanka. And so, they're guys that are both very highly regarded within the camp, but I think outside of the camp, people have very strong opinions about them. And Jacob Bethell, as you rightly say, seems to be sort of like the coming man. There's talk about perhaps eventually Jamie Smith moving up to bat at number 3. Could Bethell open the batting? Bethell batted 3 in New Zealand anyway. So there's a bit of pressure there for places. In terms of whether or not a success or failure against Zimbabwe will make or break either of those two guys, I would imagine that's probably pretty far-fetched. But it's good to have people breathing down your neck, and at some point results are going to be required from both of those guys.
Well, that's the first test against Zimbabwe. There are of course 5 against India. We'll come on to that in a minute. But Harry Brook named England's white ball captain. They've got white ball games against West Indies and the latter stage of the summer against South Africa. What do you think of the appointment of Brook? Was it just the obvious one? Was there any other options? Do you like it?
I think potentially it was the most obvious call. Captaincy experience, albeit limited, with Northern Superchargers, was of course captain of England under-19s, is a fantastic player and is somebody that will be on the team sheet no matter what. So that's always a good start, I think, when you're picking a captain particularly for white ball teams. But yeah, I like it. I think I like his instinct for the game of cricket. He's certainly not somebody that has plenty of guile. He's not going to be bluffing people in the media or playing mind games. What you see is what you get from him. But I like the way that he reads the game, and I also like the fact that he is he's not inexperienced, but he's a young man, and he gets the opportunity, I think, to drive forward a new team, a new spirit, a new style of England white ball cricket, and I think that's very, very important. And the other guys will rally around him because he is such a fabulous player. He commands that respect by dint of his deeds.
And Jofra Archer is in that ODI squad to take on West Indies. They need to get some cricket into him because the main event of the summer, let's be honest, for the men is 5 against India. No Rohit Sharma, no Virat Kohli. I mean, such a shame that we're not going to see those two great players.
Yeah, one last time.
Visually out there, playing Test cricket in England probably for the last time. Practically, though, how do they replace them? I mean, the strength in Indian cricket is enormous. Let's start with the captain. Bumrah did it very well against Australia, but has ruled himself out. How do you see it? Shubman?
Gill is the name that is being bandied around. That him and Rishabh Pant. Now Pant has problems with impetuosity. Gill has problems in terms of form. Maintaining that spot at the top of the order. It's a very interesting time. Probably a good time to catch India, I think. They haven't had the sort of success that they would like here in England as they've done in Australia and other places, but they've got unbelievable talent everywhere, and so you
Massive
take them.
Series.
You take them. There's no taking them lightly. And if Bumrah is fit, regardless of whether he's captain or whether he's turned it down or not, he is going to be box office and very, very tough for England's batters throughout that series.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much. Lots to look forward to here as we go into the final session of day 1. Yorkshire 203 for 6. Don't go anywhere though. Johnny Bairstow is 79 not out. Anything could happen.
Welcome back to the Kier Oval for the third final session of the first day of this County Championship Division 1 match between Yorkshire and Surrey. There's the card. Johnny Bairstow, top scoring, unbeaten on 79. A good pugnacious knock from him. Adam Lyth with a half century. No one else able to get it up to 20. And what you'll notice from that card, 4 catches to the keeper, folks. 1 to Sibley at second slip, 1 to Patterson at third slip. All the wickets taken by the seamers today. Phil Walker is alongside me. We've watched a fair bit of cricket here at the Oval this summer. And yeah, we've seen the ball beat the bat and whatnot, but we've done a couple of games where there just haven't been any catches at all behind the wicket. And today, all 6 have gone down to catches in the cordon. What is that telling us about this pitch? A bit more pace in it, perhaps?
Well, it's a quick one. It's the quickest, without a doubt, that we've seen across the 3 games here. The pitch in the first week here in South London died on us a little bit, but this one has got real pace and bounce and a lot of energy as well. But you have to also extract it, and this is what we've seen. Surrey's attack have not wilted at all. They keep coming back at you. Afternoon sessions throughout this story, this remarkable story of them free and counting, they tend to turn it on in those afternoon sessions, and you see a team come here with a plan and they try and, if you like, excavate runs through that early session, and then post lunch, when you look at the scorecard dispassionate and you think there's parity there and the away side can start to push on, that's when Surrey come hard at you again. They are sensational as a seam attack with a ball 30 odd overs old, and we saw it again this afternoon. Jordan Clark, outstanding. Fisher's gone for a few but has bowled lots of wicket taking deliveries, chance creating deliveries.
Now interestingly, it's going to be Dan Lawrence who's continuing after tea with a wicket falling off the very last ball of the last session. I did wonder whether Surrey would open up with 2 seamers. Thing is, I guess with a new ball available in 16 overs time, what Rory Burns, the captain, will be looking to do is, if he can, get Dan Lawrence to hold up an end, rotate a couple of seamers from the Vauxhall end, and then take that new ball if necessary, which probably will be necessary, you have to say, because Yorkshire, they've got plenty of players who can hold the bat down the order, not least Jordan Thompson, who has broken Surrey hearts here in a T20 quarter-final a few years back.
Leg slip it again, Dan. They do like it, against the left-handers in particular.
They really do. We saw Nick Gubbins get out to that ploy earlier this season, and it precipitated quite the collapse for Hampshire.
Yeah,
they were in a strong position, weren't they, in the first innings, and then Lawrence with exactly this ploy to the left-hander, the leg slip, no conventional slip.
Yeah, I don't mind it, Lawrence after tea, against the left-hander, new batter on strike, and with Bairstow as well, chipping away at his ego, 80 not out, he's batted beautifully, and you know that he'll be eyeing a statement here, especially with the murmurs around him this week.
Thompson's underway with that nudge off the legs.
So, yeah, 65 after this one, so 15 until the new pill, and yeah, I don't mind Lawrence just getting through a few quiet overs here, and with a longish leg side boundary for Johnny Bairstow to try and, well, clear, hold back.
Well, that's the question I was going to ask you, exactly that. What is Johnny Bairstow's approach? Jordan Thompson is a very capable batter at one end, so we're not in that situation where he's thinking to marshal bowlers, but he's about to go off to the IPL, and off spinner onto him. Dot ball to finish, 2 off the over, 205 for 6 Yorkshire. With that 6th wicket, Surrey picked up their second bonus point. Yorkshire need another 45 to register a batting point. Bonus points at 250, 300. Every 50 runs up to 450. And Tom Laws has been the most unused of Surrey's bowlers today, seam bowlers. He's only bowled the 11 overs, and he's going to come into the attack from the Vauxhall end with a view, you'd imagine, to keeping Fisher and Jordan Clark, who's bowled absolutely brilliantly today, keeping them fresh-ish. I mean, it's still late in the day. By the time that new ball becomes available, it'll be nearly 5:30. It's a warm day, so it's all a bit relative how fresh you are.
Yeah, Laws bowls a full length. His natural length encourages batters to come looking for him. That's why he has such a good strike rate in red ball cricket, and they really do like him here as a squad option. He looks a bit fuller in the frame as well this year. Looks like he's growing into his work. Still a youngish seamer.
Dare I say, there's something of Tim Murtagh to him.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe slightly quicker.
Yeah, quicker, but there's something sort of facially and physique-wise. But you see there, I mean, that first ball he's bowled after tea, this is a 65 overall ball, and that has rushed the best wicket-keeper in the land there. He just slightly fumbled it, taking it quite high down the leg side. He gets genuine zip off the pitch, Laws.
Yeah. It's a real belter of a track, this. Cannot wait for the test match later in the year.
Well, I know what you mean, but I don't want to wish away
No,
2.5 months of prime summer, Phil.
For sure. But you want to see the real quicks on this track, and you want to then see gifted back foot players climb into them, and this makes for good cricket. This is why these games here in South London are always so compulsively watchable, and why they also deliver results as well.
Jasprit Bumrah on this.
Yeah,
in late July. He's not quite got his line to the left-hander right yet, Laws, in this over.
Just keep an eye on Daniel Lawrence, who is by the umpire at square leg at the moment. He fielded off his own bowling last delivery of that previous over, a Johnny Bairstow punch down the ground, and it's really stung his right hand. And he's not the kind of bloke to overplay it, but he's still trying to shake the pain out. Hopefully he's not done himself a nasty there. It's just a stinger rather than anything more serious.
Now this is interesting. Since you mentioned Dan Lawrence, he's just moved out to a deep forward square leg position. The umpire has also moved. He's going across to cover point because the sun is starting to get a little bit lower in the sky. Oh, another one beats about. Another one taken shoulder height by folks. It's quite the knack to have, because we'll take a look at this again. Laws is not by any means the tallest man. That's a very full length, and he's getting it still to zip through right in front of the keeper's face.
There's an echo of Chris Wokes for me.
Oh, I like that shout.
Going back to Bairstow's approach, well, it hinges on him, and you could almost go as far as to say the game itself hinges on him, because if he can win the next hour, then it takes Yorkshire up to a competitive target, or total.
Oh, well, he was in all sorts of bother there. It's another example of just how much Laws can rush a batter. And that could have gone anywhere. End of the over, just a single off it. 200. And 6 for 6. But that's sort of what we're talking about there, isn't it? I mean, he comes in, he looks quite innocuous. His frame, he's not a great big tall strappy man. He's not, not like a Josh Hazlewood, and yet he's extracting bounce from not the highest trajectory.
Yeah, but this is why this innings is so crucial for Yorkshire's chances in this game, because they have a good collective, good cohort of right arm quicks. There's a bit of pace and height as well amongst them. Jack White's a bowler I like a lot. Ben Code, of course, has an outrageous record in red ball cricket. Buckingham as well, the Aussie.
It's well fielded in the covers. That had sneaked through. There was nobody out sweeping on the offside.
And so with the weather set fair again tomorrow, Daniel, you feel like there'll be plenty of life in this pitch. It's not going to change its properties too much going into tomorrow. And so if Yorkshire can get somewhere up towards 300, 275, 300, then they're well in the game, you fancy. But they have to get there.
Well, absolutely. It's you feel 250 is below par, you feel 300 is par really for the first innings at the Oval. Now Lawrence is just slightly changing tactic for the left-hander. He's taken out the leg slip and brought in the conventional slip. So he's looking to bowl more on around off stump, draw the batter into the forward press and bring the outside edge into play. Otherwise the field is pretty defensive. 4 in the ring on the offside, a couple on the leg side, long on back. Before today, this season, I think I'm right in saying that Dan Lawrence had bowled more deliveries for Surrey this season than anyone except Jordan Clark. Andrew Sampson has confirmed he's alongside us today. Does that say that Surrey have erred by not signing a spinner, or that actually Dan Lawrence is doing the job that's asked of him?
Well, it's the debate, isn't it, around this team. If there is one area where they might want to, if you like, replenish going into the business end of the season, then it will be in the slow bowling department. That said, I think he does a very good job for this team. He eats up a lot of overs. He rarely gets taken out of the attack. 207 for 6. There's another one ticked by 67 gone now, so 13 until the new ball. 207 for 6. Bairstow 80 not out. Be a classic Bairstowian moment, I think, if he can bring up a ton here. The TV cameras on and the murmurs around his imminent departure to the IPL. You love to see it. But yeah, going back to Dan Lawrence, he does a very useful containing job, I think, for the side, but he also picks up useful one-off wickets here and there. What he doesn't have necessarily is the consistency to blow a team away on day 4. But then they don't really require that at home. Certainly not yet.
It's nicely cut away. It'll only beat the single. It's a slightly shorter side of the ground as you're watching, to the left-hander's offside, now to Johnny Bairstow's leg side. Not massively so, but it is a little. We're around 3 pitches away from the test match pitch. So it's skewed the playing area slightly towards the Archbishop Tennyson side. Be a couple this time though, as Bairstow gets it out towards the right of Dan Lawrence at deep cover. This is not a bad matchup for Bairstow. Laws predominantly takes his wickets in the cordon. He's not a man you tend to see get people out bowled. I mean, he'll get people playing on, but Bairstow, he's a little bit more comfortable there than with the ball that's straight. As you saw there, one hand coming off the bat, slightly not in control of that shot.
Little glimpse though, I think, of how he might be looking to play here. That critical hour up until the new ball.
Are you detecting a certain renewed pugnacity?
Well, it's the word, isn't it? Is there a cricketer that inhabits that adjective more than Johnny Bairstow and pugnacious? It's almost a cliche, Daniel, these days. But everything about him the demeanour as well as the punch, the
physicality.
Yeah, that kind of staccato style.
The determination in the face.
Yeah, it'd be a big loss for Yorkshire if he's not around next week, because of course they're lacking one or two here. What a team they could put out. But alas, such is the way of things. Bairstow will almost certainly not be with the side, and Brook and Root will be elsewhere.
Oohs and ahs there. The ball, I wouldn't say kept low, but perhaps kept lower than Jordan Thompson was expecting.
Thompson himself has got a big role to play here as well. He's a counter puncher. As you say, he can be really dangerous in white ball cricket. Leg slip in.
Safely negotiates that last ball. 68 gone. Yorkshire 211 for 6. I wonder how long Burns is going to persist with Lawrence. In one kind of narrative, he might want him to bowl through till 80 overs and the new ball, but at the same time, so it's going to be Lawrence to continue. 12 overs until a new ball's available, but Rory Burns won't want to let this drift too much. He's had 4 overs since the tea break. Using his feet this time, Bairstow, which will bring Thompson back on strike with that single. So it's a bit of a balancing act for skippers. Up and down the country you'll find that tea, because tea across the country is taken at 64 overs bowled, 32 overs left in the day, barring a side being bowled out.
Good scores, actually. Sorry, Daniel. I was just going to say some good scores around Division 1 as well, actually. Some really good games going on. No team's got away from anyone, which is telling, really, indicative of how the championship has gone this year.
Talk me through it.
Well, I think the story today is Haseeb Hameed continuing his form. He's 123 not out, almost carrying his bat through 8 down now knots for 290 against Durham. But yeah,
that's quite rapid scoring, then, isn't it?
It is. Well, they got off to an absolute flyer. They were 91 for naught off 75 inside 75 minutes this morning. Hameed and Slater slowed down since then, but Hameed still going strong. 127 from 170, second 100 this year for him. Going well.
Oh, there was a little bit of bat on that. Folks like this initially has played back to a ball he should have come forward to here, Thompson. And he must have got a bit of bat on that. But he's been deceived there. Thought that was going to be shorter than it was. If he hadn't got that little inside edge, it would have been curtains. More sure-footed off the last ball of the over, just the one from it, 212 for 6.
Yeah, that's Dan Lawrence's stock delivery now to the left hand. The one that skids. The one that rolls on with the arm from around the wicket. And because he's an off-break bowler, you instinctively play for the ball to straighten, but it tends to go on, skids off the pitch. We saw it, as you said, getting rid of Nick Gubbins a few weeks back in the Hampshire game, and another example there. Thompson caught on the crease. And this is why they like him. 7 overs for 16, not especially penetrating on day one here, but he can always provide you with control. He's a good white ball defensive one-day bowler as well.
Yeah, the question persists though, which is that having picked up that 6th wicket, almost a bonus last ball before tea, Rory Burns doesn't want to let the game drift too much. It's a balancing act that all captains have in red ball cricket, how they're going to balance the fact that they want as fresh a seam pair as possible for a new ball. But also that runs can come a little quickly off a new ball. It's not always at its most effective, certainly for 6 or 7 overs or so. Just had word through, by the way. We think there 4,800 came in here before tea, and at the Oval, as is the case across a couple of other grounds in the country, it's free after tea. So we may well get up, certainly beyond 5,000 today.
Yeah, that's fabulous. The record is 13 and a bit, 13,100.
That's across 4 days. Now that ball's gone through backward point. It won't reach the boundary.
Yeah, indeed. So across the aggregate of the whole game against Essex last year, and so we are well down the line to beating that figure. We can get past 5,000 in today.
Don't know if we can take credit for that unless they count us today. I don't think they do.
We are here.
I know.
We're sentient.
Should we let them know? I think they've got a little clicker when you come through, and I don't think they clicked when I came through. That's nicely played. Mid-on is free, and Thompson's got it straight enough to the right of Jordan Clark, who's had a kind of wide mid-on, almost a mid-wicket, and picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, dangerous player.
Won't be alarms yet for Rory Burns, but it's where you can start to search for a wicket a little bit. Either that, or you just try to sit in and bide your time, but that could be perilous too. That's nicely played, but again, make it to the boundaries. There's a leg slip in there for Thompson.
Just briefly then, Daniel, around the grounds elsewhere. 5 down for 2-4-5 Somerset against Sussex, having opened with Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory.
That I saw that was an unusual manoeuvre. I think actually, in a strange kind of way, Lewis Gregory opening seemed more surprising to me than Josh Davey, because we've seen them use the Davey experiment at the top of the order this season already, Somerset. Wide and short, but just placed that ball to Bairstow rather than going fully through with it. End of the over, 70 gone, 221 for 6. It was a slightly tireder over that from Tom Laws, and I wonder if we might see a change at the Vauxhall end next over.
Yeah, and again going back to using Daniel Lawrence, there is an element that Surrey went through the ringer last week. They fielded for 2 days last week. Tom Laws played, Nathan Smith played as well, and Burns will have to be managing that. He'll have to be mindful that there's not that much energy in the tank at the moment for his seamers.
This is their 6th game in 7 weeks.
Yeah.
As is the case for all sides in the county championship. All the teams have had their breaks. 7 matches get played across 8 weeks at the start of the season. Everybody gets 1 week off, and now we've got 2 full rounds of county championship matches before Vitality T20 Blast starts. So the feed, a bit of aggression there from Thompson. I wonder if this signals a little bit of intent, as though so Yorkshire batters have now been in for 20 odd minutes. 6 overs have been bowled since the tea break. No alarms. They've got their eye back in, and they know there's a new ball not that far round the corner. If we might just see a little bit more aggression from these two. I'm sorry, we didn't finish taking you round the grounds, did we?
Just
There's
two
a lot
other
of grounds,
fixtures.
a lot of grounds to get.
There are just 2 other fixtures then in Div 1, and 7 down Hampshire against Warwickshire, 208, and 7 down for Worcester as well against Essex. And so wickets all over town at the moment.
Who's getting those wickets there for Essex against the bottom place club, Worcestershire?
Shane Snater was in the wickets after a quiet start to his summer, really. He's picked up 3 for. Noah Fain as well, who's a good young all-rounder that they like. He's picked up a couple. Obviously no Sam Cook.
Porter and Harmer, presumably the ever-present.
Harmer's just bowled 4 today for no reward yet. Again, frustrating for Worcestershire. Their top order just cannot click. So 7 down for 229 in that one at New Road. And Hampshire under par as well, away at Warwickshire, 214 for 7.
End of the over, 225 for 6, I beg your pardon. But if they've lost 7 wickets at Edgbaston, I wonder if that's a slightly different pitch from the one that was used last week. And of course it could be that it's just on a different side of the square, and that different side of the square is a little bit more lively. I'm sure there'll be a lot of people who endured those 4 days at Edgbaston who will be raising a rueful eyebrow at that score.
A tough watch. It was a tough watch.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed watching a 153-run 10th wicket partnership that spanned 4 hours. Laws is going to continue.
And just briefly, Daniel, into Division 2, the first 100 of the day in the Lancashire game against Derbyshire, and if ever a side could do with a result, it's Lancs at the minute, bottom across the whole 18 they are at the moment. 192 for 3, and Luke Wells has just brought up his 100.
I thought you were going to tell me Marcus Harris, but
well,
no.
Marcus Harris made a quick 45
in pursuit of the 1,000 before the end of May, which is a rare feat.
About 150 odd needed from here on in.
Gone after that, and he's got hold of it. Square of the wicket, beats the fielder. Fisher down at deep backward point. Width on offer from Laws, gleefully accepted.
Just looks a bit weary in the legs, Tom Laws.
Yes, I mean, in answer to your point there about managing bowlers, what was in Surrey's favour, you'd have to say, is that their bowling was all done by tea on the second day, whereas for Warwickshire, well, they were out in the field for 180 odd, not far off 200 overs. And so for them to be bowling again, picking up 7 wickets, is quite an effort at Edgbaston, whatever the pitch is doing. Just the 2 slips in now. Leg slip still in place. A change of angle. Laws is going to come round the wicket. That is superbly played. Stands tall, punches through the offside, finds the gap, and it races away on this very fast outfield for 4 more. A couple of boundaries in this over for Thompson. And this is a shot of some class.
Yeah, gorgeous shot. Just leant on it, punched it. Good balance as well, coming into the ball.
Oh, he responds with a lovely whip, a flick of the wrists. Through mid on, that's his second boundary through that area, as Laws just tried to correct his length and has been picked off for a 3rd boundary. Thompson to 24.
Yeah, he does bowl a full length habitually, and it brings in results, but when the ball is quiet as it is now, 70 odd, 71 and a bit overs old, it can come on quite nicely. And Jordan Thompson is a boundary hitter, and this is exactly what Yorkshire needed, a counter punch here.
Well, dot ball to finish, but what was a very lucrative over for Yorkshire. 12 runs from it, 237 for 6. We'll have a change in the commentary box. Ian Ward's going to replace me, and Yas Rana is going to come in for Phil.
Thanks, Dan. Completely agree with Phil there. This is exactly what Yorkshire needed. A little counter punch. Jordan Thompson. A couple of boundaries in that previous over, and Bairstow doing what he does best on a stage with a decent crowd. Is side in a little bit of difficulty, and the cameras here again remind us of his class. Likes to play his cricket on the front foot, and he's done that today in challenging circumstances. The ball has moved around, certainly for the seamers early on, but Lawrence continues. I think those seamers, yes, that I'm referring to, might be a little frail at the minute, physically. Top edge, tries to catch it, and taken. What a massive wicket for Surrey and Dan Lawrence. Bairstow, for all money, looks set for a big 100, and he's holed out in the deep.
Yeah, profitable over last time round for Jordan Thompson, but Johnny Bairstow's been quite quiet since the tea interval, and this time looking to take on a longer leg side boundary. Sweeps the ball hard, but straight to the man at deep backward square leg. And Surrey from nowhere really have their 7th wicket.
Nothing sort of delivery down the leg side, and it's also a big boundary, as you say. It's also into the breeze as well. Bairstow backs himself on any ground to hit it for 6. Not on this occasion. He's played nicely though, the Yorkshire captain. He's gone for 89, and his side are 237 for 7.
A fine knock from Bairstow, but with 8 overs to go until the second new ball is available to Surrey. Feels like a really inopportune moment for Yorkshire to lose the key in man. A tidy bit of bowling from Dan Lawrence actually. Took a while to find his line, but he's really settled in, bowling stump to stump, 5-4 onside field, and eventually he's frustrated Bairstow into playing a shot that he'd previously had locked away.
Well, that is a massive blow for Yorkshire, as you mentioned. That the new ball is coming up probably about half an hour or so's time. Just on the scale of them looking to get past 300, Bairstow could get them there quickly. Thompson had shown great intent, but Lawrence, who just chips away, doesn't he, for Surrey with his unusual off-spin. I'm very pleased to have picked up Yorkshire's captain. So Ben Code replaces Johnny Bairstow, and Surrey will be desperately keen to polish this innings off quickly. Can the bowlers summon the effort to get the job done, and then it's over to the batsmen to not only put the runs on the ball but keep them off their feet for a period of time. These county championship games have come around thick and fast as they're squashed into the start of the English summer.
Dan Lawrence has had a lot of bowling to do this season. Only Jordan Clark has bowled more overs for Surrey in the county championship so far this summer. And you made the point, the seamers are going to be tired. They've had to do the bulk of the work so far today. It's a warm day in South London. Lawrence not really used until just before the tea break. Sometimes we see Surrey field 5 seamers today for Lawrence, the 5th bowler. We also saw shortly before tea Rory Burns go up to the umpire asking for the ball to be inspected, which is always a sign that maybe the ball's not doing as much as the fielding side want it to be.
You want that special ball that does everything. Andrew.
And still no century at the Oval for Johnny Bairstow. 19 first-class innings there, his highest score's 95, and he's played 9 other innings in one-days and T20s, also without a century. So.
Good stat, surprising stat.
A gap,
actually. Yeah, considering the quality of Bairstow the player, Bairstow the batsman, and the quality of the surface here at the Oval. Sometimes you just don't have favourite ground.
Yep.
Maybe that's one of Johnny's. So round the wicket now, Lawrence, to Jordan Thompson. How do these two play it now then, would you say? Just collect runs or stay positive?
Code's got a decent first class record, averages around about 15 with the bat, but Buckingham and White at 10 and 11 in the single figures.
Are you less confident in them?
That's what the numbers are suggesting.
That's a numbers game.
All I'm doing is presenting the numbers. So I can imagine that Thompson, who's already been positive, will look to play his natural game from here on in.
I think he should. Try and get a few perhaps before that second new ball becomes available. And just try to keep him off strike. He has done so with the field up to 38 for 7. Buckingham and Jack White to come for Yorkshire, 238 for 7. Walls is going to start his 16th over. Times has just not been perhaps quite as accurate as you'd associate with his bowling. He's got code in his sights now. Sliding outside the leg stump to play that one.
Sometimes this season and in seasons gone by, you see the Duke's ball just move through the air throughout the 80 overs. It's not quite done that today. It's a bit quieter at the moment. Surrey will feel that they've really burgled a wicket there against the run of play.
Well, certainly against the run of momentum, wasn't it? Because Thompson had been very proactive, taking a couple of falls from the previous over. I think Bairstow was looking to just follow him along and keep the pressure on. On this occasion, not well. Just been flipping through some of the other scores. Jimmy Anderson will be a happy boy today, playing for Lancashire, not having to do anything. Those long, lovely days with his feet up in the dressing room. But good to see Bryden Cast back bowling. Technique of his own, isn't it, Code, as he stays a little leg side, shall we say.
Yeah, a rare good day for Lancashire in the Championship this season.
Yeah.
100 for Luke Wells. They go nicely at Old Trafford, 200 for 3.
Seems like there's a bit of disquiet up there in Manchester. I didn't see Keaton Jennings standing down. I didn't think it got that bad, but he obviously felt the time was right.
I think there was an acknowledgement from Jennings that the best thing he can do for the team at the moment is get himself back into nick.
Unfortunately for Keaton, that didn't work today, but fine player. He'll get that back, and perhaps without the captaincy weighing heavily on his shoulders and all that entails between the ears, he could just clear his head a bit and maybe have a bit of a swing in the blast and just get a bit of enjoyment back into his cricket. No, sent back strongly from Thompson.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Thompson looks to farm the strike now he's got Code at the other end. There have been a couple of times this season where I've been quite surprised at how there hasn't actually been as much farm striking with the tail. Often set batters been in with numbers 10 and 11 and actually been quite content handing numbers 10 and 11 to strike.
Red Inkers. And he fiddles that into the offside. And it will be Thompson who keeps the strike, 238 for 7. Yes, we've all played with those types of cricketers. See the red ink and the average increase and the contract negotiation come the end of the summer. Gorgeous day and a fantastic crowd, I've got to say. That the members and the paying spectators and supporters have come in. A few Yorkshire fans as well. I've seen quite a few people wandering around with Yorkshire hats, ties or something on. We've been blessed with a fantastic day. The start of this county championship season has been blessed with fantastic weather, hasn't it? Played in one early season game here years ago and it snowed. Playing Gloucestershire, and Ian Harvey who was their overseas player at the time, had never seen snow, so he was stood on the balcony up there watching it snow, and he bowled most of the day. He came back the next day. He could not move. He could not get off the physio's couch. They had hot blankets and towels and hot water bottles trying to loosen him up. He could not move. Oh, out. Good catch. Code tried to just bump that down too long on because Burns had set mid-on back in front of the members. And Code was looking for a single to get Thompson back on strike. He's chipped it, and Lawrence has taken an excellent return catch.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence had a really good 5-minute spell here for Surrey. Not long ago, Yorkshire were motoring along 2-3-7 for 6 with 2 set batters at the crease, but Lawrence, with 2 wickets in a couple of overs, suddenly Yorkshire are 8 down, their tail exposed. We're talking about how they'd fare against a second new ball. Now it's a genuine question as to whether they get there.
Absolutely. Code goes for 1 from 9 and Yorkshire 239 for 8. Really good catch. At the moment you'd be thinking about the non-striking batsman, can I get in front of him? Well, he did comfortably and safely pouched. What an impact he has made. So the golden arm of Dan Lawrence has picked up 2 quick wickets. Johnny Bairstow, the Yorkshire captain, now Ben Code, and now Jordan Buckingham takes his guard. And Surrey are pushing to end this innings quickly. Seems a while ago they won the toss and decided to bowl, and then not much happened in the first 45 minutes or so, but they've plugged away.
I've never watched Jordan Buckingham bat before, but I can report that he has a thoroughly 20th century tail end average in first class cricket.
Go on.
3.84.
3.84. Okay, he's batting at 10. Could you find Jack White's stats for me, please, who's batting at 11?
Slightly better, actually.
Okay.
But not great, also in single figures. It would have been strange if they were great.
The good old-fashioned tail-enders, eh? The Courtney Walshes of this world. The Alan Mullally's or Phil Tufnell.
You mentioned Courtney Walsh. Jack White coming in at number 11 is magnificently named Curtly Jack White because his dad was a big fan of big old Curtly.
Brilliant. He could put bat to ball though, Curtly, couldn't he? Give it the long handle. Courtney was the expert of the really elaborate leave. 239 for 8. They have sort of gone out the games, haven't they? The old-fashioned real rabbits at the end of it. Rats and mice, as Bob Willis would call them.
Yeah, so I've been watching some highlights of the 93 Ashes recently. The entire series is available to watch on YouTube. If people don't have many plans this weekend, they can go there. And one of the most striking things is the tail enders are proper tail enders. They are running out the way at times. And I suppose I was talking earlier about batters being more comfortable giving tail enders a strike, and I think part of it is even the tail enders who aren't the best run scorers, they tend to have reasonably solid defence these days.
Well, we saw that with Surrey the other day, didn't we?
Absolutely.
One of the numbers I check on the tail enders is how many runs the team scores per dismissal.
Okay.
And
Shot down the ground, stand and deliver from Jordan Thompson. That's a wonderful strike down to the Vauxhall end. I think we know how he's going to go.
He's looked really good since coming to the crease. He's coming at number 8, but he's batted like a top order player. Took his time to get going, got his eye in. But any time Tom Laws has heard full in particular, Thompson has been really quick to leap onto the front foot and take him down the ground.
Buckingham's one of those whose numbers look better in that regard, because first of all 19 not out in 38 innings, and even though he averages 3.8, his team scores on average 22.2 runs.
He's hanging in there.
So he hangs in.
That brings to mind Will O'Rourke over the winter,
who's even more remarkable.
Whose numbers on paper again don't look great.
Yep.
Quite hard to dislodge.
Yep. Yeah.
Change of tactic from Surrey. Going to go short here with the field set. That's a bit wild and woolly though. Need to be a bit more accurate. So we've got a fine leg, a deep long leg, man on the boundary leg side just in front of square. Obviously you can't have 3 behind square. Square leg, mid on, fine third man right down to the dugout, since it's a very short boundary down there. Deep point, and Rory Burns, the captain, has stationed himself at mid off. Flipped away leg side, Chrysler catch it right into the sun. Don't think he saw it. It's Sibley down there, and he's got the sunnies on. You could have a welder's hat on. It would make a difference if you're looking directly into the sun, but he didn't pick that up at all.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Judging from Sibley's hand gestures, I don't think he saw that at all. I don't think it hugely mattered. I'm not sure if it would have carried.
Well, if he'd seen it straight away, he might have been able to have made good ground and given himself a chance. He didn't, so he was pretty much in the same spot. Then it did drop a long way short. That tactic is changed to Jordan Buckingham. More traditional field with 3 slips.
Yeah, well, O'Rourke's extraordinary, really. Averages 3 with the bat in Test cricket. High score of 5 not out in 18 innings, 12 not outs. But his team averages 52 runs per dismissal over O'Rourke.
Job done.
Exactly.
Job done.
It's the most exciting I've ever seen you, Samo.
That's one of my most exciting stats.
We'll be the judge of that, Sam.
Oh, sorry. But yeah, I mean, it is a hang. You know, can you hang in? That's what you want to do as a number 11, even if you can't really bat properly.
Yeah. Can you play for the other bloke? Leg slip now.
It's a really good point, actually, that we don't quantify partnerships over someone's career that often. The first thing we look to is obviously someone's average. But I always got the sense, through a Surrey lens, Ben Foakes, when he was playing for England, always seemed to be the number 2 in lots of really big, important partnerships. He might not himself have had particularly significant scores, but there were several times where he played really important second.
Nicely done. And Buckingham is off the mark in nice style. Punch down the ground, which will... And they'll scamper through for 3, I think. Jordan Clark tidies up. 2, 4, 7 for 8. So 4 overs away from the second new ball. Surrey have been trying to get rid of this ball for a while now, but the umpires have stood firm. Access is free from tee to watch the cricket here at the Oval, and I think a few have taken advantage of that. Come to enjoy the cricket, the sun, and a couple of pints.
How would this crowd compare to your days as a player here?
Do you know what? I was asking Butch that the other day. No, sorry, not the other day, this morning. And it's quite hard to tell because the ground has changed so fundamentally. And the other thing, Butch reminded me of this, I'd forgotten. They used to shut off big sections, but now they seem to open up everywhere. So, look at the days when he played in front of one man and his dog. You know, that's the nature of county cricket, and the weather has a part to play in that as well. And then other times you look around and it was nicely full. But this is decent. This is for a county championship game. This is a decent number, I would say. I don't know what it is finally, but
I think it was around the 5,000 mark before the tea break. So a lot of people would come in after work since then. And last season in the game against Essex, Surrey broke their 21st century record for attendance. I think it was around the 14,000 mark across the 4 days. Around about 6,000 on day one.
First played here, the end we're watching from was virtually derelict. The old Vauxhall end, it was an absolute shambles. A lot of the ground was very tired. It looks magnificent now. It's a much nicer place to be. If you look at the facilities around the ground and under the stands in terms of food and beverage, it's terrific.
Obviously the playing area is, by modern standards, really big, but I believe it was even bigger.
Oh, this is tiny. I cannot tell you how much real estate they've lost. So the nets were down this end, so this stand was a lot, well, it wasn't a stand, it was a big couple of huts really. So all the nets were down here, they didn't net on the square. And they took a big chunk out when the Bedser stand was first put up and the groundsman shed went in. That was the first development that shaved a lot of the playing area off. Then they did this stand and took a lot of the playing area. Then when the stand to the right of the pavilion as you're looking out was built, that took off another thing. There was frequently all run fives. It was just pretty much par and parcel for a game of cricket. So I mean, if you look at that boundary down the groundsman's side, it's a toy boundary really. 2, 4, 7 for 8 maiden.
And yeah, it's a good point actually that we talked earlier in the day about how it's a feature of county championship games at test venues that the playing strip is not where you have international matches, but the strip here today is only 3 along from where you generally have a test match here. So that hit to the Bedser stand is a small one even when the strip is in the middle.
Absolutely.
It's an interesting thing with the development of short form cricket is you can't really change how big a ground is. The players are getting bigger and stronger. Bat technology is racing along. You can't really do anything. A lot of these older grounds in particular really, really small in the subcontinent.
Heaved away. Does Sibley see it this time? I think he does. Oh, that's a terrific catch. It's not Sibley. He's been replaced by Jason Roy, who historically has been one of England's better fielders. And that was a very good catch, and he holds up his sunglasses. Thank heavens I had that on. Great catch.
Yes, another hit to that long leg side boundary towards the gas holder side of the ground. And we saw one go towards Dom Sibley in the same position in the previous Tom Laws over. This one with a bit more on it. And you could tell that Roy saw it early. He had to move backwards and to his left, and with the momentum of the ball he did really well to keep his feet inside the rope. And Surrey, with their 9th wicket, 3 overs to go until the second new ball, they might not need it. Thompson departs for 30.
Worth another look. Got himself in a little bit of a pickle as he went leg side of it. I think he may have been trying to flay it over the offside, and Laws followed him, which slightly cramped him, which led to the top edge. And again, you've got to reiterate what a good catch it is from Jason Roy on 2 fronts. One, he's got to be aware of where the boundary is. Had to move smartly to his left and stay inside that boundary cushion. And first of all, he's got to see it, which Sibley didn't manage to do in the previous over. Thank heavens for the sunny, says Jason Roy. So Yorkshire 9 down. Last man for them in their first innings is Jack White. Modest numbers, as we've been explaining. Maybe he can have a bit of fun. What sort of plan will Burns and his bowlers come up with to try and finish this off quickly and get batting as we head towards stumps on day one? Well, they like a leg slip at Surrey these days, and that's what's been put in place, as well as 2 orthodox on the offside, round the wicket to the left-handed White.
Tom Laws, 3 for 77 off 17.2 overs. He's the most expensive of the Surrey seamers today, but he is the guy with the most wickets, and that is what we see with Laws quite often. He tries things. His main mode of attack isn't keeping things quiet. He's, when the ball's not doing as much, he looks to seek out wicket-taking opportunities when conditions might not necessarily do the work for him. And there we see it, Wicket with a short ball.
It's a good attribute to have. I think wickets first. I know it's slightly different the way County Championship is now, with sides very keen to bowl first, therefore chase. And Burns today has been mindful of the runs because he's had sweepers out at certain times when I felt perhaps he could have just remained a little bit more positive in terms of squeezing. So it's nice that Laws still feels able to try a few things. If it goes for a couple, don't worry, but try and take those wickets. Ouch.
Well, we talked about it earlier on about how on paper you could make the accusation that this Surrey attack is a little bit samey. So lots of right arm seamers who all operate between 80 and 83, 84 miles per hour. But they've been able to do slightly different things today, and Laws is a point of difference, even if attributes wise he isn't necessarily. It reminds me a little bit of when Sam Curran played Test cricket for England.
Saw Sam this morning actually. He was having a bowl into the mitt over on the side close to the school. There might have been a thought that he or Jamie Overton might play. Overton's got any ambitions to be playing Test match cricket, he'll need to get some red ball cricket, and same with Sam, I suppose. But that would add a bit of variety, a bit of difference with, you know, obviously Curran left arm and Overton with that extra pace. Might just be managing his back a little bit still. Tried something there, just didn't work. Can't fault him for that. He's a bit frustrated, but he's done his job. 2 for 7 for 9.
It's something that Surrey do really well with their white ball stars, who either play a lot for England or get picked up in competitions like the PSL and the IPL, is they get them involved when they're back quickly, and it's not something that all the other counties have been able to nail. We talked about Lancashire's struggles earlier on. They've not necessarily had the best availability from the guys who are off playing competitions elsewhere in the world. Even last season, you sort of think of Will Jackson, Sam Curran as England white ball regulars, not so much in Test cricket, but when they're around they do play, and it makes a big difference, especially when they lose players like Pope and Atkinson and Jamie Smith to the England Test side.
Lawrence round the wicket. You speak to so many of the England players in whatever format, and they genuinely love going back and playing for the counties. It happens less and less frequently nowadays. Certainly someone like Harry Brook, multi-format. It was the same with Alex Stewart. He used to love coming back and playing for England. The problem is he was always knackered. He was just tired. You know, you go and play a load of Test match cricket, you want to come and play back for Surrey, and you know, you give whatever you got, but it's hard. Something that has changed, certainly with central contracts. Glee. Unusual way of knocking that into the onside.
I suppose with the structure of the season, with half the games taking place before the end of May, the England guys who are only in the Test side can actually be available for a fair bit of the season.
Oh, is that out? Surrey are claiming it. Jason Roy's claiming it at first slip. Is it off the pad? It's off the pad. Is that, how's the LBW shout? If there was a hint of turn, was there?
Yeah, more interest in front of the wicket than behind.
Well, he was down the pitch. I'll take that. I don't think there was any bat involved, but it pretty much hit him in the shin. Lawrence throws his head back in disgust. Needed to get that further across towards the off stump. was a long way down the pitch. That's probably why the benefit was given. Well, he's challenged, doesn't he, Lawrence? He's found a decent line and length. 2, 4, 7, 4, 9. 1 over till the second new ball becomes available.
Really tidy work from Dan Lawrence. 12 overs, 2 for 22. On a day where I think when we started it, I don't think we expected spin to play a particularly prominent role. As we look at the card here, Bairstow, the standout performer, 89 off 114. Lyth open proceedings admirably, fought hard. Surrey excellent with a new ball, battled through difficult opening session.
Lawrence has done a fantastic job for Surrey. I do question, and I know the pitch was green today, I always do question when sides go in without one specialist spinner in a 4-day game or a test match or whatever. Oh, nicely bowled, aggressive Jack White, the number 11, because you've got to bowl on the pitch twice. So the pitch changed and it might get flatter and drier and whatever, so you might need that out and out spinner. But Lawrence has done a handy job in this innings.
I think Surrey feel at home this makeup of the attack, 4 seamers and Dan Lawrence being the spinner is enough in home conditions where they can obviously have control over what they're playing on.
Steps away and hammers that through extra cover over the practice pitches. It skips for 4, so White is off the mark. Doing something slightly different.
Yeah, and a first batting point for Yorkshire too, as they cross the 250 mark. Not totally convincing from White, but it does the job.
Yeah, on the selection, Surrey know what they're doing. The last 3 years proves that. Just visually, as if I was captain, I'd just want that bit of variety, but it works. Brings a change of field, that shot actually. The leg slip has gone across to a gully on the offside. I think that's a good move. Missed that by a considerable distance. See the pitch drying out there. Look at the footmarks now.
Is that generally a sign that it should spin more as the game plays out?
Very good covering of grass on it. I don't think this pitch is going to break up in the least. It's got a wonderful clean covering of grass. There may be some footholds to work with at some point, but I don't think it's going to spin off the main patch. Who knows? The sun continues to beat down. Never really spun here years gone by. It bounced. It was more the bounce that spinners would utilise. It has done, particularly when they raked it for Murali back in whatever it was, late 90s.
So Sackblade had all that success despite conditions.
Oh no, don't get me wrong. It wasn't. It was just a fantastic pitch, but he got the ball to spin a bit and bounce. Well, chipped, not anywhere near Surrey's captain Rory Burns. Yeah, we had Sacklane, who obviously could put overspin on the ball, and he had his deucer, or the other one that he called it, so that would bamboozle batsmen. And Sauls, our other spinner at the time, was a leggy, so leggies get more spin and bounce anyway. So, but it was never a raging turner. It was just a great place to play cricket for both batting and bowling. And I think this has been a terrific pitch. The main movement we've seen the odd one bounce, nothing wrong with that. It's been the swing. Ball has swung. This is a bit old now, but it might get changed after this ball, which is punched down the ground beautifully from White. Might not go all the way with Burns. Actually gives up the chase, so that's a lovely back foot punch to end the 80th over. 2:55 for 9.
So the second new ball is due. Busy passage of play since tea, where Yorkshire, having resumed at 203 for 6, lost Bairstow out in the deep court for 89. And Code and Thompson, of quick succession. And Surrey, with Jordan Clark, who bowled so brilliantly before lunch, and indeed after it as well, an opportunity to have a crack here at Buckingham and White and see if they can get batting soon enough. Adam Collins with you, Phil Walker joining me.
Yeah, afternoon, Adam. Jordan Clark back into the attack, as you say. Sensational earlier today, but only in the sense that he does it every week. He is a remarkable cricketer, and I fancy there might be a few people watching today who may have come to the Jordan Clark story slightly late. He doesn't get many headlines, and one or two may have been watching it thinking, well, why isn't he in the conversation? Why isn't he in the conversation for higher honours? The way he bowls, short of a length, at you, quick enough, bit of swing, accurate, bowls brilliantly to left-handers round the wicket. Well, the answer is that he should be in those conversations.
Yeah, I seem to recall you and I having a chat around these terms last year. Like, if Ben Stokes stood on the proverbial cricket ball, then what does England do? Now, they kind of answered that when Stokes wasn't available for Test selection. They didn't try and rebalance the side with a traditional all-rounder like Clark, but gosh, you could see a world where it might be something they look to in the future. He has started the season so wonderfully with the ball. So close to that off stump here again. He's relentless, his speeds don't drop, consistently up and around 80 mile an hour, which is far from express, but as you can see there, that skill to move it both ways.
Yep.
And a very dangerous batter down the list as well.
Exactly. And plays every week, never gets injured.
Yep.
He averaged 21 last year and 25 the year before with the ball. Speaks for itself.
Yeah, his numbers were actually better than Worrell's a couple of years ago, which is of itself staggering given how powerful Worrell's been leading this attack. Oh, again, the outswinging Yorker. That kisses the off stump and it's practically the perfect delivery. And the other thing with Clark, he uses the width of the crease. It's quite wide on it, and he still generates the angle. Moves it late. High skill. That'll be the one. Yep. Beat the off stump twice with it. Then full toss on the boot. Barely an appeal. Clark appropriately finishes the job. Collects his third. Yorkshire dismissed for 255. Buckingham, the last wicket. Leg before for 3.
Yep. Taken out leg stump. Base of it. He bowled 3 full ones. And the poor tail ender had next to no clue in truth. And Freefer again, it was the difference in the previous home game against Somerset. He was superb across that game. He is just a top class county cricketer, and look, from Yorkshire's perspective, as we just see that replay again, very little doubt Buckingham was jogging off rather gingerly, having worn that on the toe, he knew. And so yeah, Yorkshire 255 all out. Adam, they will be cranky, I would suggest.
Yep, they've lost 4 for 52 since tea. The first in that sequence was Johnny Bairstow, who was caught in the deep from the bowling of Lawrence. Had a deep backward square for 89, top scoring. That ended a promising partnership of 34, and that was the story of Yorkshire's day. Partnerships of 52, 28, 44, 23, 49 and 34 through the middle of the day. But none of them able to really penetrate Surrey's deep bowling attack. And ultimately, it was Clark that finished the job. But important contributions throughout from Surrey's bowlers, all of them getting in the book.
Yeah, Tom Laws bowled fullish and picked up 3 useful wickets. Jordan Clark, star of the show. And Smith and Fisher as well set the tone early on, 1 apiece. Dan Lawrence did a very, very useful job picking up a couple in the evening session.
So Yorkshire all out for 255. Continue through here at the Kia Oval, with Surrey getting the chance to do as they've done I don't know how many times, Phil. We've been doing this for 4 years now. Surrey bowling first on day one, taking all 10 wickets by about now.
It's
then
uncanny.
giving themselves about this long to send Burns and Sibley out to do as much damage as they can as the shadows start to lengthen here at Kia Oval. This has been, it's more than a blueprint. It's plan A, it's plan B, it's plan C. And when it comes off like it has today, they're in rude health.
It is genuinely uncanny. And we saw it against Hampshire and we saw it against Somerset. Decent starts from the top order, and then they come back at you and they gobble you up in the afternoon and evening sessions, and this is what they do time after time after time. And the beauty of it is that they have a cohort of right arm quicks, and they're all interchangeable, and if one of them doesn't get you, then the other one's after you, and that's the way it works. Smith and Fisher bowled tidily, I thought, this morning without too much luck, which has been a story of Fisher's season so far for Surrey, and for Nathan Smith, who went wicketless last week, he finally got one on the board with an absolute brute to get rid of Adam Lyth, who batted beautifully early on. And then in that middle session, Jordan Clark comes at you hard, and Dan Lawrence as well, who is continually rather damned with faint praise, and I don't think it's fair. He came on after tea, he had a clear role, it was a cat and mouse element with Bairstow. He set 2 men out in the deep. The key with him, he may not have like a Graham Swan-like ripping off break in his locker. He doesn't have that kind of action and that kind of purchase. But he bowls very, very few hit-me balls. And because he bowls quite a one-day style pace, he's hard to get at. He's hard to get down the track to. And so he can do a containing job on day one here on a seamer's pitch. And you saw that it was playing on Bairstow's mind, and it was playing on his ego, and everybody knew that if Bairstow won this evening session for an hour, then it would be a competitive total. As it was, Lawrence got his man, he deserved it.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence finishing with 2 for 22 from 12 overs, and when you consider that 12 of them were collected from his first couple, he really did tie things up across spells either side of tee. The other wickets, 3 to Clark, 3 to Laws, 1 to Smith and 1 to Matt Fisher. So 13 overs remaining on this first day at the Kia Oval. Yorkshire dismissed in the 81st of the day, having been sent in for 255. They lost 2 wickets to lunch, 4 in the middle session and 4 for 52 after the short break. Leading the way for Surrey was Jordan Clark, 3 for 31 from 16.4, getting the last wicket but bowling so well in the first session. A 9-over stretch which put Surrey in a strong position. 3 wickets as well for Tom Laws, a couple for Dan Lawrence at his off-spin, an important wicket for Matt Fisher just before tea, the final ball before the tea interval, and 1 earlier today for Nathan Smith. Adam Collins, Phil Walker with you, and Andrew Sampson, our statistician, with us. Hello, Samo.
Hello. Just on that Surrey pattern of the last 3 years, they've bowled first 11 times in the 16 games. On 9 of those occasions, they bowled the opposition out in the first day. One of which was Somerset earlier this season when they didn't bat, so they batted in the second innings 8 times, and the length of time they batted for those is 14 overs, 5 overs, 21, 19, 15. One was 49 when Hampshire collapsed last year, and 21 and 12, and they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But of those 8, they were end of play, no wickets down.
It has been freakishly clear what the plan is for Surrey, and yes, as Burns and Sibley in a moment from now make their way down the steps of the Bedser stand, it'll be a job they've had to do many times after their bowlers have knocked over Yorkshire well inside this opening day. And we know from lived experience, Phil, that the pitches here at the Oval, they only get better through the latter part of day 1 into day 2, and this is where Surrey do their best work.
It is. I would just add to that this has been the quickest pitch of the year. We've seen a couple really fly through. The wicket to get rid of Adam Lyth, who was serene at that point, really leapt out of nowhere round the wicket. Nathan Smith and Ben Folkes taking one right in front of his face. Unplayable, really. Sabina Park echoes, really. And it's not going to die down too much. And Yorkshire have a strong, tall seam attack. And if they can't extract something from this track, then they don't deserve anything from the game. I'm fascinated to see how George Hill goes. I like Jack White, I like a lot, and he likes bowling here. He was excellent for Northants. And yeah, I just fancy that while the game's followed an almost archetypal narrative up until this point, I still think 255 on the board, while under par, gives them a chance on a pitch that is nice to bat on if you're in flow, but it's really nice to bowl on if you bend your back.
So Yorkshire follow their captain Johnny Bairstow out. Of course, we'll have the gloves as well. Sibley and Burns, how crucial they have been to Surrey's fortunes. Sibley returning a couple of years ago, having spent 5 years at Warwickshire, and of course Rory Burns, who's been the captain of the champion county on 4 occasions. 2018 followed by the three-peat. This year Burns averaging 38, couple of half centuries, top score of 76 out here against Somerset when walking out in very similar conditions to this. As for Dom Sibley, he was immense to start the season. Twin centuries here against Hampshire, 100 not out, carrying his bat in the first dig, 105 in the second. A few other half centuries scattered through that as well, averaging 68. He's been right at the peak of his powers.
He certainly has. He has a new rhythm, a new flow, and it comes from confidence and self-belief, but it also comes from adjusting and amending technical idiosyncrasies which had crept into his game when he was an England Test player a few years back. He's a more orderly, more orthodox player now, and it combines with a kind of serenity at the crease which has seen him gobble up hour after hour after hour this year. Certainly going into last week's games, he'd batted for much longer, eating up more deliveries than any other player in the country. He has a technique that he can rely on entirely, and he has, of course, reserves of patience inbuilt.
Ben Code, as ever, to take the new ball for Yorkshire. 4 slips behind Burns. Away with a couple. Code was the leading wicket taker in the country last year as Yorkshire earned their promotion, taking 56 of them. He's played 4 games this year. He was in the rest and rotation from Yorkshire a couple of weeks ago, but consistent as ever. 12 at 26 his overall record in 2025.
It's huge, isn't it, this session for Yorkshire? They can keep themselves in this cricket match with a good hour here.
And it hasn't been without precedent for visiting teams to come here and have a good hour. That the challenge has been stitching them together. So Yorkshire need to be relentless early on. Code will be with his line and length, we know that. Of course, you won't have the same pace that we saw earlier today from the Surrey Quicks in the lower 70s, but anything that's there to extract from the surface, you can expect that he will.
Jordan Buckingham, tell me about him.
Yeah, he won a Sheffield Shield earlier this year with South Australia. He's been an essential part of the rebuild in South Australian cricket over, I'd say, the last 4 seasons now, where they've been able to develop an attack that's consistently taken 20 wickets, which is kind of mirrored as the Sheffield Shield's moved to a more bowler-friendly world. Combination of the pitches and the different types of kookaburra balls they now use in Australia. Worked away Sibley, can't bowl there to him. Let's help yourself, Staff, on leg stump, down to the short rope. An expensive first over.
Yeah, Ben Coe throws his hands to his head, but realistically that was there to hit. Drifting onto leg stump, easy pace. They don't have much to play with. They have to get busy here.
It's a better line for Sibley. The issue when bowling the Sibley, isn't it, that he turns balls that are oftentimes middle and off into balls that look like their leg stump. He's so effective at getting across the woodwork and accessing the areas that are so productive for him.
Yeah, it's been his balance that's been so notable this year, and he's punching down the ground. It was an area that was all but redundant for him at one point in his story, but now the balance is true.
Good to finish. First over of Surrey's reply. They're 7 for none. Interesting to see who gets the new ball here. Hill, of course, career best figures last week, 9 wickets in the match. Swings it round corners. So they go in that direction. Buckingham, who had the rest, didn't play down at Chelmsford.
Or it could be Jack White. I think it is Jack White.
Jack White. That's perhaps the obvious option given how well he's bowled this season.
Very astute siding from Northants. Saw him for the first time in the flesh actually last year, towards the end of the season when Northants were fighting for their lives, and he was excellent. A real classic English seamer. So just quickly then, Samo, most balls faced so far this year.
Adam Lyth's top of the list, 1410, followed by Marcus Harris on 1337, leading run scorer. Tom Sibley is third on 1209 at the moment.
209. Tom Sibley, yeah. He's been completely at ease, serene really all year. He does, as Adam Collins says, those twin hundreds earlier in the piece, including carrying his bat.
White nearly bowled Yorkshire to victory last week. 4 wickets in the second innings down at Chelmsford. Oh, close! Turned down. Burns was across the stumps. Maybe height, maybe sliding. Second look here. I mean, he's coming on that angle, no doubt. And he's beaten on the inside edge.
Yeah, so there was another one earlier in the piece. Mark Newell standing at the far end as we look at it, the Mickey Stewart Members Pavilion end.
Burns makes the most of a ball that's very much on the leg stump here. His first boundary.
Yeah, there was Nathan Smith bowling round the wicket to Adam Lyth earlier in the piece, and there was another one that was incredibly close on that angle. And we up here thought there wasn't too much that it was missing. But Mark Newell decided to keep the finger in the pocket, and he's returned the favour here. So it's 1-1. I think that might have just been sliding down.
Well struck for none. Yet White spin, along with Hill, the leader of the Yorkshire attack so far this year. 16 at 17. Mentioned the 4 for last week, but very consistent. And remember, he's got a 50-wicket First Division season, doesn't he? A couple of years ago with Northants, where he was impressive out here against Surrey towards the end of the season.
So, I can't claim this myself, and I have to say I can't even cite the chap's name, but I was listening to The stream last week from Chelmsford, Essex, Yorkshire, one of the commentators, and I can only apologise to this chap if he is watching now, he compared him to Mike Hendrick, right? And it's an absolutely bang-on shout. Jack White is Mike Hendrick for the 21st century, the ambling run-up, as he's just trying to sort of drag a cart horse behind him as he just finally gets into his work.
Played again for Burns, identical to earlier in the over. Couple of boundaries in there, expensive start. 15 for none after 2.
Yeah, front foot stuff by Surrey, as you come to expect. Burns looks busy out there. Yeah, Jack White is the reincarnation of Mike Hendrick, the great seamer from the 70s, 80s, kind of a cult hero really of English cricket. Bowled for Derbyshire for years, of course, turned out for England. He's got exactly the same kind of bearing and does a very similar job. Not yet though. Couple into the pads, and Rory Burns has dealt with them as you've come to expect.
You've got some bowlers who kind of kiss the turf when they're on their approach. Quintessential example being Michael Holding. But he's the opposite of that, isn't he, White? You feel every step with him as he's dragging his arms mostly to the crease before getting into his gather. Back to Code, away from us.
Puts you in mind of that classic line from the writer Martin Johnson about Angus Fraser. It's like he's got some braces strapped to the side screen.
You know what Mike Hendrick's Test world record is?
No, tell me.
He has a world record. He has the most Test wickets by anyone who never took a fifer. 87.
There you go.
I thought about throwing it out there. I'm like, no, I won't do it. We're on telly. Had we just been on the stream, I would have had a dart at that one, Samo. Thank you.
Okay.
Click down to final league. Did he play in did he play in that World Cup final in '79 as well?
He most certainly did,
yeah.
and Viv Richards stuck him into the tavern in the final ball of the 55th over, I think it was. Low full toss. Viv ambled across his stumps as he was wont to do. Popped him in the stands.
Could well have been the final ball of the 60th over that World Cup. Marathon efforts.
Yeah, in fact I think it was.
Those early one days. Imagine that today, trying to get through 120 overs.
Well,
here till midnight.
If you want a sense of how the game has evolved, I give you Exhibit A. Who opened the batting for England in that game?
Yeah, Boycott and Brearley.
Boycott and Brearley.
Yeah.
Not the shine off chaps.
Didn't they have a chat at tea? Which is another relic, a tea break in a one-day international.
Shall we have a dart?
Shall we have a go at this?
Anyway,
winning draw will do.
Yeah, Ben Cody's got to find his lines here, Adam. It's been a innocuous start.
That's better. That's Ben Code. Far more as we're used to. Threatening both edges. Gets that seam wobbling around.
And you're used to him living there, living on off stump.
And especially for Sibley, you've got to be off or just outside. You can't afford to venture any straighter than that.
World Cup final of '79, Mike Hendrick, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 50.
Not too bad.
Kalicharan and Roberts were his wickets.
This is a much better over from Code. Two runs from it, 17 for none, Surrey. Yes, the way that Ben Code's been able to really make himself the standard bearer at Headingley. Breakout season in 2017, 50 plus wickets, 6 for in a Roses game. And 48 at 16 in 2018, so he's got the pedigree at the top flight, no doubt. So back to White. You can see the aggression when he gets to the crease as well. Into the gather, grunts the ball out. Trying to extract anything that he can here.
Going back to Buckingham, will he be on the medium-fast side of the ledger?
Yeah, but by standard, Australian standards, he's a classic. I would be surprised if he's not in and around that 80-mile-an-hour mark. So there's that movement. So White on the angle. We saw him bowl one to Burns in the previous over that shot through and hit him on the knee. This has gone over the top of the stumps, but on a similar angle. Good leave in the end. Yeah, so Buckingham, his numbers are nothing to get particularly excited about, but he's been bowling in a group with 3 or 4 of them. Most exciting Sheffield Shield final out. Well, it wasn't at Adelaide Oval in the end, it was played down the road at the Karen Rolton, but it's like a festival. There was a proper pitch invasion when they won it, first time for 3 decades. Some gigantic South Australian flags were made up for the occasion, as they were in 1996. I'm sure Surrey's Daniel Worrell was watching that, having played for the South Australian team the last time they made the Sheffield Shield final, a decade before.
So we fancy that we'll see him tonight.
Yep. Yeah, he'll be a good option late in the day. As will Jordan Thompson. Of course, Yorkshire electing to leave out both spinners today. Dan Moriarty, who played last week, and Dom Bess, who's played all season.
Yeah, Thompson came back into the side, and I think in part because he offers you runs at 8. Because it did look like a fallow lineup, didn't it, with the bat? A couple of players searching for form in Finn Bean. And with Tattersall coming back into the side last week, but having not played too much. George Hill at 6 looks a bit high. All of which accentuates the frustrations, I think, for the visitors that they weren't able to at least get up to 300, having started so well and so positively, 50 for no loss inside the first hour and a bit.
Yeah, and it speaks to just how close Division 1 is grouped together right now. They're 1 wicket away from being right there with Surrey. They would have been on, if not the same points, maybe 1 point adrift of the hosts here this week. So having done a pretty good job at Chelmsford, that they would have earmarked this as the overs complete. Maiden from White, that's better, 17 for none. They would have circled in the calendar back-to-back away trips. Essex, always there and thereabouts, and Surrey have won the last 3 comps. It's so crucial to their fortunes in 2025.
Yeah,
if they're going to be a serious threat, and look, they're a long way back now in 8th spot, but if they're going to push and give themselves the chance in September to be towards the top of the table, it's sessions like these that they need to be all over it and give themselves the best opportunity to not let Surrey do as they've done so often here. Sibley, checked drive. A lot made of the way that Dom Sibley has expanded his game in the last couple of years, Phil. Alex Stewart was quite forceful about that when he returned to the club, about the way he wants to grow as a cricketer through his late 20s.
Yeah, so much of it actually comes down to white ball cricket. He wanted to be a part of that setup. And mid-March, they were out there training in the greenhouse, which sits to the left as we look at it on screen, and he just thought, sod it, I'm going to start playing some shots. And it was a conscious decision, and he spoke to the bosses here, and they said, absolutely, see where you get to. And he started reminding himself, he's quite open about this, he was reminding himself of his teenage years, when he used to play shots, when it didn't matter, when everything was in front of you. when the game was limitless in its scope and potential and so on, and so he went with a different attitude, really, and he didn't get into the white ball side immediately, but by the end of that summer he was in the white ball side, and as we saw last year, in his second year as a white ball cricketer for Surrey, he started to play some really quite significant knocks, and that has naturally bled into his red ball game, and now he has this perfect combination. What he does have that you cannot teach is endless patience, appetite for just to eat up the time, and runs. If you have the shots and if you have the technique to fall back on, then runs will always come for you. He now plays with a new kind of calmness, and again, there's so many conversations around alternative opening bats in English cricket, and he legitimately should be a part of that conversation.
And where I come to this is that you are entitled to improve as a cricketer. If you're not improving in your late 20s, what are you doing? I reckon if you did a straw poll of 100 England fans, 90 of them would have him as being over 30. He just turned 29. Right? He should be coming into the best part of his career. That shouldn't be in the rear vision mirror. Now, his test career started when he was a 25-year-old, something like that, 24, 25.
Different player now.
Much different player, which permits the conversation to mature as well. Code completes the over. Phil will jump out. He'll be replaced by Yas Rana, with Surrey making their way to 20 for none, having knocked over Yorkshire for 255 earlier in this session. 3 wickets for Jordan Clark, 3 for Tom Laws, a couple for Dan Lawrence. 8 overs left in today with Surrey behind by 235. Yas.
On Dom Sibley, the biggest compliment I'd give him is that Dom Sibley 3.0, I think we can call this version of Dom Sibley, it almost has like a Steve Smith-like quality of when he's going well, you watch him and you watch him bat for hours and hours, and you wonder, where are you supposed to bowl him? He's got such good judgment around off stump, so patient, brilliant defence.
Front foot no ball to start. Yeah, I also think that there are, and look, let's not get too deep into comparing Dom Sibley to one of the modern greats. However, Sibley does things, broadly speaking, on his terms. We saw a shot of him before. Watch how low he holds the bat. I mean, they're not almost choking down on the shoulders of it, but it works for him, and that's okay. We don't all need to look as others have to excel in this game. It's part of its charm.
Compared to the player that played for England for a couple of years, technically he's a little bit more side on than he was in his England days, where he's a bit more chest on. He accesses the covers more than he did during that England stint. But the fundamentals are still there. He still genuinely gets across his stumps, has his head over off stump. Such a hard defence to breach for a bowler.
Oof. So a different kind of challenge here. White getting a crack at Sibley for the first time.
But another example of Sibley's impeccable judgment in and around off stump. It's probing stuff from White. Bit of movement off the pitch. Left on length as much as anything else. I thought Jack White was a particularly astute signing for Yorkshire. Late developer, late to the professional game. Did wonderful work at Northants in both divisions, actually. Northants had 2 years in Division 1 when White was at the club. And I think he averages around about 25 in Division 1.
Yeah.
So he's a known high-class Division 1 operator. And it's a really competitive Division 1 this season. It's really hard to work out who the team's most likely to go down are. I know Worcestershire haven't started the season particularly well, but they've played better and been more competitive than their points total suggests. And elsewhere, the other team likely to go down? It's anyone's guess, really.
When you look at the table, Sibley's able just to work this behind square for one. Worcester are 31 points adrift in last spot, so they've got a lot of work to do. But then you've got Somerset 52 in second last spot, Yorkshire 53 in 8th spot, Durham 58, Hampshire 58, Essex 51. That's, we're talking half a game there in terms of what's able to be achieved in a week. Then there's another gap of 10 to Surrey, Sussex and Warwickshire. Then a healthy break again to Nottinghamshire on top of the table. So you're spot on as far as anywhere between Warwickshire and Somerset, you could see turning pretty quickly. I mean, so much rides on a round like this where all 10 teams are playing. No one resting. That's where the captain loves it. Shorter side of the ground this week out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School. 4 more for Burns.
White straying on Burns' pads, and as Colo says, Burns so good through mid-wicket. Didn't time it to perfection. And to be honest, upon looking at the replay, not a lot wrong with that ball. Actually whipped from outside off stump through the leg side.
He did that 2 overs ago to White as well. You could see the frustration on his face. Like, how's he popped that through? Straightish mid-wicket, but yeah. Keep the strike as well. Burns already up to 17. 28 for none. Expensive over.
Speaking of players who get better after they potentially last played for England and in their late 20s, Haseem Hameed is having an extraordinary day. He's 186 not out of 226 deliveries. Knots are 384 for 8, and Hameed, as he has been so far this season, the standout man for a not side, his not side that he skippers these days, who at the moment you say are favourites for the Division 1 title.
Yeah, Wardy asked me before play, what's the story with Nottinghamshire this year, and I neglected to mention the captain, leading from the front. Another big 100, making a real statement there.
And doing so as well at a pace that I don't think we used to associate with a younger Hameed. Striking above 80 today.
Yeah. Well, you go back to when Hameed was recalled in 2021. There was a virtue made of just how many balls he'd faced. Andrew Sampson will remember this, but there was the game when he faced more balls than anyone since records have been kept in the county championship, and that was seen as the selling point. Here's the rock, here's the banker. With the way that the thinking around the test team has evolved since then, certainly since 2022, Hameed would be mad as not a young player, but a player in his mid-20s now, not to evolve with it. And it's shown on scorecards like that.
Well, if you rewind the clock to 2021, there weren't that many batters in the country averaging above 40 in the domestic game. So Hameed, who had a really difficult couple of years at Lancs, eventually moves to Notts, hadn't actually strung together that many notable performances before he got that recall. That was the summer that James Bracey made his test debut, played that New Zealand series at the start of the summer. And there was actually a 100 that Hameed scored against a touring India side for the first class county select 11. It was a brilliant 100, but it was one that was scored predominantly against their spin bowlers. So it wasn't necessarily the big tick about where he was at against high class pace that he came across against India that summer, but also Australia that winter. But I feel now, from hearing how people are describing him, he's a player at the top of his game, operating at a level that he perhaps hasn't in the past.
And at age 28, that's the way it should be. It's improbable that you're going to be at your best. He had his test debut as a teenager, didn't he? Famously in India in the winter of 16-17. I do think that sometimes we get so fixated on what a player looks like when we first see them on the big stage, and we don't provide them enough leniency to go away and be a much better version of themselves and evolve in. We're having a discussion around Sibley, but Bisecting a couple of fielders there, Burns. He started so nicely. Up to 19, and Surrey already putting a dent in that 255 that Yorkshire made.
I think ultimately we're all suckers for a good story, right? And when someone like Hamid, age 19, breaks through in the way he did, we're allured by that. We like stories like that, and we're naturally drawn towards them, not just fans, but journalists, the media, dare I say it, selectors as well.
We love a prodigy, but it's more complicated than that almost all of the time. Code finishing here. A couple of runs from the over. Surrey 30 for none. So still 6 overs remaining on this first day. 225 behind. Healthy run rate. Burns and Sibley once again into their work. Just where they want to be at this time of day. Out in the middle. Building a base. Yet to get the final attendance figure, but it'll be healthy. It was around the 5,000 mark before the free after tea. Members' pavilion's been near enough, not full, but it's been busy throughout the day, and that Sun Trap, the SSE Energy Solutions stand, which always brings the people in. Change of bowling. It's George Hill, who was terrific last week. Did everything but drag Yorkshire over the line. 6 for in the first dig. 22 at 15 this season, leading Division 1 for wickets. Has the ability to move the ball both ways. Feels like a guy with a very high ceiling.
Very intrigued to see how Hill performs this week. Seeing already decent carry through to Bairstow behind the stumps. Yeah, outstanding season so far, right up there among the top wicket takers in Division 1. And we talk often actually about there aren't that many seam bowling all-rounders at the top of county cricket at the moment. We often talk about Jordan Clark here, we talked about Casey Aldridge in the last couple of years, but George Hill batting in the top 6 for Yorkshire and averaging 15. That's pretty handy.
Yeah, it's only a couple of seasons ago when he was opening the batting all season, wasn't he? There was a time when he had to do a job there, so he's resourceful. For a time there, he was most well known as being the 12th man during the Headingley Miracle in 2019, running out that replacement stick for Ben Stokes. Front foot no ball here. Yes, he's matured to the point where he's known in his own name now. Is he George Hill? He's still young in his career.
Only 5.5 overs left in the day, and Kia Oval looks truly beautiful at the moment with a really healthy crowd. Sun's out, no clouds in the sky. It's warm but not too warm.
There's that balcony up there as well, which looks packed on top of the new stand. Beautiful views out towards the city. Ebony Rainford-Brent's book launch is going on over there. I know that once he finished commentating, Daniel Norcross was straight over there for a glass of wine.
And I think there's a risk that as viewers here we might get lost in the aesthetic of it all, but in the final 5 overs of the day they really are a pivotal 32 balls from here to the close. Surrey in a really strong position.
If you try hard enough, there's some celebs spotting in that previous shot. Oh, that's got big on him. So again, Hill in this first over, seaming away. In the white hat there, podcast extraordinaire, Tom Holland. The rest is history fame. A few other members of the Authors cricket team enjoying themselves. Lovely first over from George Hill. We'll see plenty of him tomorrow. 32 for none, Surrey. 5 left on evening one. Wonder how they twist and turn here, Yorkshire. Don't have the spin option, but they've got, well, including Revis, they've got 6 seamers to pick from and rotate through. There's that balcony up top of the new stand, SSE Solution stand. So Jordan Buckingham playing his second game for Yorkshire, missed out last week. Discussing with Phil earlier that made a real impression as a Sheffield Shield bowler with South Australia across the last few seasons.
How far away is he from the senior Australia setup? I know that he played for Australia A against the Lions over the winter, took a 4-for in the second innings. Obviously quite a hard bowling attack to get into.
Yeah, I think he's a ways away because they've kind of worked out who the next 2 or 3 are. It's hard to refute their cases. I mean, you've got the big 4, if you like, including Scott Boland. Then you've got Fergus O'Neill, who is right there.
Brendan Dockett as well.
Brendan Dockett, who has got almost identical numbers to Fergus O'Neill in Shield cricket last year, both running amok there in Australia. And Xavier Bartlett's got a national contract, and they'd like him as a red ball bowler in addition to what he's done in the white ball stuff. Lance Morris, the quick from WA, so there's a queue, but he'll be in it. Here he is, first ball at the Oval. 82 mile an hour, that's a good sign as well for Yorkshire.
Good shape early on as well. Bit of inward movement towards the left-handed Burns. More generally with Australia, obviously well known, it's an ageing side. How much turnover do you think we'll see after the Ashes this winter?
Yeah, considerable. It wouldn't surprise me if there's more than what people are initially expecting. I mean, Usman Khawaja's the obvious player who could probably pick his jumping off moment. Made a double 100 in his most recent Test series, so he's got credits in the bank. Again, that's healthy carry, second ball from Buckingham. But there are a group of them who've played a lot of Test cricket. The one who I thought might have considered it was Steve Smith, but now he's talking about playing through to the Olympic Games. I asked him a question recently about touring India again. He's like, yeah, well, he originally said that was it for India. Now the door's back open, and if he's going to go to India, then why wouldn't he want to get round to England later in the same year? There's the sesquicentenary Test match at the MCG in March 2027. To recognise 150 years of Test cricket. So I think Smith actually might hold on, is my long way of saying that.
Well, I watched a lot of him over the winter, but in that series against India,
yeah,
he looked ominous. I thought he looked ominously good. He's a player who's so good that even if he scores 200 or 300 in quick succession, you're still wondering, is he back? So high was his peak.
Yeah.
And I think there were signs of that India series where Steve Smith did look really back.
And the 100 he made on day 1 at Gaul was as good a footwork as you'll see against spin, which is another good indicator of where he's at in his career.
We obviously saw the retirement of another member of the Fab Four recently. Now, how you're actually getting on, how your form is, must play such a big part in any decision around whether or not you're going to continue, and how much hunger you have to go on. I think Smith having the home summer and that trip to Sri Lanka that he just had, he's not giving up anytime soon.
And Norrie's Root and Norrie's Williamson. So yeah, you're right. I think the other 3 of that 4 will crack on. In Root's case, he's a puncher's chance of passing Tendulkar for runs, isn't he? Inside 3,000, I reckon now. Andrew Sampson will confirm that. Buckingham completes his first over, but his leg by from it. 33 for none, or were they? No, our graphics are ahead of the ahead of the action. Must have been a front foot no ball in there. It's missed. All good.
I'm obsessed with the Will Root Cap Sachin narrative.
Should we storyboard this? Andrew Sampson will tell us how many runs.
Yeah, he's just under 3,000 now. He's 12,972.
This time it's the end of the over. Again, nice carry from Buckingham. 33 for none. So what's that? We're calling 3,000 runs. How many tests are we calling that? 30? Or is that too generous? That's too generous.
Yeah, I mean, it's taken 152 tests to score 129.72, so it's about 85 a game, which means, 35, 40 probably.
And he will surely deteriorate at some point, statistically, so let's call it 45 to 50.
Sure, but that quick bit of maths takes into account the entirety of his career. If you boil that down to the last 5 years,
true,
he averages north of 50.
Yep.
I did some very, very basic maths last year, massaged the numbers a little bit, and I basically saw it as not outlandish. It's not totally outlandish that Root could catch Sachin at the end of the 27 Ashes. So that's 2 years away. England play 11 Test matches this season, or this year rather.
They'll give you end of 2027 season, it's 3 home season, it's about 30, 35 more tests, yeah.
How good would that be?
Oh.
Overtaking Sachin here.
Seaburns like to play that shot, that forcing shot from the crease, but extra bounce there from Hill. On Sky Cricket this summer, there's a special feature that's been made on Joe Root, working there with Stuart Broad, so looking forward to seeing how that comes up during the India Test matches, which begin the final week of June.
A rare, injudicious shot there from Rory Burns. Not a lot of width from George Hill.
That's a gem. This is what we're saying about Hill. Yeah, we saw when bowling to Sibley in the previous over, he's got that outswinger which you can, broadly speaking, pick out of the hand, but it's what he can do the other way that makes him a threat from both sides of the wicket and both edges. That's a classy bit of bowling.
Really good carry through to left and behind the stumps as well. We've seen that all through the day. It's been a belter of a Keir over wicket. Good pace, good carry.
Yeah, I've loved the pace. I wouldn't be critical of this surface over the last 4 years we've been doing this, Yas. I think they've turned out outstanding pitches. There have been very few draws. You've not seen teams castled on day one either. They've got the balance right, but they've seldom been quick. Today's felt fast. I mean, not Devon Malcolm 1994 fast, but fast. It's felt like it's zipped past the shoulder of the bat every couple of overs.
Yeah, for someone like Hill, he's able to get the ball to pass the batter off a decent length at a really uncomfortable height. Tall man, having a somewhat of a breakout season, especially in Division 1. One of the best bowlers in the domestic game at the moment.
Maiden bowled 33 for none, so 3 left on the day. Andrew, you worked out before how often Surrey had made it to stumps in situations like this over the last couple of years. Is there like an average score that you could tot up and see how close we are to the pin? Because this feels extremely familiar, yes. Sort of 47 for none with Burns and Sibley there about here. We've seen this one before.
I was literally thinking before I came back on for this thing, if I were to explain to someone why Surrey are good and how they win, just show them today.
Yeah. And they did it without really rolling through Yorkshire either. There's 2 ways you can interpret the partnerships today. Like Yorkshire had 6 partnerships between 23 and 52. So it wasn't a function of Surrey getting on a roll as they did against Somerset and indeed against Hampshire here earlier in the season. This was more finding a way to keep things in check and then striking. Which is exactly what Yorkshire need to do now.
What Surrey are really good at home is not ever really giving the batting side easy run scoring passages of play. they are normally extremely disciplined with the ball. So even if they're not taking too many wicket-taking opportunities, they don't let the scoreboard run away from them. And we saw today that actually, as the ball got older, we saw Rory Burns inquire to the umpire, actually, could we get a new one, please? A suggestion that the ball wasn't doing a lot. But Laws persevered and created several wicket-taking opportunities. Clark was typically excellent. And actually, I'm really interested to see how Yorkshire fare with the ball, because they've picked a side that I think is really well equipped to bowl here at the Kier Oval. They've got all seam. It's basically what Surrey do. And the seamers should be able to keep relatively fresh, even if they are out there for a while.
So in the last 3 years, 5 times Surrey have bowled the opposition out and then been none down at close of play and reply. Their average score in those 5 is 47.
Oh, bang on. No notes. That's just vibes. I just felt it was 47.
Am I?
That's watching a lot of cricket at this ground.
Are we sure you didn't tee him up with that one
Did not
before?
tee him up. No, he wouldn't lie, Andrew Sampson. He's shaking his head. That's
No,
authentic.
I was not teed up. I can confirm it under oath.
No, but this is very much the way they do things. Bowl first, keep the opposition to under 300, and end the day in a decent position. But still time for Yorkshire to claim a late breakthrough on day one.
Typically, Surrey have also had the benefit of having Pope and Smith sitting in the dressing room as the next two in. They're different this week. Curtis Patterson carded at 3, Lawrence 4, Folkes 5. So Folkes highest average in Division 1 this season. Jason Roy, almost X-factor in his position right now, having not played first-class cricket for 5 years before last week at 6. Ryan Patel, super reliable last couple of years at 7, although short of a run or two this year. And the all-rounder Clark at 8. So they bat deep, of course. Just checks the drive and past the stumps, times it well enough. Code in pursuit, but they'll have time for a third. Completing the over, 4 from it. Burns keeps the strike as well, 37 for none.
And just to complete that average score at the end of the day, it was in 13 and a half overs on average.
Nothing but net. $13 set for Surrey to bat today.
A lot of our viewers watching today probably won't have seen a lot of Curtis Patterson. They might have heard of Curtis Patterson. He obviously has the highest test match average of all time, technically.
Yes, he does. It's in the 140s, I'm pretty sure. For a long time, that was owned by a chap called Andy Gantome, who Burns pulls out. Who had the? I'm sure Andrew Sampson's got the story to hand more closely, but basically finished on 100, had a test average in the 120s, never played again for the West Indies. And it's such a odd analysis that you thought that could never be beaten. Then arrives Curtis Patterson in a bizarre 2 test match career, 70 odd on debut at the Gabba, an unbeaten 100 at Canberra, and then when a couple of blokes called Smith and Warner came back to the test team in 2019 after their suspensions. Let's get big on him. Bairstow doesn't quite glove it. Ball's run away for 4 byes. Wow. That's really shot through from Hill. Good sign for what might be possible tomorrow here. Just lost sight of it, perhaps. Seeing the replay. Weird.
Yeah, in the end, Bairstow taking evasive action, must have lost sight of the ball at the last moment. So is there a sense with Patterson, again, he's another one who's involved with the Australia A setup at the moment, is there a sense that his international story, a very brief international story, is done?
No, on the contrary. I think there's a lot of goodwill towards Curtis Patterson. He had to fight from being not only... he's barely played in this country either, I hasten to add, and we'll get to this when he bats later in the match, but like that he has got to the top, Aussie Test team, made runs, made 100, etc. Fell down the pecking order through really no fault of his own, but then really plummeted. Had a number of poor seasons in different ways, got handed the New South Wales captaincy, ended up getting dropped as captain, back in grade cricket. He started in grade cricket in the season that's just gone, and through weight of runs, back in the New South Wales team, a couple of hundreds, average in the 60s, off playing county cricket and being talked up again. So these things can turn. He's got time on his side, early 30s. It would take a lot, but the point is that he's part of a generation of cricketers he's been part of that crew at New South Wales. Very influential, and they would know how good he is.
Yeah, it's quite often the generation who are slightly younger than a so-called golden generation, who are short of international opportunities. Patterson, just a handful of years younger than Smith, Warner, Khawaja, etc. Jonathan Liu wrote a great piece of Wisden Cricket Monthly several years ago now about the copper generation of English players who are essentially James Hildreth's age, who are slightly younger than the Petersons and Bells, etc.
So the post-05 kids.
Yeah, guys who were really good at county cricket when, for basically the only time in modern English Test history, England had an extremely settled top 7. Not only Hildreth, but someone like a Varun Chopra.
Soft enough hands, and it wasn't on the full to third slip. They get through. Second last over of the day. Complete. Burns keeps the strike on 23, 42 for none.
1 over to go in the day. If Surrey can get through it unscathed, it will be overwhelmingly their day. Another thing to keep an eye out, though. Sorry, 42 without loss. Can they get to that magic number 47?
It would be a nice way to round off the day, I've got to say. Jordan Buckingham charged with the responsibility of sending it down. And you go back to just before tea. Sure, to that point, Yorkshire had lost 3 wickets in a long middle session, but they've been scoring quickly. They'd gone at 3.7 runs and over, but the last ball of the session, a healthy partnership of 49 was broken. Beautiful piece of bowling from Matt Fisher. So in at 203 for 6, it just felt different when they came back after tea. And of course, it didn't last much longer than that, the collapse, if you like, of 5 for 52 to finish them off. And you press fast forward a couple of hours and then Surrey get into this kind of groove with 2 very experienced openers. And now it's Yorkshire desperately hoping for something to finish this last session. Value for money today here at the Kia Oval. What a great crowd.
Three deliveries to go on day 1. Burns on strike, 23 not out of 50 deliveries. Defended again from Burns. 2 deliveries to go in the day.
Got some news from the back of the comm box. This is a record crowd for the last 25 years at the Kia Oval for county championship cricket. So this century, biggest crowd for a single day of the championship here at the Kia Oval, 6,151 people through the gates.
Fantastic.
Absolutely brilliant. Well played. Burns, top of the bounce. Short boundary. So now over 300 runs on this day as well.
And it's shots like that that bring the people in. I think people are realising just how good a product the top level of county championship cricket is. 10 international cricketers on display today. And Burns, the penultimate delivery of day one, showing his class. Back foot punch toward the short side. He's on 27, one ball to go.
Last of the day. Burns does as he should, knocks it on the head. Job well done from Surrey. 4 wickets in the final session. Knocking over Yorkshire for 255, and Burns and Sibley doing as Burns and Sibley do. 46 for none, trailing by 209, and they'll be thrilled with that Yas Rana.
Long way to go in this game, but from a Surrey point of view, it's job done on day one. They won the toss, had a bowl, as they always do here at the Kia Oval, and they bowled brilliantly first up this morning. Unlucky not to take a breakthrough in the first hour of play. Bean and Lyth played well, but Jordan Clark really set the tone with his first spell of the day. An impeccable spell of 9 overs for just 8 runs before the lunch interval, and Surrey from that point on were brilliant, picking up wickets at really annoying moments from a Yorkshire point of view, and in the end managing, despite a brilliant 89 from Johnny Bairstow, able to restrict Yorkshire to 255. And they had what on paper could have been a really annoying little session at the end of the day. 13 overs, enough time to cause a lot of damage. But the openers, Burns and Sibley, showing their class, getting through to the close.
So Burns, vast majority of the strike, finding the boundary on 4 occasions in his 27. Sibley safely in defence, reaches double figures by the close. Just 13 overs, so they're going at better than 3.5 an over, and they've got that deficit down to 209.
Yeah, we've seen 4 of the Yorkshire seamers in action already. Ben Code threatening with his ability to move the ball in both directions. George Hill, who's had an outstanding season so far, got some really good carry through to Bairstow behind the stumps, but crucially the wickets column is empty. Surrey 46 without loss at the close, trailing Yorkshire by 209.
All right, well, thank you for your company on this first day at the Kia Oval. Yorkshire all out for 255, Surrey in response 46 for none. You can rejoin us tomorrow when our coverage begins here on Sky Sports Cricket at 5 to 11. Good evening from the Oval. Podcast.